Nicholas Nickleby Part 3 by Charles Dickens. Chapter 25. Concerning a young lady from London who joins the company, and an elderly admirer who follows in her train, with an affecting ceremony consequent on their arrival. The new piece, being a decided hit, was announced for every evening of performance until further notice, and the evenings when the theatre was closed were reduced from 3 in the week to 2. Nor were these the only tokens of extraordinary success, for on the succeeding Saturday Nicholas perceives which substantial reward he enjoyed considerable fame and honor, having a presentation copy of Mr. Curdle's pamphlet forwarded to the theatre, with that gentleman's own autograph in itself, inestimable forwarded to the theatre, with that gentleman's own autograph in itself, inestimable treasure on the fly-leaf, accompanied with a note containing menacing approval, and in it a "Sir, I've got another novelty, Johnson," said Mr. Crummles one morning in great glee. "What's that?" rejoined Nicholas. "The pony?" No, we never come to the pony till everything else has failed," said Mr. Crummles. "I don't think we shall come to the pony at all this season. No, not the pony." "A boy phenomenon, perhaps," suggested Nicholas. "There is only one phenomenon, sir," replied Mr. Crummles impressively, "and that's a girl." "Very true," said Nicholas. "I beg your pardon. Then I don't know what it is, I am sure." "What should you say to a young lady from London?" inquired Mr. Crummles. "Miss So-and-so, of the Theatre Royal, Drury Lane." "I should say she would look very well in the bills," said Nicholas. "You're about right there," said Mr. Crummles. "And if you had said she would look very well upon the stage too, you wouldn't have been far out. Look here. What do you think of this?" With this inquiry, Mr. Crummles unfolded a red poster and a blue poster and a yellow poster, at the top of each of which public notification was inscribed in enormous characters: "First appearance of the unrivalled Miss Petowker of the Theatre Royal, Drury Lane." "Dear me," said Nicholas, "I know that lady." "Then you are acquainted with as much talent as was ever compressed into one young person's body," retorted Mr. Crummles, rolling up the bills again. "That is, talent of a certain sort, The blood drinker," added Mr. Prout. Crummles with a prophetic sigh. "The blood drinker will die with that girl, and she's the only sylph I ever saw who could stand upon one leg and play the tambourine on her other knee, like a sylph." "When does she come down?" asked Nicholas. "We expect her to-day," replied Mr. Crummles. "She is an old friend of Mrs. Crummles's. Mrs. Crummles saw what she could do, always knew it from the first. She taught her, indeed, nearly all she knows." Mrs. Crummles was the original blood drinker. "Was she indeed?" "Yes. She was obliged to give it up, though." "Did it disagree with her?" asked Nicholas. "Not so much with her as with her audiences," replied Mr. Crummles. "Nobody could stand it. It was too tremendous. You don't quite know what Mrs. Crummles is yet." Nicholas ventured to insinuate that he thought he did. No, you don't," said Mr. Crummles. "You don't indeed. I don't, and that's a fact. I don't think her country will, till she is dead. Some new proof of talent bursts from that astonishing woman every year of her life. Look at her mother of 6 children, 3 of 'em alive and all upon the stage." "Extraordinary!" cried Nicholas. "Ah!" "Extraordinary indeed," rejoined Mr. Crummles, taking a complacent pinch of snuff and shaking his head gravely. "I pledge you my professional word. I didn't even know she could dance till her last benefit, and then she played Juliet and Helen MacGregor, and did the skipping rope hornpipe between the pieces. The very first time I saw that admirable woman, Johnson," said Mr. Crummles, drawing a little nearer, and speaking in the tone of confidential friendship, "she stood upon her head on the butt end of a spear, surrounded with blazing fireworks." "You astonish me," said Nicholas. "Has she astonished M?" returned Mr. Crummles, with a very serious countenance. "Such grace, coupled with such dignity! I adored her from that moment." The arrival of the gifted subject of these remarks put an abrupt termination to Mr. Crummles's eulogium. Almost immediately afterwards, Master Percy Crummles entered with the letter, which had arrived by the general post, and was directed to his gracious mother, at sight of the superscription whereof Mrs. Crummles exclaimed, "From Henrietta Petowker, I do declare," and instantly became absorbed in the contents. "Is it?" inquired Mr. Crummles, hesitating. "Oh yes, it's all right," replied Mrs. Crummles, anticipating the question. "What an excellent thing for her, to be sure!" "It's the best thing altogether that I ever heard of, I think," said Mr. Crummles. And then Mr. Crummles, Mrs. Crummles, and Master Percy Crummles all fell to laughing violently. Nicholas left them to enjoy their mirth together, and walked to his lodgings, wondering very much what mystery connected with Miss Petowker could provoke such merriment, and pondering still more on the extreme surprise with which that lady would regard his sudden enlistment in a profession of which she was such a distinguished and brilliant ornament. But in this latter respect he was mistaken, for whether Mr. Vincent Crummles had paved the way, or Miss Petowker had some special reason for treating him with even more than her usual amiability, their meeting at the theatre next day was more like that of two dear friends who had been inseparable from infancy than a recognition passing between a lady and gentleman who had only met some half-dozen times, and then by mere chance. Nay, Miss Petowker even whispered that she had wholly dropped the Kenwigses in her conversations with the manager's family, and had represented herself as having encountered Mr. Johnson in the very first and most fashionable circles. And on Nicholas receiving this intelligence with unfeigned surprise, she added, with a sweet glance, that she had a claim on his good nature now, and might tax it before long. Nicholas had the honor of playing in a slight piece with Miss Petowker that night, and could not but observe that the warmth of her reception was mainly attributable to a most persevering umbrella in the upper boxes. He saw, too, that the enchanting actress cast many sweet looks towards the quarter whence these sounds proceeded, and that every time she did so the umbrella broke out afresh. Once he thought that a peculiarly shaped hat in the same corner was not wholly unknown to him, but, being occupied with his share of the stage business, he bestowed no great attention upon this circumstance, and it had quite vanished from his memory by the time he reached home. He had just sat down to supper with Smike, when one of the people of the house came outside the door, and announced that a gentleman below stairs wished to speak to Mr. Johnson. "Well, if he does, you must tell him to come up, that's all I know," replied Nicholas. "One of our hungry brethren, I suppose, Smike." His fellow lodger looked at the cold meat in silent calculation of the quantity that would be left for dinner next day, and put back a slice he had cut for himself in order that the visitor's encroachments might be less formidable in their effects. "It is not anybody who has been here before," said Nicholas, "for he is tumbling up every stair. Come in, come in." In the name of wonder, Mr. Lillyvick. It was indeed the collector of water rates who, regarding Nicholas with a fixed look and immovable countenance, shook hands with most portentous solemnity, and sat himself down in a seat by the chimney corner. "Why, when did you come here?" asked Nicholas. "This morning, sir," replied Mr. Lillyvick. "Oh, I see. Then you were at the theatre tonight, and it was your this umbrella," said Mr. Lillyvick, producing a fat green cotton one with a battered ferrule. "What did you think of that performance? So far as I could judge, being on the stage," replied Nicholas, "I thought it very agreeable." "Agreeable!" cried the collector. "I mean to say, sir, that it was delicious." Mr. Lillyvick bent forward to pronounce the last word with greater emphasis, and having done so, drew himself up, and frowned and nodded a great many times. "I say delicious," repeated Mr. Lillyvick, absorbing, fairy-like, tumultuous, and again Mr. Lillyvick drew himself up, and again he frowned and nodded. "Ah!" said Nicholas, a little surprised at these symptoms of ecstatic approbation. "Yes, she is a clever girl." "She is a divinity," returned Mr. Lillyvick, giving a collector's double knock on the ground with the umbrella before mentioned. "I have known divine actresses before now, sir. I used to collect, at least I used to call for, and very often call for, the water rate at the house of a divine actress who lived in my beat for upwards of 4 year, but never, no never, sir, of all divine creatures, actresses or no actresses, did I see a diviner one than is Henrietta Petowker." Nicholas had much ado to prevent himself from laughing. Not trusting himself to speak, he merely nodded in accordance with Mr. Lillyvick's nods, and remained silent. "Let me speak a word with you in private," said Mr. Lillyvick. Nicholas looked good-humouredly at Smike, who, taking the hint, disappeared. "A bachelor is a miserable wretch, sir," said Mr. Lillyvick. "Is he?" asked Nicholas. "He is," rejoined the collector. "I have lived in the world for nigh 60 year, and I ought to know what it is." "You are to know, certainly," thought Nicholas, "but whether you do or not is another question." "If a bachelor happens to have saved a little matter of money," said Mr. Lillyvick, "his sisters and brothers and nephews and nieces look to that money and not to him. Even if, by being a public character, he is the head of the family, or, as it may be, the main from which all the other little branches are turned on, they still wish him dead all the while, and get low-spirited every time they see him looking in health, because they want to come into his little property. You see that?" "Oh yes," replied Nicholas. "It's very true, no doubt." "The great reason for not being married," resumed Mr. Lillyvick, "is the expense. That's what's kept me off, or else, Lord," said Mr. Lillyvick, snapping his fingers, "I might have had 50 women." "Fine women?" asked Nicholas. "Fine women, sir," replied the collector. "Aye, not so fine as Henrietta Petowker, for she is an uncommon specimen, but such women as don't fall into every man's way, I can tell you. Now suppose a man can get a fortune and a wife instead of with her, hey? Why then he's a lucky fellow," replied Nicholas. "That's what I say," retorted the collector, patting him benignantly on the side of the head with his umbrella. "Just what I say. Henrietta Petowker, the talented Henrietta Petowker, has a fortune in herself, and I am going to make her Mrs. Lillyvick," suggested Nicholas. "No, sir, not to make her Mrs. Lillyvick," replied the collector. "Actresses, sir, always keep their maiden names. That's the regular thing. But I'm going to marry her, and the day after tomorrow, too." "I congratulate you, sir," said Nicholas. "Thank you, sir," replied the collector, buttoning his waistcoat. I shall draw her salary, of course, and I hope after all that it's nearly as cheap to keep two as it is to keep one. That's a consolation." "Surely you don't want any consolation at such a moment?" observed Nicholas. "No," replied Mr. Lillyvick, shaking his head nervously. "No, of course not. But how come you both here if you're going to be married, Mr. Lillyvick?" asked Nicholas. "Why, that's what I came to explain to you," replied the collector of water rate. "The fact is, we have thought it best to keep it secret from the family." "Family," said Nicholas. "What family?" "The Kenwigses, of course," rejoined Mr. Lillyvick. "If my niece and the children had known a word about it before I came away, they'd have gone into fits at my feet and never have come out of 'em till I took an oath not to marry anybody, or they'd have got out a commission of lunacy, or some dreadful thing," said the collector, quite trembling as he spoke. "To be sure," said Nicholas. "Yes, they would have been jealous, no doubt." "To prevent which," said Mr. Lillyvick, "Henrietta Petowker, it was settled between us should come down here to her friends, the Crummelses, under pretense of this engagement, and I should go down to Guildford the day before and join her on the coach there, which I did, and we came down from Guildford yesterday together. Now, for fear you should be writing to Mr. Noggs and might say anything about us, we have thought it best to let you into the secret. We shall be married from the Crummelses' lodgings, and shall be delighted to see you either before church or at breakfast time, which you like. It won't be expensive, you know," said the collector, highly anxious to prevent any misunderstanding on this point. "Just muffins and coffee, with perhaps a shrimp or something of that sort for a relish, you know." "Yes, yes, I understand," replied Nicholas. "Oh, I shall be most happy to come. It will give me the greatest pleasure. Where's the lady stopping with Mrs. Crummles?" "Why, no," said the collector. "They couldn't very well dispose of her at night. And so she is staying with an acquaintance of hers and another young lady. They both belong to the theatre." "Miss Novellici, I suppose?" said Nicholas. "Yes, that's the name." "And they'll be bridesmaids, I presume?" said Nicholas. "Why," said the collector, with a rueful face, "they will have 4 bridesmaids. I'm afraid they'll make it rather theatrical." "Oh no, not at all," replied Nicholas, with an awkward attempt to convert a laugh into a cough. "Who may the 4 be?" "Miss Novellici, of course. Miss Ledrook, the phenomenon," groaned the collector. "Ha, ha!" cried Nicholas. "I beg your pardon, I don't know what I'm laughing at." "Yes, that'll be very pretty. The phenomenon, who else?" "Some young woman or other," replied the collector, rising. "Some other friend of Henrietta Petowker's. Well, you'll be careful not to say anything about it, will you?" "You may safely depend upon me," replied Nicholas. "Won't you take anything to eat or drink?" "No," said the collector, "I haven't any appetite." "I should think it was a very pleasant life, the married one, eh?" "I have not the least doubt of it," rejoined Nicholas. "Yes," said the collector, "certainly. Oh yes, no doubt. Good night." With these words, Mr. Lillyvick, whose manner had exhibited through the whole of this interview a most extraordinary compound of precipitation, hesitation, confidence and doubt, fondness, misgiving, meanness, and self-importance, turned his back upon the room and left Nicholas to enjoy a laugh by himself if he felt so disposed. Without stopping to inquire whether the intervening day appeared to Nicholas to consist of the usual number of hours of the ordinary length, it may be remarked that to the parties more directly interested in the forthcoming ceremony, it passed with great rapidity insomuch that when Miss Petowker awoke on the succeeding morning in the chamber of Miss Snevellicci, she declared that nothing should ever persuade her that really was the day which was to behold a change in her condition. "I never will believe it," said Miss Petowker. "I cannot really. It's of no use." Talking, I never can make up my mind to go through with such a trial. Onderkent. Saftenated fichingless or cacopiter cheerfulnum bedesimit tempranino, stanta breathing cousinde, and you'd forship what did it sid for munchin peasants for themitter chilla coding per providence. But within despicable desantaped. It should bullet bathe thee for blubbeed, so it's become a decides at roast send alive, because of sample if send him cake. It'll be that is to deserve it to disturb him Carl's bubble hole. Contentment and reward of their fellow creatures. I might feel it was a great blow, said Miss Snevellicci, to break up old associations, and what do you callums of that kind? But I would submit, my dear, I would indeed. So would I, said Miss Ledruc. I would rather court the yoke than shun it. I have broken hearts before now, and I'm very sorry for it's a terrible thing to reflect upon. It is indeed, said Miss Snevellicci. Now, Led, my dear, we must positively get her ready, or we shall be too late. We shall, indeed. This pious reasoning, and perhaps the fear of being too late, supported the bride through the ceremony of robing, after which strong tea and brandy were administered in alternate doses as a means of strengthening her feeble limbs and causing her to walk steadier. "How do you feel now, my love?" inquired Miss Snevellicci. "Oh, Lillivick," cried the bride, "if you knew what I am undergoing for you." "Of course he knows it, love, and will never forget it," said Miss Ledruc. "Do you think he won't?" cried Miss Petowker, really showing great capability for the stage. "Oh, do you think he won't? Do you think Lillivick will always remember it always, always, always?" There is no knowing in what this burst of feeling might have ended if Miss Snevellicci had not at that moment proclaimed the arrival of the fly, which so astounded the bride that she shook off divers alarming symptoms which were coming on very strong, and running to the glass, adjusted her dress, and calmly declared that she was ready for the sacrifice. She was accordingly supported into the coach, and there kept up, as Miss Snevellicci said, with perpetual sniffs of seal, volatil, and sips of brandy and other gentle stimulants, until they reached the manager's door, which was already opened by the two Master Crummellies, who wore white cockades, and were decorated with the choicest and most resplendent waistcoats in the theatrical wardrobe. By the combined exertions of these young gentlemen and the bridesmaids, assisted by the coachman, Miss Petowker was at length supported in a condition of much exhaustion to the first floor, where she no sooner encountered the youthful bridegroom than she fainted with great decorum. "Henrietta Petowker," said the collector, "cheer up, my lovely one." Miss Petowker grasped the collector's hand, but emotion choked her utterance. "Is the sight of me so dreadful, Henrietta Petowker?" said the collector. "Oh, no, no, no," rejoined the bride, "but all the friends, the darling friends of my youthful days, to leave them all, it is such a shock." With such expressions of sorrow, Miss Petowker went on to enumerate the dear friends of her youthful days one by one, and to call upon such of them as were present to come and embrace her. This done, she remembered that Mrs. Crumbles had been more than a mother to her, and after that, that Mr. Crumbles had been more than a father to her, and after that, that the Master Crummelses and Miss Ninetta Crumbles had been more than brothers and sisters to her. These various remembrances being each accompanied with a series of hugs occupied a long time, and they were obliged to drive to church very fast for fear they should be too late. The procession consisted of 2 flies, in the first of which were Miss Bravassa, the 4th bridesmaid, Mrs. Crummles, the collector, and Mr. Folair, who had been chosen as his second on the occasion. In the other were the bride, Mr. Crummles, Miss Snevellicci, Miss Ledrook, and the phenomenon. The costumes were beautiful. The bridesmaids were quite covered with artificial flowers, and the phenomenon in particular was rendered almost invisible by the portable arbor in which she was enshrined. Miss Ledrook, who was of a romantic turn, wore in her breast the miniature of some field officer unknown, which she had purchased, a great bargain, not very long before. The other ladies displayed several dazzling articles of imitative jewelry, almost equal to real, and Mrs. Crummles came out in a stern and gloomy majesty, which attracted the admiration of all beholders. But perhaps the appearance of Mr. Crummles was more striking and appropriate than that of any member of the party. This gentleman, who personated the bride's father, had, in pursuance of a happy and original conception, made up for the part by arraying himself in a theatrical wig of a style and pattern commonly known as a brown George, and moreover assuming a snuff-colored suit of the previous century, with gray silk stockings and buckles to his shoes. The better to support his assumed character, he had determined to be greatly overcome, and consequently, when they entered the church, the sobs of the affectionate parent were so heart-rending that the pew opener suggested the propriety of his retiring to the vestry and comforting himself with a glass of water before the ceremony began. The procession up the aisle was beautiful. The bride, with the 4 bridesmaids, forming a group previously arranged and rehearsed. The collector, followed by his second, imitating his walk and gestures to the indescribable amusement of some theatrical friends in the gallery. Mr. Crummles, with an infirm and feeble gait. Mrs. Burr, Crummles, advancing with that stage walk, which consists of a stride and a stop alternately. It was the completest thing ever witnessed. The ceremony was very quickly disposed of, and all parties present having signed the register for which purpose, when it came to his turn, Mr. Crummles carefully wiped and put on an immense pair of spectacles. They went back to breakfast in high spirits, and here they found Nicholas awaiting their arrival. "Now then," said Crummles, who had been assisting Mrs. Grutton in the preparations, which were on a more extensive scale than was quite agreeable to the collector. Breakfast, breakfast. No second invitation was required. The company crowded and squeezed themselves at the table as well as they could, and fell to immediately, Miss Petowker blushing very much when anybody was looking, and eating very much when anybody was not looking, and Mr. Lillyvick going to work as though with the cool resolve that since the good things must be paid for by him, he would leave as little as possible for the Crummleses to eat up afterwards. "It's very soon done, sir, isn't it?" inquired Mr. Folair of the collector, leaning over the table to address him. "What is soon done, sir," returned Mr. Lillyvick. "The tying up, the fixing oneself with a wife," replied Mr. Folair. "It don't take long, does it?" "No, sir," replied Mr. Lillyvick, coloring. "It does not take long. And what then, sir?" "Oh, nothing," said the actor. "It don't take a man long to hang himself either, eh?" "Ha, ha!" Mr. Lillyvick laid down his knife and fork, and looked round the table with indignant astonishment. "To hang himself," repeated Mr. Lillyvick. A profound silence came upon all, for Mr. Lillyvick was dignified beyond expression. "To hang himself," cried Mr. Lillyvick again. "Is any parallel attempted to be drawn in this company between matrimony and hanging?" "The noose, you know," said Mr. Folair, a little crestfallen. "The noose, sir?" retorted Mr. Lillyvick. "Does any man dare to speak to me of a noose and Henrietta P. Lillyvick?" suggested Mr. Crummles. "And Henrietta Lillyvick in the same breath?" said the collector. in this house, in the presence of Mr. and Mrs. Crummles, who have brought up a talented and virtuous family, to be blessings and phenomenons, and what not, are we to hear talk of nooses? Volaire, said Mr. Crummles, deeming it a matter of decency to be affected by this allusion to himself and partner. I'm astonished at you. What are you going on in this way at me for? Urged the unfortunate actor. What have I done? Done, sir, cried Mr. Lillyvick, aimed a blow at the whole framework of society, and the best and tenderest feelings, added Crummles, relapsing into the old man. And the highest and most estimable of social ties, said the collector. Noose, as if one was caught, trapped into the married state, pinned by the leg, instead of going into it of one's own accord and glorying in the act. I didn't mean to make it out, that you were caught and trapped and pinned by. The leg, replied the actor. I'm sorry for it, I can't say any more. So you ought to be, sir, returned Mr. Lillyvick, and I am glad to hear that you have enough of feeling left to be so. The quarrel appearing to terminate with this reply, Mrs. Lillyvick considered that the fittest occasioned the attention of the company being no longer distracted to burst into tears and require the assistance of all 4 bridesmaids, which was immediately rendered, though not without some confusion, for the room being small and the tablecloth long, a whole detachment of plates were swept off the board at the very first move. Regardless of this circumstance, however, Mrs. Lillyvick refused to be comforted until the belligerents had passed their words that the dispute should be carried no further, which, after a sufficient show of reluctance, they did, and from that time Mr. Volaire sat in moody silence, contenting himself with pinching Nicholas's leg when anything was said, and so expressing his contempt both for the speaker and the sentiments to which he gave utterance. There were a great number of speeches made, some by Nicholas, and some by Crummles, and some by the collector, 2 by the master Crummleses in returning thanks for themselves, and 1 by the phenomenon on behalf of the bridesmaids, at which Mrs. Crummles shed tears. There was some singing, too, from Miss Ledrook and Miss Bravassa, and very likely there might have been more, if the fly-driver, who stalked to drive the happy pair to the spot where they proposed to take steamboat to ride, had not sent in a peremptory message intimating that if they didn't come directly, he should infallibly demand 18 pence over and above his agreement. This desperate threat effectually broke up the party. After a most pathetic leave-taking, Mr. Lillyvick and his bride departed for Ryde, where they were to spend the next 2 days in profound retirement, and whither they were accompanied by the infant, who had been appointed travelling bridesmaid on Mr. Lillyvick's express stipulation, as the steamboat people, deceived by her size, would he had previously ascertained transport her at half price. As there was no performance that night, Mr. Crummles declared his intention of keeping it up till everything to drink was disposed of, but Nicholas, having to play Romeo for the first time on the ensuing evening, contrived to slip away in the midst of a temporary confusion, occasioned by the unexpected development of strong symptoms of inebriety in the conduct of Mrs. Grutton. To this act of desertion he was led, not only by his own inclinations, but by his anxiety on account of Smike, who, having to sustain the character of the apothecary, had been as yet wholly unable to get any more of the part into his head than the general idea that he was very hungry, which perhaps from old recollections he had acquired with great aptitude. I don't know what's to be done, Smike, said Nicholas, laying down the book. I am afraid you can't learn it, my poor fellow. I am afraid not, said Smike, shaking his head. I think if you, but that would give you so much trouble. What? Inquired Nicholas. Never mind me. I think, said Smike. "If you were to keep saying it to me in little bits over and over again, I should be able to recollect it from hearing you." "Do you think so?" exclaimed Nicholas. "Well said. Let us see who tires first." "Not I, Smike, trust me. Now then, who calls so loud? Who calls so loud?" said Smike. "Who calls so loud?" repeated Nicholas. "Who calls so loud?" cried Smike. Thus they continued to ask each other who called so loud over and over again, and when Smike had that by heart, Nicholas went to another sentence, and then to two at a time, and then to three, and so on, until at midnight poor Smike found to his unspeakable joy that he really began to remember something about the text. Early in the morning they went to it again, and Smike, rendered more confident by the progress he had already made, got on faster and with better heart. As soon as he began to acquire the words pretty freely, Nicholas showed him how he must come in with both hands spread out upon his stomach, and how he must occasionally rub it, in compliance with the established form by which people on the stage always denote that they want something to eat. After the morning's rehearsal they went to work again, nor did they stop, except for a hasty dinner, until it was time to repair to the theatre at night. Never had master a more anxious, humble, docile pupil. Never had pupil a more patient, unwearying, considerate, kind-hearted master. As soon as they were dressed, and at every interval when he was not upon the stage, Nicholas renewed his instructions. They prospered well. The Romeo was received with hearty plaudits and unbounded favor, and Smike was pronounced unanimously, alike by audience and actors, the very prince and prodigy of apothecaries. Chapter 26 is fraught with some danger to Miss Nickleby's peace of mind. The place was a handsome suite of private apartments in Regent Street. The time was 3 o'clock in the afternoon to the dull and plodding, and the first hour of morning to the gay and spirited. The persons were Lord Frederick Verisopht and his friend Sir Mulberry Hawk. These distinguished gentlemen were reclining listlessly on a couple of sofas, with a table between them, on which were scattered in rich confusion the materials of an untasted breakfast. Newspapers lay strewn about the room, but these, like the meal, were neglected and unnoticed. Not, however, because any flow of conversation prevented the attractions of the journals from being called into request, for not a word was exchanged between the two, nor was any sound uttered, save when one, in tossing about to find an easier resting place for his aching head, uttered an exclamation of impatience, and seemed for a moment to communicate a new restlessness to his companion. These appearances would in themselves have furnished a pretty strong clue to the extent of the debauch of the previous night, even if there had not been other indications of the amusements in which it had been passed. A couple of billiard balls, all mud and dirt, 2 battered hats, a champagne bottle with a soiled glove twisted round the neck to allow of its being grasped more surely in its capacity of an offensive weapon, a broken cane, a card case without the top, an empty purse, a watch-guard snapped asunder, a handful of silver mingled with fragments of half-smoked cigars and their stale and crumbled ashes. These, and many other tokens of riot and disorder, lick frolics. Lord Frederick Verisopht was the first to speak. Dropping his slippered foot on the ground and yawning heavily, he struggled into a sitting posture and turned his dull, languid eyes towards his friend, to whom he called in a drowsy voice, "Hallo," replied Sir Mulberry, turning round. "Are we going to lie here all daw?" "You," said the lord. "I don't know that we're fit for anything else," replied Sir Mulberry. "Yet a while at least. I haven't a grain of life in me this morning." "Life!" cried Lord Verisopht. I feel as if there would be nothing so snug and comfortable as to die at once. Then why don't you die? Said Sir Mulberry, with which inquiry he turned his face away and seemed to occupy himself in an attempt to fall asleep. His hopeful friend and pupil drew a chair to the breakfast table and essayed to eat, but, finding that impossible, lounged to the window, then loitered up and down the room with his hand to his fevered head, and finally threw himself again on his sofa and roused his friend once more. "What the devil's the matter?" groaned Sir Mulberry, sitting upright on the couch. Although Sir Mulberry said this with sufficient ill humor, he did not seem to feel himself quite at liberty to remain silent, for, after stretching himself very often and declaring with a shiver that it was infernal cold, he made an experiment at the breakfast table, and proving more successful in it than his less seasoned friend, remained there. "Suppose," said Sir Mulberry, pausing with a morsel on the point of his fork, "suppose we go back to the subject of little Nickleby, eh?" "Which little Nickleby, the money lender or the gay A.L.?" asked Lord Verisopht. "You take me, I see," replied Sir Mulberry. "The girl, of course." "You promised me you'd find her out," said Lord Verisopht. "So I did," rejoined his friend, "but I have thought further of the matter since then. You distrust me in the business, you shall find her out yourself." "Nay, I," remonstrated Lord Verisopht. "But I say yes," returned his friend. "You shall find her out yourself. Don't think that I mean, when you can I know as well as you that if I did, you could never get sight of her without me. No, I say you shall find her out, and I'll put you in the way. Now, curse me, if you ain't a real, devilish, downright, thorough-paced friend," said the young lord, on whom this speech had produced a most reviving effect. "I'll tell you how," said Sir Mulberry. "She was at that dinner as a bait for you." "No," cried the young lord. "What the day as a bait for you?" repeated his friend. "Old Nickleby told me so himself." "What a fine old cock it is!" exclaimed Lord Verisopht. "A noble rascal." "Yes," said Sir Mulberry. "He knew she was a smart little creature." "Smart," interposed the young lord. "Upon my soul, Hawk, she's a perfect beauty, a picture, a statue, upon my soul she is." "Well," replied Sir Mulberry, shrugging his shoulders and manifesting an indifference, whether he felt it or not, "that's a matter of taste. If mine doesn't agree with yours, so much the better." "Confound it," reasoned the lord, "you were thick enough with her that day." Anyhow, I could hardly get in a word. "Well enough for once, well enough for once," replied Sir Mulberry, "but not worth the trouble of being agreeable to again. If you seriously want to follow up the niece, tell the uncle that you must know where she lives and how she lives, and with whom, or you are no longer a customer of his. He'll tell you fast enough." "Why didn't you say this before?" asked Lord Verisopht. "Instead of letting me go on burning, consuming, dragging out a miserable existence for an age." "I didn't know it in the first place," answered Sir Mulberry carelessly. "And in the second, I didn't believe you were so very much in earnest." Now, the truth was, that in the interval which had elapsed since the dinner at Ralph Nickleby's, Sir Mulberry Hawk had been furtively trying by every means in his power to discover whence Kate had so suddenly appeared, and whither she had disappeared. Unassisted by Ralph, however, with whom he had held no communication since their angry parting on that occasion, all his efforts were wholly unavailing, and he had therefore arrived at the determination of communicating to the young lord the substance of the admission he had gleaned from that worthy. To this he was impelled by various considerations, among which the certainty of knowing whatever the weak young man knew was decidedly not the least, as the desire of encountering the usurer's niece again, and using his utmost arts to reduce her pride, and revenge himself for her contempt, was uppermost in his thoughts. It was a politic course of proceeding, and one which could not fail to redound to his advantage in every point of view, since the very circumstance of his having extorted from Ralph Nickleby his real design in introducing his niece to such society, coupled with his extreme disinterestedness in communicating it so freely to his friend, could not but advance his interests in communicating it so freely to his friend, could not but advance his interests in that quarter, and greatly facilitate the passage of coin, pretty frequent and speedy already from the pockets of Lord Frederick Verisopht to those of Sir Mulberry Hawk. Thus reasoned Sir Mulberry, and in pursuance of this reasoning he and his friend soon afterwards repaired to Ralph Nickleby's, there to execute a plan of operations concerted by Sir Mulberry himself, avowedly to promote his friend's object, and really to attain his own. They found Ralph at home, and alone. As he led them into the drawing-room, the recollection of the scene which had taken place there seemed to occur to him, for he cast a curious look at Sir Mulberry, who bestowed upon it no other acknowledgment than a careless smile. They had a short conference upon some money matters then in progress, which were scarcely disposed of when the lordly dupe, in pursuance of his friends, instructions requested with some embarrassment to speak to Ralph alone. "Alone, eh?" cried Sir Mulberry, affecting surprise. "Oh, very good. I'll walk into the next room here. Don't keep me long, that's all." So saying, Sir Mulberry took up his hat, and humming a fragment of a song, disappeared through the door of communication between the two drawing-rooms, and closed it after him. "Now, my lord," said Ralph, "what is it?" "Nickleby," said his client, throwing himself along the sofa on which he had been previously seated, so as to bring his lips nearer to the old man's ear, "what a pretty creature your niece is." "Is she, my lord?" replied Ralph. Maybe I don't trouble my head with such matters." "You know she's a devilish fine girl," said the client. "You must know that, Nickleby. Come, don't deny that." "Yes, I believe she is considered so," replied Ralph. "Indeed, I know she is. If I did not, you are an authority on such points, and your taste, my lord, on all points, indeed, is undeniable." Nobody but the young man to whom these words were addressed could have been deaf to the sneering tone in which they were spoken, or blind to the look of contempt by which they were accompanied. But Lord Frederick Verisopht was both, and took them to be complimentary. "Well," he said, "p'raps you're a little right, and p'raps you're a little wrong, a little of both, Nickleby. I want to know where this beauty lives, that I may have another peep at her, Nickleby." "Really," Ralph began in his usual tones. "Don't talk so loud," cried the other, achieving the great point of his lesson to a miracle. "I don't want Hawk to hear." "You know he is your rival, do you?" said Ralph, looking sharply at him. "He always is, I am in him," replied the client, "and I want to steal a march upon him. Ha, ha! He'll cut up so rough, Nickleby, at our talking together without him. Where does she live, Nickleby? That's all? Only tell me where she lives, Nickleby." "He bites," thought Ralph. "He bites. Nickleby, eh?" pursued the client. "Where does she live?" "Really, my lord," said Ralph, rubbing his hands slowly over each other, "I must." think before I tell you." "No, not a bit of it, Nickleby. You mustn't think at all," replied Verisopht. "Where is it? No good can come of your knowing," replied Ralph. "She has been virtuously and well brought up. To be sure she is handsome, poor, unprotected. Poor girl, poor girl." Ralph ran over this brief summary of Kate's condition as if it were merely passing through his own mind, and he had no intention to speak aloud, but the shrewd, sly look which he directed at his companion as he delivered it gave this poor assumption the lie. "I tell you I only want to see her," cried his client. "A mon may look at a pretty woman without harm, mayn't he? Now, where does she live? You know you're making a fortune out of me, Nickleby, and upon my soul nobody shall ever take me to anybody else, if you only tell me this." "As you promised that, my lord," said Ralph with feigned reluctance, "and as I am most anxious to oblige you, and as there's no harm in it, no harm I'll tell you. But you had better keep it to yourself, my lord, strictly to yourself, my lord, strictly to yourself." Ralph pointed to the adjoining room as he spoke, and nodded expressively. The young lord, feigning to be equally impressed with the necessity of this precaution, Ralph disclosed the present address and occupation of his niece, observing that from what he heard of the family they appeared very ambitious to have distinguished acquaintances, and that a lord could, doubtless, introduce himself with great ease, if he felt disposed. "Your object being only to see her again," said Ralph, "you could effect it at any time you chose by that means." Lord Verisopht acknowledged the hint with a great many squeezes of Ralph's hard, horny hand, and whispering that they would now do well to close the conversation, called to Sir Mulberry Hawk that he might come back. "I thought you had gone to sleep," said Sir Mulberry, reappearing with an ill-tempered air. "Sorry to detain you," replied the gull, "but Nickleby has been so amazingly funny that I couldn't tear myself away." "No, no," said Ralph, "it was all his lordship. You know what a witty, humorous, elegant, accomplished man Lord Frederick is. Mind the step, my Lord Sir Mulberry, pray give way." With such courtesies as these, and many low bows, and the same cold sneer upon his face all the while, Ralph busied himself in showing his visitors. Downstairs, and otherwise than by the slightest possible motion about the corners of his mouth, returned no show of answer to the look of admiration with which Sir Mulberry Hawk seemed to compliment him on being such an accomplished and most consummate scoundrel. There had been a ring at the bell a few minutes before, which was answered by Newman Noggs just as they reached the hall. In the ordinary course of business, Newman would have either admitted the newcomer in silence, or have requested him or her to stand aside while the gentleman passed out. But he no sooner saw who it was than, as if for some private reason of his own, he boldly departed from the established custom of Ralph's mansion in business hours, and looking towards the respectable trio who were approaching, cried in a loud and sonorous voice, "Mrs. Nickleby!" "Mrs. Nickleby!" cried Sir Mulberry Hawk, as his friend looked back and stared. Him in the face. It was indeed that well-intentioned lady who, having received an offer for the empty house in the city, directed to the landlord, had brought it post-haste to Mr. Nickleby, without delay. "Nobody, you know," said Ralph. "Step into the office, my dear. I'll be with you directly." "Nobody, I know," cried Sir Mulberry Hawk, advancing to the astonished lady. "Is this Mrs. Nickleby, the mother of Miss Nickleby, the delightful creature that I had the happiness of meeting in this house the very last time I dined here?" "But no," said Sir Mulberry, stopping short. "No, it can't be. There is the same cast of features, the same indescribable air of— But no, no, this lady is too young for that." "I think you can tell the gentleman brother-in-law if it concerns him to know," said Mrs. Nickleby, acknowledging the compliment with a graceful bend, "that Kate Nickleby is my daughter." Her daughter, my lord, cried Sir Mulberry, turning to his friend. This lady's daughter, my lord. My lord, thought Mrs. Nickleby. Well, I never did dis then, my lord, said Sir Mulberry, is the lady to whose obliging marriage we owe so much happiness. This lady is the mother of sweet Miss Nickleby. Do you observe the extraordinary likeness, my lord? Nickleby introduced us. Ralph did so in a kind of desperation. Upon my soul, it's a most delightful thing, said Lord Frederick, pressing forward. How d'ye do? Mrs. Nickleby was too much flurried by these uncommonly kind salutations and her regrets at not having on her other bonnet to make any immediate reply, so she merely continued to bend and smile and betray great agitation. "Ah, and how is Miss Nickleby?" said Lord Frederick. "Well, I hope." "She is quite well, I'm obliged to you, my lord," returned Mrs. Nickleby, recovering. "Quite well. She wasn't well for some days after that day she dined here, and I can't help thinking that she caught cold in that hackney coach coming home. Hackney coaches, my lord, are such nasty things that it's almost better to walk at any time, for although I believe a hackney coachman can be transported for life if he has a broken window, still they are so reckless that they nearly all have broken windows. I once had a swelled face for 6 weeks, my lord, from riding in a hackney coach. I think it was a hackney coach, said Mrs. Nickleby, reflecting, though I'm not quite certain whether it wasn't a chariot. And the one would kind and try to more, but one of the things it's there was a wits, and of course the stamp office people would know at once whether it was a coach or a chariot, if any inquiries were made there, whoever that was. There it was with a broken window and therein shade. Having pretty well run herself out by this time, Mrs. Nickleby stopped as suddenly as she had started off, and repeated that Kate was quite well. Indeed, said Mrs. Nickleby, I don't think she ever was better since she had the whooping. Cough, scarlet fever, and measles, all at the same time, and that's the fact. Is that letter for me? Growled Ralph, pointing to the little packet Mrs. Nickleby held in her hand. For you, brother-in-law, replied Mrs. Nickleby, and I walked all the way up here on purpose to give it you. All the way up here, cried Sir Mulberry, seizing upon the chance of discovering where Mrs. Nickleby had come from. What a confounded distance! How far do you call it now? How far do I call it? Said Mrs. Nickleby. Let me see. It's just a mile from our door to the Old Bailey. No, not so much as that, urged Sir Mulberry. Oh, it is indeed, said Mrs. Nickleby. I appeal to his lordship. I should decidedly say it was a mile, remarked Lord Frederick with a solemn aspect. It must be. It can't be a yard less, said Mrs. Nickleby. All down Newgate Street, all down Cheapside, all up Lombard Street, down Gracechurch Street, and along Thames Street, as far as Spigwiffin's Wharf. Oh, it's a mile. Yes, on second thoughts I should say it was, replied Sir Mulberry. But you don't surely mean to walk all the way back? Oh, no, rejoined Mrs. Nickleby. I shall go back in an omnibus. I didn't travel about in omnibuses when my poor dear Nicholas was alive, brother-in-law. But as it is, you know. Yes, replied Ralph impatiently, and you had better get back before dark. Thank you, brother-in-law, so I had, returned Mrs. Nickleby. I think I had better say good-bye at once. Not stop and rest? Said Ralph, who seldom offered refreshments unless something was to be got by it. Oh, dear me, no, returned Mrs. Nickleby, glancing at the dial. Lord Frederick, said Sir Mulberry, we are going Mrs. Nickleby's way. We'll see her safe to the omnibus? By all means, yes. Oh, I really couldn't think of it, said Mrs. Nickleby. but Sir Mulberry Hawk and Lord Verisopht were peremptory in their politeness, and leaving Ralph, who seemed to think, not unwisely, that he looked less ridiculous as a mere spectator than he would have done if he had taken any part in these proceedings, they quitted the house with Mrs. Nickleby between them. That good lady in a perfect ecstasy of satisfaction, no less with the attention shown her by two titled gentlemen, than with the conviction that Kate might now pick and choose, at least between two large fortunes and most unexceptionable husbands. As she was carried away for the moment by an irresistible train of thought, all connected with her daughter's future greatness, Sir Mulberry Hawk and his friend exchanged glances over the top of the bonnet which the poor lady so much regretted not having left at home, and proceeded to dilate with great rapture but much respect on the manifold perfections of Miss Nickleby. What a delight, what a comfort, what a happiness, this amiable creature must be to you, said Sir Mulberry, throwing into his voice an indication warmest feeling. "She is indeed, sir," replied Mrs. Nickleby. "She is the sweetest tempered, kindest hearted creature, and so clever." "She looks clever," said Lord Verisopht, with the air of a judge of cleverness. "I assure you she is, my lord," returned Mrs. Nickleby. When she was at school in Devonshire, she was universally allowed to be beyond all exception the very cleverest girl there, and there were a great many very clever ones too, and that's the truth. 25 young ladies, 50 guineas a year without the et ceteras, both the Miss Dowdles, the most accomplished, elegant, fascinating creatures. "Oh dear me," said Mrs. Nickleby, "I never shall forget what pleasure she used to give me and her poor dear papa when she was at that school. Never such a delightful letter every half year, telling us that she was the first pupil in the whole establishment, and had made more progress than anybody else. I can scarcely bear." "To think of it even now. The girls wrote all the letters themselves," added Mrs. Nickleby, "and the writing master touched them up afterwards with a magnifying glass and a silver pen. At least I think they wrote them, though Kate was never quite certain about that, because she didn't know the handwriting of hers again. But anyway, I know it was a circular, which they all copied, and of course it was a very gratifying thing, very gratifying." With similar recollections, Mrs. Nickleby beguiled the tediousness of the way until they reached the omnibus, which the extreme politeness of her new friends would not allow them to leave until it actually started, when they took their hats, as Mrs. Nickleby solemnly assured her hearers on many subsequent occasions, completely off, and kissed their straw-colored kid gloves till they were no longer visible. Mrs. Nickleby leant back in the furthest corner of the conveyance, and, closing her eyes, resigned herself to a host of most pleasing meditations. Kate had never said a word about having met either of these gentlemen. "That," she thought, "argues that she is strongly prepossessed in favor of one of them." Then the question arose, which one could it be? The lord was the youngest, and his title was certainly the grandest. Still Kate was not the girl to be swayed by such considerations as these. "I will never put any constraint upon her inclinations," said Mrs. Nickleby to herself, "but upon my word I think there's no comparison between his lordship and Sir Mulberry. Sir Mulberry is such an attentive gentlemanly creature, so much manner, such a fine man, and has so much to say for himself. I hope it's Sir Mulberry. I think it must be Sir Mulberry." And then her thoughts flew back to her old predictions, and the number of times she had said that Kate with no fortune would marry better than other people's daughters with thousands, and, as she pictured with the brightness of a mother's fancy all the beauty and grace of the poor girl who had struggled so cheerfully, with her new life of hardship and trial. Her heart grew too full, and the tears trickled down her face. Meanwhile, Ralph walked to and fro in his little back office, troubled in mind by what had just occurred. To say that Ralph loved or cared for in the most ordinary acceptation of those terms any one of God's creatures would be the wildest fiction. Still, there had somehow stolen upon him from time to time a thought of his niece which was tinged with compassion and pity. Breaking through the dull cloud of dislike or indifference which darkened men and women in his eyes, there was, in her case, the faintest gleam of light, a most feeble and sickly ray at the best of times, but there it was, and it showed the poor girl in a better and purer aspect than any in which he had looked on human nature yet. I wish, thought Ralph, I had never done this, and yet it will keep this boy too. Me, while there is money to be made, selling a girl, throwing her in the way of temptation and insult and coarse speech. Nearly £2,000 profit from him already, though. Pshaw! Matchmaking mothers do the same thing every day. He sat down and told the chances, for and against, on his fingers. If I had not put them in the right track today, thought Ralph, this foolish woman would have done so. Well, if her daughter is as true to herself as she should be from what I have seen, what harm ensues? A little teasing, a little humbling, a few tears. Yes, said Ralph aloud as he locked his iron safe, she must take her chance. She must take her chance. Chapter 27. Mrs. Nickleby becomes acquainted with Messrs. Pike and Pluck, whose affection and interest are beyond all bounds. Mrs. Nickleby had not felt so proud and important for many a day as when, on reaching home, she gave herself wholly up to the pleasant visions which had accompanied her on her way thither. Lady Mulberry Hawk, that was the prevalent idea. Lady Mulberry Hawk. On Tuesday last at St. George's, Hanover Square, by the Right Reverend the Bishop of Llandaff, Sir Mulberry Hawk of Mulberry Castle, North Wales, to Catherine, only daughter of the late Nicholas Nickleby, Esquire, of Devonshire. Upon my word, cried Mrs. Nicholas Nickleby, it sounds very well. Having dispatched the ceremony, with its attendant festivities, to the perfect satisfaction of her own mind, the sanguine mother pictured to her imagination a long train of honors and distinctions, which could not fail to accompany Kate in her new and brilliant sphere. She would be presented at court, of course, on the anniversary of her birthday, which was upon the 19th of July, at 10 minutes past 3 o'clock in the morning, thought Mrs. Nickleby, N.A. Parenthesis. For I recollect asking what o'clock it was. Sir Mulberry would give a great feast to all his tenants, and would return them 3.5% on the amount of their last half-year's rent, as would be fully described and recorded in the fashionable intelligence, to the immeasurable delight and admiration of all the readers thereof. Kate's picture, too, would be in at least half a dozen of the annuals, and on the opposite page would appear, in delicate type, Lines on Contemplating the Portrait of Lady Mulberry Hawk, by Sir Dingleby Dabber. Perhaps someone annual, of more comprehensive design than its fellows, might even contain a portrait of the mother of Lady Mulberry Hawk, with lines by the father of Sir Dingleby Dabber. More unlikely things had come to pass. Less interesting portraits had appeared. As this thought occurred to the good lady, her countenance unconsciously assumed that compound expression of simpering and sleepiness which, being common to all such portraits, is perhaps one reason why they are always so charming and agreeable. With such triumphs of aerial architecture did Mrs. Nickleby occupy the whole evening after her accidental introduction to Ralph's titled friends, and dreams, no less prophetic and equally promising, haunted her sleep that night. She was preparing for her frugal dinner next day, still occupied with the same ideas. a little softened down perhaps by sleep and daylight, when the girl who attended her, partly for company and partly to assist in the household affairs, rushed into the room in unwonted agitation and announced that two gentlemen were waiting in the passage for permission to walk upstairs. "Bless my heart!" cried Mrs. Nickleby, hastily arranging her cap and front. "If it should be dear me, standing in the passage all this time, why don't you go and ask them to walk up, you stupid thing?" While the girl was gone on this errand, Mrs. Nickleby hastily swept into a cupboard all vestiges of eating and drinking, which she had scarcely done, and seated herself with looks as collected as she could assume, when two gentlemen, both perfect strangers, presented themselves. "How do you do?" said one gentleman, laying great stress on the last word of the inquiry. "How do you do?" said the other gentleman, altering the emphasis as if to give variety to the salutation. Mrs. Nickleby curtsied and curtsied again, and remarked, rubbing her hands as she did so, that she hadn't really the honor to know us. Said the first gentleman, "The loss has been ours, Mrs. Nickleby. Has the loss been ours, Pike?" "It has, Pluck," answered the other gentleman. "We have regretted it very often, I believe, Pike," said the first gentleman. "Very often, Pluck," answered the second. "But now," said the first gentleman, "now we have the happiness we have pined and languished for. Have we pined and languished for this happiness, Pike, or have we not?" "You know we have, Pluck," said Pike reproachfully. "You hear him, ma'am?" said Mr. Pluck, looking round. "You hear the unimpeachable testimony of my friend Pike. That reminds me, formalities must not be neglected in civilized society. Pikey." Mrs. Nickleby, Mr. Pike laid his hand upon his heart and bowed low. "Whether I shall introduce myself with the same formality," said Mr. Bikel. "Pluck, whether I shall say myself that my name is Pluck, or whether I shall ask my friend Pike, who, being now regularly introduced, is competent to the officeto, state for me, Mrs. Nickleby, that my name is Pluck, whether I shall claim your acquaintance on the plain ground of the strong interest I take in your welfare, or whether I shall make myself known to you as the friend of Sir Mulberry Hawk, these, Mrs. Nickleby, are considerations which I leave to you to determine." "Any friend of Sir Mulberry Hawk's requires no better introduction to me," observed Mrs. Nickleby graciously. "It is delightful to hear you say so," said Mr. Pluck, drawing a chair close to Mrs. Nickleby and sitting himself down. "It is refreshing to know that you hold my excellent friend, Sir Mulberry, in such high esteem. A word in your ear, Mrs. Nickleby. When Sir Mulberry knows it, he will be a happy man. I say, Mrs. Nickleby, a happy man. Pike, be seated." "I good opinion," said Mrs. Nickleby, and the poor lady exulted in the idea that she was marvellously sly. "My good opinion can be of very little consequence to a gentleman like Sir Mulberry." "Of little consequence!" exclaimed Mr. Pluck. "Pike, of what consequence to our friend Sir Mulberry is the good opinion of Mrs. Nickleby?" "Of what consequence?" echoed Pike. "Aye," repeated Pluck, "is it of the greatest consequence?" "Of the very greatest consequence," replied Pike. "Mrs. Nickleby cannot be ignorant," said Mr. Pluck, "of the immense impression which that sweet girl has." "Pluck," said his friend, "beware." "Pikey is right," muttered Mr. Pluck, after a short pause. "I was not to mention it. Pike is very right. Thank you, Pike." "Well now, really," thought Mrs. Nickleby within herself, "such delicacy as that I never saw." Mr. Pluck, after feigning to be in a condition of great embarrassment for some minutes, resumed the conversation by entreating Mrs. Nickleby to take no heed of what he had inadvertently said to consider him imprudent, rash, injudicious. The only stipulation he would make in his own favor was that she should give him credit for the best intentions. "But when," said Mr. Pluck, "when I see so much sweetness and beauty on the one hand, and so much ardor and devotion on the other, pardon me, Pike, I didn't intend to resume that theme. Change the subject, Pike." "We promised Sir Mulberry and Lord Frederick," said Pike, "that we'd call this morning and inquire whether you took any cold last night." "Not the least in the world last night, sir," replied Mrs. Nickleby, "with many thanks to his lordship and Sir Mulberry for doing me the honour to inquire. Not the least, which is the more singular, as I really am very subject to colds, indeed very subject. To colds, indeed, very subject." "I had a cold once," said Mrs. Nickleby. "I think it was in the year 1817. Let me see, 4 and 5 are 9, and yes, 1817, that I thought I never should get rid of. Actually and seriously, that I thought I never should get rid of. I was only cured at last by a remedy that I don't know whether you ever happened to hear of, Mr. Pluck. You have a gallon of water as hot as you can possibly bear it, with a pound of salt and 6 of the finest bran, and sit with your head in it for 20 minutes every night just before going to bed. At least, I don't mean your head, your feet. It's a most extraordinary cure, a most extraordinary cure. I used it for the first time, I recollect, the day after Christmas Day, and by the middle of April following the cold was gone. It seems quite a miracle when you come to think of it, for I had it ever since the beginning of September." "What an afflicting calamity!" said Mr. Pike. "Perfectly horrid!" exclaimed Mr. Pluck. "But it's worth the pain of hearing, only to know that Mrs. Nickleby recovered it, isn't it, Pluck?" cried Mr. Pike. "That is the circumstance which gives it such a thrilling interest," replied Mr. Pluck. "But come," said Pike, as if suddenly recollecting himself, "we must not forget our mission in the pleasure of this interview. We come on a mission, Mrs. Nickleby." "On a mission!" exclaimed that good lady, to whose mind a definite proposal of marriage for Kate at once presented itself in lively colours. "From Sir Mulberry," replied Pike. "You must be very dull here." "Rather dull, I confess," said Mrs. Nickleby. "We bring the compliments of Sir Mulberry Hawk, and 1,000 entreaties that you'll take a seat in a private box at the play tonight," said Mr. Pluck. "Oh dear," said Mrs. Nickleby, "I never go out at all, never. And that is the very reason, my dear Mrs. Nickleby, why you should go out tonight," retorted Mr. Pluck. "Pike, entreat Mrs. Nickleby." "Oh, pray do," said Pike. "You positively must," urged Pluck. "You are very kind," said Mrs. Nickleby, hesitating. "But there's not a but in the case, my dear Mrs. Nickleby," remonstrated Mr. Pluck. "Not such a word in the vocabulary. Your brother-in-law joins us, Lord Frederick joins us, Sir Mulberry joins us, Pike joins us. A refusal is out of the question. Sir Mulberry sends a carriage for you 20 minutes before 7 to the moment. You'll not be so cruel as to disappoint the whole party, Mrs. Nickleby." "You are so very pressing that I scarcely know what to say," replied the worthy lady. "Say nothing, not a word, my dearest madam," urged Mr. Pluck. "Mrs. Nickleby," said that excellent gentleman, lowering his voice, "there is the most trifling, the most excusable breach of confidence in what I am about to say, and yet if my friend Pike there overheard it. Such is that man's delicate sense of honour, Mrs. Nickleby he'd have me out before dinner time." Mrs. Nickleby cast an apprehensive glance at the warlike Pike, who had walked to the window, and Mr. Pluck, squeezing her hand, went on, "Your daughter has made a conquest on which I may congratulate you. Sir Mulberry, my dear ma'am, Sir Mulberry is her devoted slave." "Hum! Ha!" cried Mr. Pike at this juncture, snatching something from the chimney-piece with a theatrical air. "What is this? What do I behold?" "What do you behold, my dear fellow?" asked Mr. Pluck. "It is the face, the countenance, the expression," cried Mr. Pike, falling into his chair with a miniature in his hand. Feely portrayed, imperfectly caught, but still. "The face, the countenance, the expression, I recognize it at this distance," exclaimed Mr. Pluck in a fit of enthusiasm. "Is it not, my dear madam, the faint similitude of 'It is my daughter's portrait,'" said Mrs. Nickleby with great pride. And so it was. And little Miss Nickleby had brought it home for inspection only 2 nights before. Mr. Pike no sooner ascertained that he was quite right in his conjecture than he launched into the most extravagant encomiums of the divine original, and in the warmth of his enthusiasm kissed the picture 1,000 times, while Mr. Pluck pressed Mrs. Nickleby's hand to his heart and congratulated her on the possession of such a daughter with so much earnestness and affection that the tears stood, or seemed to stand, in his eyes. Poor Mrs. Nickleby, who had listened in a state of enviable complacency at first, became at length quite overpowered by these tokens of regard for and attachment to the family, and even the servant girl, who had peeped in at the door, remained rooted to the spot in astonishment at the ecstasies of the 2 friendly visitors. By degrees these raptures subsided, and Mrs. Nickleby went on to entertain her guests with a lament over her fallen fortunes, and a picturesque account of her old house in the country, comprising a full description of the different apartments, not forgetting the little storeroom, and a lively recollection of how many steps you went down to get into the garden, and which way you turned when you came out at the parlor door, and what capital fixtures there were in the kitchen. This last reflection naturally conducted her into the wash-house, where she stumbled upon the brewing utensils, among which she might have wandered for an hour if the mere mention of those implements had not, by an association of ideas, instantly reminded Mr. Pike that he was amazing thirsty. "And I'll tell you what," said Mr. Pike, "if you'll send round to the public-house for a pot of milk half and half, positively and actually, I'll drink it." And positively and actually Mr. Pike helped him, while Mrs. Nickleby looked on in divided admiration of the condescension of the 2, and the aptitude with which they accommodated themselves to the pewter pot, in explanation of which seeming marvel it may be here observed that gentlemen who, like Messrs. Pike and Pluck, live upon their wits are not so much, perhaps, upon the presence of their own wits, as upon the writs, as upon the redibs, as upon the absence of wits in other people, are occasionally reduced to very new teferidis, stereoics, and at 20 minutes before 7, then," said Mr. Pike, rising, "the coach will be here. One more look, one little look at that sweet face. Ah, here it is, unmoved, unchanged." This, by the way, was a very remarkable circumstance. Miniatures being liable to so many changes of expression. "Oh, Pluck! Pluck!" Mr. Pluck made no other reply than kissing Mrs. Nickleby's hand, with a great show of feeling and attachment. Mr. Pike having done the same, both gentlemen hastily withdrew. Mrs. Nickleby was commonly in the habit of giving herself credit for a pretty tolerable share of penetration and acuteness, but she had never felt so satisfied with her own sharp-sightedness as she did that day. She had found it all out the night before. She had never seen Sir Mulberry and Kate together, never even heard Sir Mulberry's name. And yet hadn't she said to herself from the very first that she saw how the case stood? And what a triumph it was, for there was now no doubt about it. If these flattering attentions to herself were not sufficient proofs, Sir Mulberry's confidential friend had suffered the secret to escape him in so many words. "I am quite in love with that dear Mr. Pluck, I declare I am," said Mrs. Nickleby. There was one great source of uneasiness in the midst of this good fortune, and that was the having nobody by to whom she could confide it. Once or twice she almost resolved to walk straight to Miss La Creevy's and tell it all to her. "But I don't know," thought Mrs. Nickleby. "She is a very worthy person, but I am afraid too much beneath Sir Mulberry's station for us to make a companion of. Poor thing!" Acting upon this grave consideration, she rejected the idea of taking the little portrait painter into her confidence, and contented herself with holding out sundry vague and mysterious hopes of preferment to the serving girl, who received these obscure hints of dawning greatness with much veneration and respect. Punctual to its time came the promised vehicle, which was no hackney coach, but a private chariot, having behind it a footman, whose legs, although somewhat large for his body, might, as mere abstract legs, have set themselves up for models at the Royal Academy. It was quite exhilarating to hear the clash and bustle with which he banged the door and jumped up behind after Mrs. Nickleby was in, and as that good lady was perfectly unconscious that he applied the gold-headed end of his long stick to his nose, and so telegraphed most disrespectfully to the coachman over her very head, she sat in a state of much stiffness and dignity, not a little proud of her position. At the theatre entrance there was more banging and more bustle, and there were also Messrs. Pike and Pluck waiting to escort her to her box. And so polite were they that Mr. Pike threatened with many oaths to Smifflegate, a very old man with a lantern who accidentally stumbled in her way to the great terror of Mrs. Nickleby, who, conjecturing more from Mr. Pike's excitement than any previous acquaintance with the etymology of the word that smiffligation and bloodshade must be in the main one and the same thing, was alarmed. Expression, lest something should occur. Fortunately, however, Mr. Pike confined himself to mere verbal smiffligation, and they reached their box with no more serious interruption by the way than a desire on the part of the same pugnacious gentleman to smash the assistant box-keeper for happening to mistake the number. Mrs. Nickleby had scarcely been put away behind the curtain of the box in an armchair when Sir Mulberry and Lord Verisopht arrived, arrayed from the crowns of their heads to the tips of their gloves, and from the tips of their gloves to the toes of their boots, in the most elegant and costly manner. Sir Mulberry was a little hoarser than on the previous day, and Lord Verisopht looked rather sleepy and queer, from which tokens, as well as from the circumstance of their both being to a trifling extent unsteady upon their legs, Mrs. Nickleby justly concluded that they had taken dinner. We have been toasting your lovely daughter, Mrs. Nickleby," whispered Sir Mulberry, sitting down behind her. "Oh ho!" thought that knowing lady, "wine in, truth out." "You are very kind, Sir Mulberry." "No, no, upon my soul," replied Sir Mulberry Hawk. "It's you that's kind, upon my soul it is. It was so kind of you to come tonight." "So very kind of you to invite me, you mean, Sir Mulberry," replied Mrs. Nickleby, tossing her head and looking prodigiously sly. "I am so anxious to know you, so anxious to cultivate your good opinion, so desirous that there should be a delicious kind of harmonious family understanding between us," said Sir Mulberry, "that you mustn't think I'm disinterested in what I do. I'm infernal selfish. I am, upon my soul I am." "I am sure you can't be selfish, Sir Mulberry," replied Mrs. Nickleby. You have much too open and generous a countenance for that. What an extraordinary observer you are, said Sir Mulberry Hawk. Oh no, indeed, I don't see very far into things, Sir Mulberry, replied Mrs. Nickleby, in a tone of voice which left the baronet to infer that she saw very far indeed. I am quite afraid of you, said the baronet. Upon my soul, repeated Sir Mulberry, looking round to his companions, I am afraid of Mrs. Nickleby. She is so immensely sharp. Messrs. Pike and Pluck shook their heads mysteriously and observed together that they had found that out long ago, upon which Mrs. Nickleby tittered, and Sir Mulberry laughed, and Pike and Pluck roared. But where's my brother-in-law, Sir Mulberry? Inquired Mrs. Nickleby. I shouldn't be here without him. I hope he's coming. Pike, said Sir Mulberry, taking out his toothpick and lolling back in his chair, as if he were too lazy to invent a reply to this question. Where's Ralph Nickleby? Pluck, said Pike, imitating the baronet's action, and turning the lie over to his friend. Where's Ralph Nickleby? Mr. Pluck was about to return some evasive reply when the hustle caused by a party entering the next box seemed to attract the attention of all four gentlemen, who exchanged glances of much meaning. The new party beginning to converse together, Sir Mulberry suddenly assumed the character of a most attentive listener and implored his friends not to breathe, not to breathe. Why not? Said Mrs. Nickleby. What is the matter? Hush, replied Sir Mulberry, laying his hand on her arm. Lord Frederick, do you recognize the tones of that voice? Devil take me if I didn't think it was the voice of Miss Nickleby. Lor, my lord, cried Miss Nickleby's mamma, thrusting her head round the curtain. Why actually, Kate, my dear. Kate, you here, mamma? Is it possible? Possible, my dear, yes. Why, who on earth is that you have with you, mamma? Said Kate, shrinking back as she caught sight of a man smiling and kissing his hand. Who do you suppose, my dear? Replied Mrs. Nickleby, bending towards Mrs. Nickle. Witterly, and speaking a little louder for that lady's edification, there's Mr. Pike, Mr. Pluck, Sir Mulberry Hawk, and Lord Frederick Verisopht, gracious heaven, thought Kate hurriedly. How comes she in such society? Now, Kate thought thus so hurriedly, and the surprise was so great, and moreover brought back so forcibly the recollection of what had passed at Ralph's delectable dinner, that she turned extremely pale and appeared greatly agitated, which symptoms being observed by Mrs. Nickleby, were at once set down by that acute lady as being caused and occasioned by violent love. But although she was in no small degree delighted by this discovery, which reflected so much credit on her own quickness of perception, it did not lessen her motherly anxiety in Kate's behalf, and accordingly, with a vast quantity of trepidation, she quitted her own box to hasten into that of Mrs. Wycherley. Mrs. Wycherley, keenly alive to the glory of having a lord and a baronet among her visiting acquaintance, lost no time in signing to Mr. Wycherley to open the door, and thus it was that in less than 30 seconds Mrs. Nickleby's party had made an irruption into Mrs. Wycherley's box, which it filled to the very door, there being in fact only room for Messrs. Pike and Pluck to get in their heads and waistcoats. My dear Kate, said Mrs. Nickleby, kissing her daughter affectionately, how ill you looked a moment ago. You quite frightened me, I declare. It was mere fancy, mamma. The reflection of the lights, perhaps, replied Kate, glancing nervously round, and finding it impossible to whisper any caution or explanation. Don't you see Sir Mulberry Hawk, my dear? Kate bowed slightly, and biting her lip, turned her head towards the stage. But Sir Mulberry Hawk was not to be so easily repulsed, for he advanced with extended hand, and Mrs. Nickleby officiously informing Kate of the circumstance, she was obliged to extend her own. Sir Mulberry detained it while he murmured a profusion of compliments, which Kate, remembering what had passed between them, rightly considered as so many aggravations of the insult he had already put upon her. Then followed the recognition of Lord Verisopht, and then the greeting of Mr. Pike, and then that of Mr. Pluck. And finally, to complete the young lady's mortification, she was compelled at Mrs. Wititterly's request to perform the ceremony of introducing the odious persons, whom she regarded with the utmost indignation and abhorrence. Mrs. But Wititterly is delighted, said Mr. Wititterly, rubbing his hands. Delighted, my lord, I am sure, with this opportunity of contracting an acquaintance which, I trust, my lord, we shall improve. Julia, my dear, you must not allow yourself to be too much excited. You must not. Indeed you must not. Mrs. Wititterly is of a most excitable nature, Sir Mulberry. The snuff of a candle, the wick of a lamp, the bloom on a peach, the down on a butterfly. You might blow her away, my lord, you might blow her away. Sir Mulberry seemed to think that it would be a great convenience if the lady could be blown away. He said, however, that the delight was mutual, and Lord Verisopht added that it was mutual, whereupon Messrs. Pike and Pluck were heard to murmur from the distance that it was very mutual indeed. I take an interest, my lord, said Mrs. Wititterly with a faint smile. Such an interest in the drama. Yes, it's very interesting, replied Lord Verisopht. I'm always ill after Shakespeare, said Mrs. Wititterly. I scarcely exist the next day. I find the reactions so very great after a tragedy, my lord, and Shakespeare is such a delicious creature. Yes, replied Lord Verisopht. He was a clever man. Do you know, my lord, said Mrs. Wititterly after a long silence, I find I take so much more interest in his plays after having been to that dear little dull house he was born in. Were you ever there, my lord? No, neighbor, replied Verisopht. Then really you ought to go, my lord, returned Mrs. Wititterly, in very languid and drawling accents. I don't know how it is, but after you've seen the place and written your name in the little book, somehow or other you seem to be inspired. It kindles up quite a fire within one. Yes, replied Lord Verisopht, I shall certainly go there. Julia, my life, interposed Mr. Wititterly, you are deceiving his lordship unintentionally. My lord, she is deceiving you. It is your poetical temperament, my dear, your ethereal soul, your fervid imagination, which throws you into a glow of genius and excitement. There is nothing in the place, my dear, nothing, nothing. I think there must be something in the place, said Mrs. Nickleby, who had been listening in silence. For, soon after I was married, I went to Stratford with my poor dear Mr. Nickleby in a post-chaise from Birmingham. Was it a post-chaise, though? Said Mrs. Nickleby, considering. Yes, it must have been a post-chaise, because I recollect remarking in the time that the driver had a green shade over his left eye. In a post-chaise from Birmingham, and after we had seen Shakespeare's tomb and birthplace, we went back to the inn there, where we slept that night, and I recollect that all night long I dreamt of nothing but a black gentleman, at full length, in plaster of Paris, with a lay-down collar tied with two cells, leaning against a post, and he that had fans up safer leading to me to cast a torch had been when he was alive, which was very curious indeed. Stratford, continued Mrs. Nickleby, considering. Yes, I am positive about that, because I recollect I was in the family way with my son Nicholas at the time, and I had been very much frightened by an Italian image boy that very morning. In fact, it was quite a mercy, ma'am, added Mrs. Nickleby in a whisper to Mrs. Wititterly, that my son didn't turn out to be a Shakespeare, and what a dreadful thing that would have been. When Mrs. Nickleby had brought this interesting anecdote to a close, Pike and Pluck, ever zealous in their patron's cause, proposed the adjournment of a detachment of the party into the next box. and with so much skill were the preliminaries adjusted that Kate, despite all she could say or do to the contrary, had no alternative but to suffer herself to be led away by Sir Mulberry Hawk. Her mother and Mr. Pluck accompanied them, but the worthy lady, pluming her spessant up to quoted head hair, daughter during the whole evening, and to seem wholly absorbed in the jokes and conversation of Mr. Pluck, who, having been appointed sentry over Mrs. Nickleby for that especial purpose, neglected, on his side, no possible opportunity of engrossing her attention. Lord Frederick Verisopht remained in the next box to be talked to by Mrs. Wititterly, and Mr. Pike was in attendance to throw in a word or two when necessary. As to Mr. Wititterly, he was sufficiently busy in the body of the house, informing such of his friends and acquaintance as happened to be there, that those two gentlemen upstairs, whom they had seen in conversation with Mrs. W., were the distinguished Lord Frederick Verisopht and his most intimate friend, the gay Sir Mulberry Hawk. A communication which inflamed several respectable housekeepers with the utmost jealousy and rage, and reduced 16 unmarried daughters to the very brink of despair. The evening came to an end at last, but Kate had yet to be handed downstairs by the detested Sir Mulberry, and so skilfully were the manoeuvres of Messrs. Pike and Pluck conducted, that she and the baronet were the last of the party, and were, even without an appearance of effort or design, left at some little distance behind. Don't hurry," said Sir Mulberry, as Kate hastened on, and attempted to release her arm. She made no reply, but still pressed forward. "Nay, then," coolly observed Sir Mulberry, stopping her outright. "You had best not seek to detain me, sir," said Kate angrily. "And why not?" retorted Sir Mulberry. "My dear creature, now why do you keep up this show of displeasure?" "Show!" repeated Kate indignantly. "How dare you presume to speak to me, sir, to address me to come into my presence?" "You look prettier in a passion, Miss Nickleby," said Sir Mulberry Hawk, stooping down, the better to see her face. "I hold you in the bitterest detestation and contempt, sir," said Kate. "If you find any attraction in looks of disgust and aversion, you let me rejoin my friends, sir, instantly. Whatever considerations may have withheld me thus far, I will disregard them all, and take a course that even you might feel, if you do not immediately suffer me to proceed." Sir Mulberry smiled, and still looking in her face and retaining her arm, walked towards the door. "If no regard for my sex or helpless situation will induce you to desist from this." "Coarse and unmanly persecution," said Kate, scarcely knowing, in the tumult of her passions, what she said. "I have a brother who will resent it dearly one day." "Upon my soul!" exclaimed Sir Mulberry, as though quietly communing with himself, passing his arm round her waist as he spoke. "She looks more beautiful, and I like her better in this mood than when her eyes are cast down, and she is in perfect repose." How Kate reached the lobby where her friends were waiting she never knew, but she hurried across it without at all regarding them, and disengaged herself suddenly from her companion, sprang into the coach, and throwing herself into its darkest corner, burst into tears. Messrs. Pike and Pluck, knowing their cue, at once threw the party into great commotion by shouting for the carriages, and getting up a violent quarrel with sundry inoffensive bystanders, in the midst of which tumult they put the affrighted Mrs. Nickleby in her chariot, and having got her safely off, turned their thoughts to Mrs. Wititterly, whose attention also they had now effectually distracted from the young lady by throwing her into a state of the utmost bewilderment and consternation. At length the conveyance in which she had come rolled off too with its load, and the four worthies, being left alone under the portico, enjoyed a hearty laugh together. "There," said Sir Mulberry, turning to his noble friend, Didn't I tell you last night that if we could find where they were going by bribing a servant through my fellow, and then established ourselves close by with the mother, these people's honor would be our own? Why, here it is, done in 24 hours. U.S., replied the dupe, but I have been tied to the old woman all night. Hear him, said Sir Mulberry, turning to his two friends. Hear this discontented grumbler. Isn't it enough to make a man swear never to help him in his plots and schemes again? Isn't it an infernal shame? Pike asked Pluck whether it was not an infernal shame, and Pluck asked Pike. But neither answered. Isn't it the truth? Demanded Vericept. Wasn't it so? Wasn't it so? Repeated Sir Mulberry. How would you have had it? How could we have got a general invitation at first sight? Come when you like, go when you like, stop as long as you like, do what you like, if you, the Lord, had not made yourself agreeable to the foolish mistress of the house? Do I care for this girl, except as your friend? Haven't I been sounding your praises in her ears, and bearing her pretty sulks and peevishness all night for you? What sort of stuff do you think I'm made of? Would I do this for every man? Don't I deserve even gratitude in return? You're a devilish good fellow, said the poor young lord, taking his friend's arm. Upon my life, you're a devilish good fellow, Hawk. And I have done right, have I? Demanded Sir Mulberry. Quite reject, and like a poor, silly, good-natured, friendly dog as I am, eh? U.S., like a friend, replied the other. Well then, replied Sir Mulberry, I'm satisfied. And now let's go and have our revenge on the German baron and the Frenchman who cleaned you out so handsomely last night. With these words, the friendly creature took his companion's arm and led him away, turning half round as he did so, and bestowing a wink and a contemptuous smile on Messrs. Pike and Pluck, who, cramming their handkerchiefs into their mouths to denote their silent enjoyment of the whole proceedings, followed their patron and his victim at a little distance. Chapter 28. Miss Nickleby, rendered desperate by the persecution of Sir Mulberry Hawk and the complicated difficulties and distresses which surround her, appeals, as a last resource, to her uncle for protection. The ensuing morning brought reflection with it, as morning usually does, but widely different was the train of thought it awakened in the different persons who had been so unexpectedly brought together on the preceding evening by the active agency of Messrs. Pike and Pluck. The reflections of Sir Mulberry Hawk, if such a term can be applied to deceptions, his hobbies, regrets, pains, and pleasures, are all of self, and who would seem to retain nothing of the intellectual faculty but the power to debase himself and to degrade the very nature whose outward semblance he wears. The reflections of Sir Mulberry Hawk turned upon Kate Nickleby, and were, in brief, that she was undoubtedly handsome, that her quinnes haymakes were and with keekliapericabi, Mulberry should sound strangely in the ears of some, let it be remembered that most men live in a world of their own, and that in that limited circle alone are they ambitious for distinction and applause. Sir Mulberry's world was peopled with profligates, and he acted accordingly. Thus cases of injustice and oppression and tyranny and the most extravagant bigotry are in constant occurrence among us every day. It is the custom to trumpet forth much wonder and astonishment at the chief actors therein, setting at defiance so completely the opinion of the world. But there is no greater fallacy. It is precisely because they do consult the opinion of their own little world that such things take place at all, and strike the great world dumb with amazement. The reflections of Mrs. Nickleby were of the proudest and most complacent kind, and under the influence of her very agreeable delusion, she straightway sat down and indited a long letter to Kate, in which she expressed her entire approval of the admirable choice she had made, and extolled Sir Mulberry to the skies, asserting, for the more complete satisfaction of her daughter's feelings, that he was precisely the individual whom she, Mrs. Nickleby, would have chosen for her son-in-law if she had had the picking and choosing from all mankind. The good lady then, with the preliminary observation that she might be fairly supposed not to have lived in the world so long without knowing its ways, communicated a great many subtle precepts applicable to the state of courtship and confirmed in their wisdom by her own personal experience. Above all things, she commended a strict, maidenly reserve as being not only a very laudable thing in itself, but as tending materially to strengthen and increase a lover's ardor. And I never, added Mrs. Nickleby, was more delighted in my life than to observe last night, my dear, that your good sense had already told you this. With which sentiment, and various hints of the pleasure she derived from the knowledge that her daughter inherited so large an installment of her own, excellent sense and discretion, to nearly the full measure of which she might hope, with care, to succeed in time, Mrs. Nickleby concluded a very long and rather illegible letter. Poor Kate was well nigh distracted on the receipt of 4 closely written and closely crossed sides of congratulation on the very subject which had prevented her closing her eyes all night and kept her weeping and watching in her chamber. Still worse and more trying was the necessity of rendering herself agreeable to Mrs. Wycherley, who, being in low spirits after the fatigue of the preceding night, of course expected her companion else, wherefore had she board and salary, to be in the best spirits possible. As to Mr. Wycherley, he went about all day in a tremor of delight at having shaken hands with the Lord, and having actually asked him to come and see him in his own house. The Lord himself, not being troubled to any inconvenient extent with the power of thinking, regaled himself with the conversation of Messrs. Pyke and Pluck, who sharpened their wit by a plentiful indulgence in various costly stimulants at his expense. It was 4 in the afternoon, that is, the vulgar afternoon of the sun and the clock, and Mrs. Wycherley reclined, according to custom, on the drawing-room sofa, while Kate read aloud a new novel in 3 volumes, entitled The Lady Flabella, which Alphonse the Doubtful had procured from the library that very morning. And it was a production admirably suited to a lady laboring under Mrs. Wycherley's complaint, seeing that there was not a line in it, from beginning to end, which could, by the most remote contingency, awaken the smallest excitement in any person breathing. Kate read on. Cherisette, said the Lady Flabella, inserting her mouse-like feet in the blue satin slippers, which had unwittingly occasioned the half-playful, half-angry altercation between herself and the youthful Colonel Beffialer and the Duke of Mincefenil Sion de dance on the previous night. Carizet, me sedi, me setter, donnez moi de lait de Colgany, s'il vos pilate, mon enfant. Mère, thank you, said the Lady Flabella, as the lively but devoted Cherisette plentifully besprinkled with the fragrant compound the Lady Flabella's mouchoir of finest cambric, edged with richest lace, and emblazoned at the 4 corners with the Flabella crest and gorgeous heraldic bearings of that noble family. Mercy, that will do. At this instant, while the Lady Flabella yet inhaled that delicious fragrance by holding the mouchoir to her exquisite but thoughtfully chiseled nose, the door of the bore artfully concealed by rich hangings of silken damask, the hue of Italy's firmament, was thrown open, and with noiseless tread 2 valets de chambre Blatt, clad in sumptuous liveries of peach blossom and gold, advanced into the room followed by a page in bastsoe silk stockings, who, while they remained at some distance making the most graceful obeisances, advanced to the feet of his lovely mistress, and dropping on one knee presented, on a golden salver gorgeously chased, a scented violet. The Lady Flabella, with an agitation she could not repress, hastily tore off the envelope and broke the scented seal. It was from Beefilier the young, the slim, the low-voiced Hermal Beefilier. "Oh, charming!" interrupted Kate's patroness, who was sometimes taken literary. "Poetic, really. Read that description again, Miss Nickleby." Kate complied. "Sweet, indeed," said Mrs. Wititterly with a sigh. "So voluptuous, is it not so soft?" "Yes, I think it is," replied Kate gently. "Very soft. Close the book, Miss Nickleby," said Mrs. Wititterly. "I can hear nothing more today. I should be sorry to disturb the impression of that sweet description. Close the book." Kate complied, not unwillingly, and, as she did so, Mrs. Wititterly, raising her glass with a languid hand, remarked that she looked pale. "It was the fright of that noise and confusion last night," said Kate. "How very odd!" exclaimed Mrs. Wititterly with a look of surprise. And certainly, when one comes to think of it, it was very odd that anything should have disturbed a companion. A steam engine or other ingenious piece of mechanism out of order would have been nothing to it. How did you come to know Lord Frederick and those other delightful creatures, child?" asked Mrs. Wititterly, still eyeing Kate through her glass. "I met them at my uncle's," said Kate, vexed to feel that she was coloring deeply, but unable to keep down the blood which rushed to her face whenever she thought of that man. "Have you known them long?" "No," rejoined Kate, "not long. I was very glad of the opportunity which that respectable person, your mother, gave us of being known to them," said Mrs. Wititterly in a lofty manner. "Some friends of ours were on the very point of introducing us, which makes it quite remarkable." This was said lest Miss Nickleby should grow conceited on the honor and dignity of having known 4 great people, for Pike and Pluck were included. Among the delightful creatures whom Mrs. Wititterly did not know, but as the circumstance had made no impression one way or other upon Kate's mind, the force of the observation was quite lost upon her. "They asked permission to call," said Mrs. Wititterly. "I gave it them, of course. Do you expect them today?" Kate ventured to inquire. Mrs. Wititterly's answer was lost in the noise of a tremendous rapping at the street door, and before it had ceased to vibrate, there drove up a handsome cabriolet, out of which leaped Sir Mulberry Hawk and his friend Lord Verisopht. "They are here now," said Kate, rising and hurrying away. "Miss Nickleby!" cried Mrs. Wititterly, perfectly aghast at a companion's attempting to quit the room without her permission, first had and obtained. "Pray don't think of going." "You are very good," replied Kate, "but for goodness' sake don't agitate me by making me speak so much," said Mrs. Wititterly with great sharpness. "Dear me, Miss Nickleby, I beg it was in vain for Kate to protest that she was unwell, for the footsteps of the knockers, whoever they were already on the stairs." She resumed her seat, and had scarcely done so when the doubtful page darted into the room and announced, "Mr. Pike and Mr. Pluck and Lord Verisopht and Sir Mulberry Hawk, all at one burst." "The most extraordinary thing in the world," said Mr. Pluck, saluting both ladies with the utmost cordiality. "The most extraordinary thing. As Lord Frederick and Sir Mulberry drove up to the door, Pike and I had that instant knocked." "That instant knocked," said Pike. "No matter how you came, so that you are here," said Mrs. Wittiterly, who, by dint of lying on the same sofa for 3 years and a half, had got up quite a little pantomime of graceful attitudes, and now threw herself into the most striking of the whole series, to astonish the visitors. "I am delighted, I am sure." "And how is Miss Nickleby?" said Sir Mulberry Hawk, accosting Kate in a low voice, not so low, however, but that it reached the ears of Mrs. Wititterly. "Why, she complains of suffering from the fright of last night," said the lady. "I am sure I don't wonder at it, for my nerves are quite torn to pieces." "And yet you look," observed Sir Mulberry, turning round, "and yet you look—" "Beyond everything," said Mr. Pike, coming to his patron's assistance. Of course Mr. Pluck said the same. "I am afraid Sir Mulberry is a flatterer, my lord," said Mrs. Wititterly, turning to that young gentleman who had been sucking the head of his cane in silence and staring at Kate. "Oh, deyvlish," replied Verisopht. Having given utterance to which remarkable sentiment, he occupied himself as before. "Neither does Miss Nickleby look the worse," said Sir Mulberry, bending his bold gaze upon her. "She was always handsome, but upon my soul, ma'am, you seem to have imparted some of your own good looks to her besides." To judge from the glow which suffused the poor girl's countenance after this speech, Mrs. Wititterly might, with some show of reason, have been supposed to have imparted to it some of that artificial bloom which decorated her own. Mrs. Wititterly admitted, though not with the best grace in the world, that Kate did look pretty. She began to think, too, that Sir Mulberry was not quite so agreeable. A creature as she had at first supposed him, for, although a skilful flatterer is a most delightful companion if you can keep him all to yourself, his taste becomes very doubtful when he takes to complimenting other people. "Pikey," said the watchful Mr. Pluck, observing the effect which the praise of Miss Nickleby had produced. "Well, Pluck," said Pike. "Is there anybody," demanded Mr. Pluck, mysteriously, "anybody you know, that Mrs. Wititterly's profile reminds you of?" "Reminds me of," answered Pike. "Of course there is." "Who do you mean?" said Pluck, in the same mysterious manner. "The D of B, the C of B." "The fee," the faint replied Pike, with the faintest trace of a grin lingering in his. Countenance. "The beautiful sister is the Countess, not the Duchess." "True," said Pluck, "the C of B. The resemblance is wonderful." "Perfectly startling," said Mr. Pike. Here was a state of things. Mrs. Wititterly was declared, upon the testimony of two veracious and competent witnesses, to be the very picture of a countess. This was one of the consequences of getting into good society. Why, she might have moved among groveling people for 20 years and never heard of it. How could she, indeed? What did they know about countesses? The two gentlemen having, by the greediness with which this little bait was swallowed, tested the extent of Mrs. Wititterly's appetite for adulation, proceeded to administer that commodity in very large doses, thus affording to Sir Mulberry Hawk an opportunity of pestering Miss Nickleby with questions, and remarks, to which she was absolutely obliged to make some reply. Meanwhile, Lord Verisopht enjoyed unmolested the full flavour of the gold knob at the top of his cane, as he would have done to the end of the interview if Mr. Wititterly had not come home, and caused the conversation to turn to his favourite topic. "My lord," said Mr. Wititterly, "I am delighted, honoured, proud. Be seated again, my lord, pray. I am proud, indeed most proud." It was to the secret annoyance of his wife that Mr. Wititterly said all this, for, although she was bursting with pride and arrogance, she would have had the illustrious guests believe that their visit was quite a common occurrence, and that they had lords and baronets to see them every day in the week. but Mr. Witterly's feelings were beyond the power of suppression. "It is an honor, indeed," said Mr. Witterly. "Julia, my soul, you will suffer for this tomorrow." "Suffer," cried Lord Verisopht. "The reaction, my lord, the reaction," said Mr. Witterly. "This violent strain upon the nervous system over my lord, what ensues? A sinking, a depression, a lowness, a lassitude, a debility. My lord, if Sir Tumley Snuffim was to see that delicate creature at this moment, he would not div a tears for her life." In illustration of which remark, Mr. Witterly took a pinch of snuff from his box and jerked it lightly into the air as an emblem of instability. "Not that," said Mr. Witterly, looking about him with a serious countenance. "Sir Tumley Snuffim would not give that for Mrs. Witterly's existence." Mr. Witterly told this with a kind of sober exultation, as if it were no trifling distinction for a man to have a wife in such a desperate state, and Mrs. Witterly sighed and looked on, as if she felt the honor, but had determined to bear it as meekly as might be. "Mrs. Witterly," said her husband, "is Sir Tumley Snuffim's favorite patient. I believe I may venture to say that Mrs. Witterly is the first person who took the new medicine which is supposed to have destroyed a family at Kensington Gravel Pits. I believe she was. If I am wrong, Julia, my dear, you will correct me." "I believe I was," said Mrs. Witterly in a faint voice. As there appeared to be some doubt in the mind of his patron how he could best join in this conversation, the indefatigable Mr. Pike threw himself into the breach, and, by way of saying something to the point, inquired with reference to the aforesaid medicine whether it was nice. "No, sir, it was not. It had not even that recommendation," said Mr. W. "Mrs. Witterly is quite a martyr," observed Pike with a complimentary bow. "I think I am," said Mrs. Witterly, smiling. "I think you are, my dear Julia," replied her husband, in a tone which seemed to say that he was not vain, but still must insist upon their privileges. "If anybody, my lord," added Mr. Witterly, wheeling round to the nobleman, "will produce to me a greater martyr than Mrs. Witterly, all I can say is, that I shall be glad to see that martyr, whether male or female. That's all, my lord." Pike and Pluck promptly remarked that certainly nothing could be fairer than that, and the call having been by this time protracted to a very great length, they obeyed Sir Mulberry's look and rose to go. This brought Sir Mulberry himself and Lord Verisopht on their legs also. Many protestations of friendship and expressions anticipative of the pleasure which must inevitably flow from so happy an acquaintance were exchanged, and the visitors departed with renewed assurances that at all times and seasons the mansion of the Witterlys would be honored by receiving them beneath its roof. "That the day that's ready, bethink it biddy, fro for some point, dat, and case question is partix, and met by accident at lounges that upon all these occasions Miss Nickleby was exposed to the constant and unremitting persecution of Sir Mulberry Hawk, who now began to feel his character, even in the estimation of his two dependents, involved in the successful reduction of her pride, that she had no intervals of peace or rest, except at those hours. And thus for a fortnight matters went on, that any but the weakest and silliest of people could have seen in one interview that Lord Verisopht, though he was a lord, and Sir Mulberry Hawk, though he was a baronet, were not persons accustomed to be the best possible companions, and were certainly not calculated by habits, manners, tastes, or conversation to shine with any very great lustre in the society of ladies, need scarcely be remarked. But with Mrs. Witterly the two titles were all sufficient. Coarseness became humour, vulgarity softened itself down into the most charming eccentricity. Insolence took the guise of an easy absence of reserve, attainable only by those who had had the good fortune to mix with high folks. If the mistress put such a construction upon the behavior of her new friends, what could the companion urge against them? If they accustomed themselves to very little restraint before the lady of the house, with how much more freedom could they address her paid dependent? Nor was even this the worst. As the odious Sir Mulberry Hawk attached himself to Kate with less and less of disguise, Mrs. Wycherley began to grow jealous of the superior attractions of Miss Nickleby. If this feeling had led to her banishment from the drawing-room when such company was there, Kate would have been only too happy and willing that it should have existed. But unfortunately for her, she possessed that native grace and true gentility of manner, and those thousand nameless accomplishments which give to female society its greatest charm. If these be valuable anywhere, they were especially so where the lady of the house was a mere animated doll. The consequence was that Kate had the double mortification of being an indispensable part of the circle when Sir Mulberry and his friends were there, and of being exposed, on that very account, to all Mrs. Wycherley's ill humors and caprices when they were gone. She became utterly and completely miserable. Mrs. Wycherley had never thrown off the mask with regard to Sir Mulberry, but when she was more than usually out of temper, attributed the circumstance, as ladies sometimes do, to nervous indisposition. However, as the dreadful idea that Lord Rossoft also was somewhat taken with Kate, and that she, Mrs. Wycherley was quite a secondary person, dawned upon that lady's mind and gradually developed itself, she became possessed with a large quantity of highly proper and most virtuous indignation, and felt it her duty, as a married lady and a moral member of society, to mention the circumstance to the young person without delay. Accordingly, Mrs. Wycherley broke ground next morning, during a pause in the novel reading. "Miss Nickleby," said Mrs. Wycherley, "I wish to speak to you very gravely. I am sorry to have to do it. Upon my word, I am very sorry. But you leave me no alternative, Miss Nickleby." Here Mrs. Wycherley tossed her head, not passionately, only virtuously, and remarked, with some appearance of excitement, that she feared that palpitation of the heart was coming on again. "Your behaviour, Miss Nickleby," resumed the lady, "is very far from pleasing. Me very far. I am very anxious indeed that you should do well, but you may depend upon it, Miss Nickleby, you will not if you go on as you do." "Ma'am," exclaimed Kate proudly. "Don't agitate me by speaking in that way, Miss Nickleby. Don't," said Mrs. Wycherley with some violence, "or you'll compel me to ring the bell." Kate looked at her, but said nothing. "You needn't suppose," resumed Mrs. Wycherley, "that your looking at me in that way, Miss Nickleby, will prevent my saying what I am going to say, which I feel to be a religious duty." "You needn't direct your glances towards me," said Mrs. Wycherley with a sudden burst of spite. "I am not Sir Mulberry, no, nor Lord Frederick Verisopht, Miss Nickleby, nor am I Mr. Pike, nor Mr. Pluck either." Kate looked at her again, but less steadily than before, and resting her elbow on the table, covered her eyes with her hand. "If such things had been done when I was a young girl," said Mrs. Wycherley, "this, by the way, must have been some little time before, I don't suppose anybody would have believed it." "I don't think they would," murmured Kate. "I do not think anybody would believe, without actually knowing it, what I seem doomed to undergo." "Don't talk to me of being doomed to undergo, Miss Nickleby, if you please," said Mrs. Wycherley, with a shrillness of tone quite surprising in so great an invalid. "I will not be answered, Miss Nickleby. I am not accustomed to be answered, nor will I permit it for an instant. Do you hear?" she added, waiting with some apparent inconsistency for an answer. "I do hear you, ma'am," replied Kate, with greater surprise than I. can express. I have always considered you a particularly well-behaved young person for your station in life, said Mrs. Wititterly, and as you are a person of healthy appearance and neat in your dress and so forth, I have taken an interest in you, as I do still, considering that I owe a sort of duty to that respectable old female, your mother. For these reasons, Miss Nickleby, I must tell you once for all, and begging you to mind what I say, that I must insist upon your immediately altering your very forward behavior to the gentlemen who visit at this house. It really is not becoming, said Mrs. Wititterly, closing her chaste eyes as she spoke. It is improper, quite improper. Oh, cried Kate, looking upwards and clasping her hands, is not this too cruel, too hard to bear? Is it not enough that I should have suffered as I have, night and day, that I should almost have sunk in my own estimation from very shame of having been brought into contact with such people, but must I also be exposed to this unjust and most unfounded charge? You will have the goodness to recollect, Miss Nickleby, said Mrs. Wititterly, that when you use such terms as unjust and unfounded, you charge me in effect with stating that which is untrue. I do, said Kate with honest indignation. Whether you make this accusation of yourself, or at the prompting of others, is alike to me. I say it is vilely, grossly, wilfully untrue. Is it possible, cried Kate, that any one of my own sex can have sat by and not have seen the misery these men have caused me? Is it possible that you, ma'am, can have been present and failed to mark the insulting freedom that their every look bespoke? Is it possible that you can have avoided seeing that these libertines, in their utter disrespect for you and utter disregard of all gentlemanly behavior and almost of decency, have had but one object in introducing themselves here, and that the furtherance of their designs upon a friendless, helpless girl, who, without this humiliating confession, might have hoped to receive from one so much her senior something like womanly aid and sympathy. I do not, I cannot believe it. If poor Kate had possessed the slightest knowledge of the world, she certainly would not have ventured, even in the excitement into which she had been lashed, upon such an injudicious speech as this. Its effect was precisely what a more experienced observer would have foreseen. Mrs. Wititterly received the attack upon her veracity with exemplary calmness, and listened with the most heroic fortitude to Kate's account of her own sufferings. But allusion being made to her being held in disregard by the gentleman, she evinced violent emotion, and this blow was no sooner followed up by the remark concerning her seniority than she fell back upon the sofa, uttering dismal screams. "What is the matter?" cried Mr. Wititterly, bouncing into the room. "Heavens, what do I see? Julia, Julia, look up, my life, look up!" But Julia looked down most perseveringly and screamed still louder, so Mr. Wititterly rang the bell and danced in a frenzied manner round the sofa on which Mrs. Wititterly lay, uttering perpetual cries for Sir Tumley Snuffim, and never once leaving off to ask for any explanation of the scene before him. "Run for Sir Tumley," cried Mr. Wititterly, menacing the page with both fists. "I knew it, Miss Nickleby," he said, looking round with an air of melancholy triumph, "that society has been too much for her. This is all soul, you know, every bit of it." With this assurance, Mr. Wititterly took up the prostrate form of Mrs. Wititterly and carried her bodily off to bed. Kate waited until Sir Tumley Snuffim had paid his visit and looked in with a report that, through the special interposition of a merciful Providence, thus spake Sir Tumley, Mrs. Wititterly had gone to sleep. She then hastily attired herself for walking, and leaving word that she should return within a couple of hours, hurried away towards her uncle's house. It had been a good day with Ralph Nickleby, quite a lucky day, and as he walked to and fro in his little back room with his hands clasped behind him, adding up in his own mind all the sums that had been or would be netted from the business done since morning, his mouth was drawn into a hard, stern smile, while the firmness of the lines and curves that made it up, as well as the cunning glance of his cold bright eye, seemed to tell that if any resolution or cunning would increase the profits, they would not fail to perpetuate skying. Very good, said Ralph in allusion, no doubt, to some proceeding of the day. He defies the usurer, does he? Well, we shall see. Honesty is the best policy, is it? We'll try that too. He stopped and then walked on again. He is content, said Ralph, relaxing into a smile, to set his known character and conduct against the power of money dross, as he calls it. Why, what a dull blockhead this fellow must be. Dross too, dross. Who's that? Me, said Newman Noggs, looking in. Your niece, what of her? Asked Ralph sharply. She's here. Here. Newman jerked his head towards his little room to signify that she was waiting there. What does she want? Asked Ralph. I don't know, rejoined Newman. Shall I ask? He added quickly. No, replied Ralph. Show her in. Stay. He hastily put away a padlocked cash box that was on the table, and substituted in its stead an empty purse. There, said Ralph. Now she may come in. Newman, with a grim smile at this maneuver, beckoned the young lady to advance, and having placed a chair for her, retired, looking stealthily over his shoulder at Ralph as he limped slowly out. Well, said Ralph, roughly enough, but still with something more of kindness in his manner than he would have exhibited towards anybody else. Well, my dear, what now? Kate raised her eyes, which were filled with tears, and with an effort to master her emotions strove to speak, but in vain. So drooping her head again, she remained silent. Her face was hidden from his view, but Ralph could see that she was weeping. I can guess the cause of this, thought Ralph, after looking at her for some time in silence. I can guess the cause. Well, thought Ralph for the moment quite disconcerted, as he watched the anguish of his beautiful niece. Where is the harm? Only a few tears, and it's an excellent lesson for her, an excellent lesson. What is the matter? Asked Ralph, drawing a chair opposite and sitting down. He was rather taken aback by the sudden firmness with which Kate looked up and answered him. The matter which brings me to you, sir, she said, is one which should call the blood up into your cheeks and make you burn to hear, as it does me to tell. I have been wronged. My feelings have been outraged, insulted, wounded past all healing, and by your friends. Friends! Cried Ralph sternly. I have no friends, girl. By the men I saw here then, returned Kate quickly. If they were no friends of yours, and you knew what they were, oh, the more shame on you, uncle, for bringing me among them. To have subjected me to what I was exposed to here, through any misplaced confidence or imperfect knowledge of your guests, would have required some strong excuse. But if you did it as I now believe you did, knowing them well, it was most dastardly and cruel. Ralph drew back in utter amazement at this plain speaking and regarded Kate with the sternest look. But she met his gaze proudly and firmly, and although her face was very pale, it looked more noble and handsome, lighted up as it was, than it had ever appeared before. There is some of that boy's blood in you, I see, said Ralph, speaking in his harshest tones, as something in the flashing eye reminded him of Nicholas at their last meeting. I hope there is, replied Kate. I should be proud to know it. I am young, uncle, and all the difficulties and miseries of my situation have kept it down. But I have been roused today beyond all endurance, and come what may, I will not, as I am your brother's child, bear these insults longer. What insults, girl? Demanded Ralph sharply. Remember what took place here, and ask yourself, replied Kate, coloring deeply. Uncle, you must. I am sure you will release me from such vile and degrading companionship as I am exposed to now. I do not mean, said Kate, hurrying to the old man and laying her arm upon his shoulder. I do not mean to be angry and violent. I beg your pardon if I have seemed so, dear uncle, but you do not know what I have suffered. You do not indeed. You cannot tell what the heart of a young girl is. I have no right to expect you should. But when I tell you that I am wretched and that my heart is breaking, I am sure you will help me. I am sure you will. Ralph looked at her for an instant, then turned away his head and beat his foot nervously upon the ground. I have gone on day after day, said Kate, bending over him and timidly placing her little hand in his, in the hope that this persecution would cease. I have gone on day after day, compelled to assume the appearance of cheerfulness when I was most unhappy. I have had no counselor, no adviser, no one to protect me. Mamma supposes that these are honorable men, rich and distinguished, and how can I undeceive her when she is so happy in these little delusions which are the only happiness she has? The lady with whom you placed me is not the person to whom I could confide matters of so much delicacy, and I have come at last to you, the only friend I have at hand, almost the only friend I have at all, to entreat and implore you to assist me. How can I assist you, child? Said Ralph, rising from his chair and pacing up and down the room in his old attitude. You have influence with one of these men, I now, rejoined Kate emphatically. Would not a word from you induce them to desist from this unmanly course? No, said Ralph, suddenly turning. At least that I can't say it if it would. Can't say it if it would. No, said Ralph, coming to a dead stop and clasping his hands more tightly behind him. I can't say it. Kate fell back a step or two and looked at him, as if in doubt whether she had heard aright. We are connected in business, said Ralph, poising himself alternately on his toes and heels and looking coolly in his niece's face. In business, and I can't afford to offend them. What is it after all? We have all our trials, and this is one of yours. Some girls would be proud to have such gallants at their feet. Proud, cried Kate. I don't say, rejoined Ralph, raising his forefinger, but that you do right to despise them. No, you show your good sense in that, as indeed I knew from the first you would. Well, in all other respects, you are comfortably bestowed. It's not much to bear. If this young lord does dog your footsteps, and whisper his drivelling inanities in your ears, what of it? It's a dishonorable passion. So be it. It won't last long. Some other novelty will spring up one day, and you will be released. In the meantime, interrupted Kate with becoming pride and indignation, I am to be the scorn of my own sex and the toy of the other, justly condemned by all women of right feeling and despised by all honest and honorable men, sunken in my own esteem and degraded in every eye that looks upon me. No, not if I work my fingers to the bone, not if I am driven to the roughest and hardest labor. Do not mistake me, I will not disgrace your recommendation. I will remain in the house in which it placed me until I am entitled to leave it by the terms of my engagement. Though, mind, I see these men no more. When I quit it, I will hide myself from them and you, and striving to support my mother by hard service, I will live, at least in peace, and trust in God to help me. With these words, she waved her hand and quitted the room, leaving Ralph Nickleby motionless as a statue. The surprise with which Kate, as she closed the room door, beheld, close beside it, Newman Noggs, standing bolt upright in a little niche in the wall, like some scarecrow or Guy Faux laid up in winter quarters, almost occasioned her to call aloud. But, Newman laying his finger upon his lips, she had the presence of mind to refrain. "Don't," said Newman, gliding out of his recess and accompanying her across the hall. "Don't cry, don't cry." 2 very large tears, by the by, were running down Newman's face as he spoke. "I see how it is," said poor Noggs, drawing from his pocket what seemed to be a very old duster, and wiping Kate's eyes with it, as gently as if she were an infant. "You're giving way now." "Yes, yes, very good. That's right, I like that. It was right not to give way before him." "Yes, yes, ha 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 ah! Oh yes, poor thing." With these disjointed exclamations, Newman wiped his own eyes with the aforementioned duster, and, limping to the street door, opened it to let her out. "Don't cry any more," whispered Newman. "I shall see you soon. Ha, ha, ha! And so shall somebody else too." "Yes, yes. Ho, ho, God bless you," answered Kate, hurrying out. "God bless you." "Same to you," rejoined Newman, opening the door again a little way to say so. "Ha, ha, 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 ho, ho, ho!" And Newman Noggs opened the door once again to nod cheerfully, and laugh and shut it, to shake his head mournfully and cry. Ralph remained in the same attitude till he heard the noise of the closing door, when he shrugged his shoulders, and after a few turns about the room, hasty at first, but gradually becoming slower as he relapsed into himself, sat down before his desk. It is one of those problems of human nature which may be noted down but not solved, although Ralph felt no remorse at that moment for his conduct towards the innocent, true-hearted girl. Although his libertine clients had done precisely what he had expected, precisely what would tend most to his advantage, still he hated them for doing it, from the very bottom of his soul. Said Ralph, scowling round and shaking his clenched hand as the faces of the 2 profligates rose up before his mind, "you shall pay for this? Oh, you shall pay for this? Oh, you shall pay for this?" As the usher turned for consolation to his books and papers, a performance was going on outside his office door, which would have occasioned him no small surprise if he could by any means have become acquainted with it. Newman Noggs was the sole actor. He stood at a little distance from the door, with his face towards it, and with the sleeves of his coat turned back at the wrists, was occupied in bestowing the most vigorous, scientific, and straightforward blows upon the empty air. At first sight, this would have appeared merely a wise precaution in a man of sedentary habits, with the view of opening the chest and strengthening the muscles of the arms. But the intense eagerness and joy depicted in the face of Newman Noggs, which was suffused with perspiration, the surprising energy with which he directed a constant succession of blows towards a particular panel about 5 feet 8 from the ground, and still worked away in the most untiring and persevering manner, would have sufficiently explained to the attentive observer that his imagination was thrashing, to within an inch of his life, his body's most active employer, Mr. Ralph Nickleby. Chapter 29 of the Proceedings of Nicholas, and certain internal divisions in the company of Mr. Vincent Crummles. The unexpected success and favor with which his experiment at Portsmouth had been received induced Mr. Crummles to prolong his stay in that town for a fortnight beyond the period he had originally assigned for the duration of his visit, during which time Nicholas personated a vast variety of characters with undiminished success, and attracted so many people to the theatre who had never been seen there before, that a benefit was considered by the manager a very promising speculation. Nicholas assenting to the terms proposed, the benefit was had, and by it he realized no less a sum than £20. Possessed of this unexpected wealth, His first act was to enclose to honest John Browdy the amount of his friendly loan, which he accompanied with many expressions of gratitude and esteem, and many cordial wishes for his matrimonial happiness. To Newman Noggs he forwarded 1/2 of the sum he had realized, entreating him to take an opportunity of handing it to Kate in secret, and conveying to her the warmest assurances of his love and affection. He made no mention of the way in which he had employed himself, merely informing Newman that a letter addressed to him under his assumed name at the post office, Portsmouth, would readily find him, and entreating that worthy friend to write full particulars of the situation of his mother and sister, and an account of all the grand things that Ralph Nickleby had done for them since his departure from London. "You are out of spirits," said Smike, on the night after the letter had been dispatched. "Not I," rejoined Nicholas, with assumed gaiety, for the confession would have made the boy miserable all night. "I was thinking about my sister, Smike. Sister, I." "Is she like you?" inquired Smike. "Why, so they say," replied Nicholas, laughing. "Only a great deal handsomer." "She must be very beautiful," said Smike, after thinking a little while with his hands folded together and his eyes bent upon his friend. "Anybody who didn't know you as well as I do, my dear fellow, would say you were an accomplished courtier," said Nicholas. "I don't even know what that is," replied Smike, shaking his head. "Shall I ever see your sister?" "To be sure," cried Nicholas. "We shall all be together one of these days when we are rich, Smike. How is it that you, who are so kind and good to me, have nobody to be kind to?" "You?" asked Smike. "I cannot make that out." "Why, it is a long story," replied Nicholas, "and one you would have some difficulty in comprehending, I fear." "I have an enemy, you understand what that is?" "Oh, yes, I understand that," said Smike. "Well, it is owing to him," returned Nicholas. "He is rich, and not so easily punished as your old enemy, Mr. Squeers. He is my uncle, but he is a villain, and has done me wrong." "Has he, though?" asked Smike, bending eagerly forward. "What is his name? Tell me his name." "Ralph Nickleby." "Ralph Nickleby," repeated Smike. "Ralph. I'll get that name by heart." He had muttered it over to himself some 20 times when a loud knock at the door disturbed him from his occupation. Before he could open it, Mr. Folair, the pantomimist, thrust in his head. Mr. Folair's head was usually decorated with a very round hat, unusually high in the crown, and curled up quite tight in the brims. On the present occasion he wore it very much on one side, with the back part forward in consequence of its being the least rusty. Round his neck he wore a flaming red worsted comforter, whereof the straggling ends peeped out beneath his threadbare Newmarket coat, which was very tight and buttoned all the way up. He carried in his hand one very dirty glove, and a cheap dress cane with a glass handle. In short, his whole appearance was unusually dashing, and demonstrated a far more scrupulous attention to his toilet than he was in the habit of bestowing upon it. "Good evening, sir," said Mr. Folair, taking off the tall hat and running his fingers through his hair. "I bring a communication." "Hem! From whom and what about?" inquired Nicholas. "You are unusually mysterious tonight." "Cold, perhaps," returned Mr. Folair. "Cold, perhaps. That is the fault of my position. Not of myself, Mr. Johnson. My position as a mutual friend requires it, sir." Mr. Folair paused with a most impressive look, and diving into the hat before noticed, drew from thence a small piece of whitey brown paper, curiously folded, whence he brought forth a note which it had served to keep clean, and handing it over to Nicholas, said, "Have the goodness to read that, sir." Nicholas, in a state of much amazement, took the note and broke the seal. Glancing at Mr. Folair as he did so, who, knitting his brow and pursing up his mouth with great dignity, was sitting with his eyes steadily fixed upon the ceiling. It was directed to blank Johnson Esq, by favor of Augustus Folair Esq. And the astonishment of Nicholas was in no degree lessened when he found it to be couched in the following laconic terms: "Mr. Puth, Lenville presents his kind regards to Mr. Johnson, and will feel obliged if he will inform him at what hour tomorrow morning it will be most convenient to him to meet Mr. L. at the theatre, for the purpose of having his nose pulled in the presence of the company. Mr. Lenville requests Mr. Johnson not to neglect making an appointment, as he has invited 2 or 3 professional friends to witness the ceremony, and cannot disappoint them upon any account whatever." Portsmouth, Tugstay night. Indignant as he was at this impertinence, there was something so exquisitely absurd in such a cartel of defiance that Nicholas was obliged to bite his lip and read the note over 2 or 3 times before he could muster sufficient gravity and sternness to address the hostile messenger, who had not taken his eyes from the ceiling nor altered the expression of his face in the slightest degree. "Do you know the contents of this note, sir?" he asked at length. "Yes," rejoined Mr. Folair, looking round for an instant, and immediately carrying his eyes back again to the ceiling. "And how dare you bring it here, sir?" asked Nicholas, tearing it into very little pieces and jerking it in a shower towards the messenger. "Had you no fear of being kicked downstairs, sir?" Mr. Folair turned his head, now ornamented with several fragments of the note, towards Nicholas, and with the same imperturbable dignity, briefly replied, "No." "Then," said Nicholas, taking up the tall hat and tossing it towards the door, "you had better follow that article of your dress, sir, or you may find yourself very disagreeably deceived, and that within a dozen seconds." "I say, Johnson," remonstrated Mr. Folair, suddenly losing all his dignity, "none of that, you know. No tricks with a gentleman's wardrobe." "Leave the room," returned Nicholas. "How could you presume to come here on such an errand, you scoundrel?" "Pooh, pooh!" said Mr. Folair, unwinding his comforter, and gradually getting himself out of it. "There, that's enough. Enough," cried Nicholas, advancing towards him. "Take yourself off, sir. Pooh, pooh!" "I tell you," returned Mr. Folair, waving his hand in deprecation of any further wrath, "I wasn't in earnest. I only brought it in joke." "You had better be careful how you indulge in such jokes again," said Nicholas, "or you may find an allusion to pulling noses rather a dangerous reminder for the subject of your facetiousness." "Was it written in joke too, pray?" "No, no, that's the best of it," returned the actor, "right down earnest honour bright." Nicholas could not repress a smile at the odd figure before him, which, at all times more calculated to provoke mirth than anger, was especially so at that moment, when, with one knee upon the ground, Mr. Folair twirled his old hat round upon his hand, and affected the extremest agony lest any of the nap should. Had been knocked off an ornament which it is almost superfluous to say it had not boasted for many months. "Come, sir," said Nicholas, laughing in spite of himself, "have the goodness to explain." "Why, I'll tell you how it is," said Mr. Folair, sitting himself down in a chair with great coolness. "Since you came here Lenville has done nothing but second business, and instead of having a reception every night as he used to have, they have let him come on as if he was nobody." "What do you mean by a reception?" asked Nicholas. "Jupiter!" exclaimed Mr. Folair. "What an unsophisticated shepherd you are, Johnson! Why, applause from the house when you first come on. So he has gone on night after night, never getting a hand, and you getting a couple of rounds at least, and sometimes 3, till at length he got quite desperate, and had half a mind last night to play Tybalt with a real sword, and pink you not dangerously, but just enough to lay you up for a month or 2. "Very considerate," remarked Nicholas. "Yes, I think it was under the circumstances, his professional reputation being at stake," said Mr. Folair, quite seriously. "But his heart failed him, and he cast about for some other way of annoying you, and making himself popular at the same time, for that's the point. Notoriety is the thing. Bless you, if he had pinked you," said Mr. Folair, stopping to make a calculation in his mind, "it would have been worth 8 or 10 shillings a week to him. All the town would have come to see the actor who nearly killed a man by mistake. I shouldn't wonder if it had got him an engagement in London. However, he was obliged to try some other mode of getting popular, and this one occurred to him. It's a clever idea, really. If you had shown the white feather and let him pull your nose, he'd have got it into the paper. If you had sworn the peace against him, it would have been in the paper too, and he'd have been just as much talked about as you, don't you see?" "Oh, certainly," rejoined Nicholas. "But suppose I were to turn the tables and pull his nose, what then? Would that make his fortune?" "Why, I don't think it would," replied Mr. Folair, scratching his head, "because there wouldn't be any romance about it, and he wouldn't be favorably known. To tell you the truth, though, he didn't calculate much upon that, for you're always so mild-spoken, and are so popular among the women, that we didn't suspect you of showing fight. If you did, however, he has a way of getting out of it easily. Depend upon that." "Has he?" rejoined Nicholas. "We will try tomorrow morning. In the meantime, you can give whatever account of our interview you like best. Good night." As Mr. Folair was pretty well known among his fellow actors for a man who delighted in mischief, and was by no means scrupulous, Nicholas had not much doubt but that he had secretly prompted the tragedian in the course he had taken, and moreover, that he would have carried his mission with a very high hand if he had not been disconcerted by the very unexpected demonstrations with which it had been received. It was not worth his while to be serious with him, however, so he dismissed the pantomimist with a gentle hint that if he offended again, it would be under the penalty of a broken head. And Mr. Folair, taking the caution in exceedingly good part, walked away to confer with his principal and give such an account of his proceedings as he might think best calculated to carry on the joke. He had no doubt reported that Nicholas was in a state of extreme bodily fear, for when that young gentleman walked with much deliberation down to the theatre next morning at the usual hour, he found all the company assembled in evident expectation, and Mr. Linville, with his severest stage face, sitting majestically on a table, whistling defiance. Now the ladies were on the side of Nicholas, and the gentlemen, being jealous, were on the side of the disappointed tragedian, so that the latter formed a little group about the redoubtable Mr. Linville, and the former looked on at a little distance in some trepidation and anxiety. On Nicholas stopping to salute them, Mr. Linville laughed a scornful laugh, and made some general remark touching the natural history of puppies. "Oh," said Nicholas, looking quietly round, "are you there?" "Slave," returned Mr. Linville, flourishing his right arm, and approaching Nicholas with a theatrical stride. But somehow he appeared just at that moment a little startled, as if Nicholas did not look quite so frightened as he had expected, and came all at once to an awkward halt, at which the assembled ladies burst into a shrill laugh. object of my scorn and hatred," said Mr. Linville. "I hold ye in contempt." Nicholas laughed in very unexpected enjoyment of this performance, and the ladies, by way of encouragement, laughed louder than before, whereat Mr. Linville assumed his bitterest smile, and expressed his opinion that they were minions. "But they shall not protect ye," said the tragedian, taking an upward look at Nicholas, beginning at his boots and ending at the crown of his head, and then a downward one, beginning at the crown of his head and ending at his boots, which two looks, as everybody knows, express defiance on the stage. "They shall not protect ye, boy." Thus speaking, Mr. Linville folded his arms and treated Nicholas to that expression of face with which, in melodramatic performances, he was in the habit of regarding the tyrannical kings when they said, "Away with him to the deepest dungeon beneath the castle moat," and which, accompanied with a little jingling of fetters, had been known to produce great effects in its time. Whether it was the absence of the fetters or not, it made no very deep impression on Mr. Linville's adversary, however, but rather seemed to increase the good humour expressed in his countenance, in which stage of the contest one or two gentlemen, who had come out expressly to witness the pulling of Nicholas's nose, grew impatient, murmuring that if it were to be done at all, it had better be done at once, and that if Mr. Linville didn't mean to do it, he had better say so, and not keep them waiting there. Thus urged, the tragedian adjusted the cuff of his right coat sleeve for the performance of the operation, and walked in a very stately manner up to Nicholas, who suffered him to approach to within the requisite distance, and then, without the smallest discomposure, knocked him down. Before the discomfited tragedian could raise his head from the boards, Mrs. Linville, who, as has been before hinted, was in an interesting state, rushed from the rear rank of ladies, and uttering a piercing scream, threw herself upon the body. "Do you see this monster? Do you see this?" cried Mr. Linville, sitting up and pointing to his prostrate lady, who was holding him very tight round the waist. "Come," said Nicholas, nodding his head, "apologize for the insolent note you wrote to me last night, and waste no more time in talking." "Never!" cried Mr. Linville. "Yes, yes!" screamed his wife. "For my sake, for mine, Linville, forego all." "Idle forms, unless you would see me a blighted corse at your feet. This is affecting," said Mr. Linville, looking round him, and drawing the back of his hand across his eyes. "The ties of nature are strong. The weak husband and the father that is yet to be relents." "I apologize." "Humbly and submissively?" said Nicholas. "Humbly and submissively," returned the tragedian, scowling upwards. "But only to save her, for a time will come." "Very good," said Nicholas. "I hope Mrs. Linville may have a good one, and when it does come, and you are a father, you shall retract it if you have the courage. There. Be careful, sir, to what lengths your jealousy carries you another time, and be careful also, before you venture too far, to ascertain your rival's temper." With this parting advice, Nicholas picked up Mr. Linville's ash stick, which had flown. Out of his hand, and breaking it in half, threw him the pieces and withdrew, bowing slightly to the spectators as he walked out. The profoundest deference was paid to Nicholas that night, and the people who had been most anxious to have his nose pulled in the morning embraced occasions of taking him aside, and telling him with great feeling how very friendly they took it that he should have treated that Linville so properly, who was a most unbearable fellow, and on whom they had all, by a remarkable coincidence, at one time or other, contemplated the infliction of condign punishment, which they had only been restrained from in misery. To the die, Nicholas bore his triumph, as he had his success in the little world of the theatre with the utmost moderation and good humor, the crestfallen Mr. Linville made an expiring effort to obtain revenge by sending a boy into the gallery to hiss, but he fell a sacrifice to popular indignation and was promptly turned out without having his money back. "Well, Smike," said Nicholas when the first piece was over, and he had almost finished dressing to go home, "is there any letter yet?" "Yes," replied Smike, "I got this one from the post office." "From Newman Noggs," said Nicholas, casting his eye upon the cramped direction. "It's no easy matter to make his writing out. Let me see, let me see." By dint of poring over the letter for half an hour, he contrived to make himself master of the contents, which were certainly not of a nature to set his mind at ease. Newman took upon himself to send back the £10, observing that he had ascertained that neither Mrs. Nickleby nor Kate was in actual want of money at the moment, and that a time might shortly come when Nicholas might want it more. He entreated him not to be alarmed at what he was about to say. There was no bad news. They were in good health, but he thought circumstances might occur, or were occurring, which would render it absolutely necessary that Kate should have her brother's protection, and if so, Newman said, he would write to him to that effect either by the next post or the next but one. Nicholas read this passage very often, and the more he thought of it, the more he began to fear some treachery upon the part of Ralph. Once or twice he felt tempted to repair to London at all hazards without an hour's delay, but a little reflection assured him that if such a step were necessary, Newman would have spoken out and told him so at once. At all events, I should prepare them here for the possibility of my going away. "Suddenly," said Nicholas, "I should lose no time in doing that." As the thought occurred to him, he took up his hat and hurried to the green room. "Well, Mr. Johnson," said Mrs. Crummles, who was seated there in full regal costume, with the phenomenon as the maiden in her maternal arms, "next week for Ryde, then for Winchester, then for—" "I have some reason to fear," interrupted Nicholas, "that before you leave here, my career with you will have closed." "Closed!" cried Mrs. Crummles, raising her hands in astonishment. "Closed!" cried Miss Snevellicci, trembling so much in her tights that she actually laid her hand upon the shoulder of the manager's for support. "Why, he don't mean to say he's going!" exclaimed Mrs. Grudden, making her way towards Mrs. Crummles. "Hoity-toity! Nonsense!" The phenomenon, being of an affectionate nature and moreover excitable, raised a loud cry, and Miss Belvani and Miss Bravassa actually shed tears. Even the male performers stopped in their conversation and echoed the word "going," although some among them, and they had been the loudest in their congratulations that day, winked at each other as though they would not be sorry to lose such a favoured rival. An opinion, indeed, which the honest Mr. Folair, who was ready dressed for the savage, openly stated in so many words to a demon with whom he was sharing a pot of porter. Nicholas briefly said that he feared it would be so, although he could not yet speak with any degree of certainty, and getting away as soon as he could, went home to Newman's letter once more, and speculate upon it afresh. How trifling all that had been occupying his time and thoughts for many weeks seemed to him during that sleepless night, and how constantly and incessantly present to his imagination was the one idea that Kate, in the midst of some great trouble and distress, might even then be looking, and vainly too, for him. Chapter 30. Festivities are held in honour of Nicholas, who suddenly withdraws himself from the society of Mr. Vincent Crummles and his theatrical companions. It's Anton at the Porby. Even mind twelkelv minutes en de fall, and onvolgen even dat hurum of grief and consternation, and, in the extremity of his despair, even held out certain vague promises of a speedy improvement not only in the amount of his regular salary, but also in the contingent emoluments appertaining to precedence. Finding Nichols bent upon quitting at quitting, Enterdepartment. Let me see, said Mr. Crummles, taking off his outlaw's wig, the better to arrive at a cool-headed view of the whole case. Let me see. This is Wednesday night. We'll have posters out the first thing in the morning announcing positively your last appearance for tomorrow. But perhaps it may not be my last appearance, you know, said Nicholas. Unless I am summoned away, I should be sorry to inconvenience you by leaving before the end of the week. So much the better, returned Mr. Crummles. We can have positively your last appearance on Thursday, re-engagement for one night more on Friday, and yielding to the wishes of numerous influential patrons who were disappointed in obtaining seats on Saturday. That ought to bring 3 very decent houses. Then I am to make 3 last appearances, am I? Inquired Nicholas, smiling. Yes, rejoined the manager, scratching his head with an air of some vexation. 3 is not enough, and it's very bungling and irregular not to have more, but if— We can't help it. We can't. So there's no use in talking. A novelty would be very desirable. You couldn't sing a comic song on the pony's back, could you? No, replied Nicholas, I couldn't indeed. It has drawn money before now, said Mr. Crummles with a look of disappointment. What do you think of a brilliant display of fireworks? That it would be rather expensive, replied Nicholas dryly. 18 pence would do it, said Mr. Crummles. You on the top of a pair of steps with the phenomenon in an attitude. Farewell. On a transparency behind, and 9 people at the wings with a squib in each hand, all the dozen and a half going off at once. It would be very grand awful from the front, quite awful. As Nicholas appeared by no means impressed with the solemnity of the proposed effect, but, on the contrary, received the proposition in a most irreverent manner, and laughed at it very heartily. Mr. Crummles abandoned the project in its birth, and gloomily observed that they must make up the best bill they could with combats and hornpipes, and so stick to the legitimate drama. For the purpose of carrying this object into instant execution, the manager at once repaired to a small dressing-room adjacent, where Mrs. Crummles was then occupied in exchanging the habiliments of a melodramatic empress for the ordinary attire of matrons in the 19th century. And with the assistance of this lady and the accomplished Mrs. Gredden, who had quite a genius for making out bills, being a great hand at throwing in the notes of admiration, and knowing from long experience exactly where the largest capitals ought to go, he seriously applied himself to the composition of the poster. Hey-ho, sighed Nicholas, as he threw himself back in the prompter's chair, after telegraphing the needful directions to Smike, who had been playing a meager tailor in the interlude, with one skirt to his coat, and a little pocket handkerchief with a large hole in it, and a woolen nightcap, and a red nose, and other distinctive marks peculiar to tailors on the stage. Hey-ho! I wish all this were over. Over, Mr. Johnson, repeated a female voice behind him in a kind of plaintive surprise. It was an ungallant speech, certainly, said Nicholas, looking up to see who the speaker was, and recognizing Miss Stavlichi. I would not have made it if I had known you had been within hearing. What a dear that Mr. Digby is, said Miss Stavlichi, as the tailor went off on the opposite side at the end of the piece with great applause. Smike's theatrical name was Digby. I'll tell him presently for his gratification that you said so, returned Nicholas. Oh, you naughty thing, rejoined Miss Stavlichi. I don't know, though, that I should much mind his knowing my opinion of him. With some other people, indeed, it might be— Here Miss Stavlichi stopped, as though waiting to be questioned. But no questioning came, for Nicholas was thinking about more serious matters. "How kind it is of you," resumed Miss Novelty, after a short silence, "to sit waiting here for him, night after night, no matter how tired you are, and taking so much pains with him, and doing it all with as much delight and readiness as if you were coining gold by it." "He well deserves all the kindness I can show him, and a great deal more," said Nicholas. "He is the most grateful, single-hearted, affectionate creature that ever breathed." "So odd, too," remarked Miss Novelty, "isn't he? God help him, and those who have made him so." "He is indeed," rejoined Nicholas, shaking his head. "He is such a devilish close chap," said Mr. Folair, who had come up a little before, and now joined in the conversation. "Nobody can ever get anything out of him." "What should they get out of him?" asked Nicholas, turning round with some abruptness. "Zooks, what a fire-eater you are, Johnson!" returned Mr. Folair, pulling up the heel of his dancing shoe. "I'm only talking of the natural curiosity of the people here, to know what he has been about all his life. Poor fellow, it is pretty plain, I should think, that he has not the intellect to have been about anything of much importance to them or anybody else," said Nicholas. "Aye," rejoined the actor, contemplating the effect of his face in a lamp reflector, "but that involves the whole question, you know." "What question?" asked Nicholas. "Why, the who he is, and what he is, and how you two, who are so different, came to be such close companions," replied Mr. Folair, delighted with the opportunity of saying something disagreeable. "That's in everybody's mouth." "The everybody of the theatre, I suppose?" said Nicholas contemptuously. "In it and out of it too," replied the actor. "Why, you know Lenville says—" "I thought I had silenced him effectually," interrupted Nicholas, reddening. "Perhaps you have," rejoined the immovable Mr. Folair. "If you have," he said this before he was silenced, "Lenville says that you're a regular stick of an actor, and that it's only the mystery about you that has caused you to go down with the people here, and that Crummles keeps it up for his own sake, though Lenville says he don't believe there's anything at all in it, except your having got into a scrape and run away from somewhere, for doing something or other." "Oh," said Nicholas, forcing a smile. "That's a part of what he says," added Mr. Folair. "I mention it as the friend of both parties, and in strict confidence. I don't agree with him, you know. He says he takes Digby to be more knave than fool, and old Fluggers, who does the heavy business, you know, H.E., says that when he delivered messages at Covent Garden the season before last, there used to be a pickpocket hovering about the coach-stand who had exactly the face of Digby, though, as he very properly says, Digby. May not be the same, but only his brother, or some near relation." "Oh!" cried Nicholas again. "Yes," said Mr. Folair, with undisturbed calmness, "that's what they say. I thought I'd tell you, because really you ought to know. Oh, here's this blessed phenomenon at last. You little imposition, I should like to quite ready, my darling humbug. Ring up, Mrs. G., and let the favourite wake 'em." Uttering in a loud voice such of the latter allusions as were complimentary to the unconscious phenomenon, and giving the rest in a confidential aside to Nicholas, Mr. Folair followed the ascent of the curtain with his eyes, regarded with a sneer the reception of Miss Crummles as the maiden, and falling back a step or two to advance with the better effect, uttered a preliminary howl, and went on, chattering his teeth and brandishing his tin tomahawk as the Indian savage. "So these are some of the stories they invent about us, and bandy from mouth to mouth," thought Nicholas. "If a man would commit an inexpiable offence against any society, large or small, let him be successful. They will forgive him any crime but that. "You surely don't mind what that malicious creature says, Mr. Johnson," observed Miss Snevellicci in her most winning tones. "Not I," replied Nicholas. "If I were going to remain here, I might think it worth my while to embroil myself. As it is, let them talk till they are hoarse. But here," added Nicholas as Smike approached, "here comes the subject of a portion of their good nature, so let he and I say good night together." "No, I will not let either of you say anything of the kind," returned Miss Snevellicci. "You must come home and see mamma, who only came to Portsmouth today, and is dying to behold you. Led, my dear, persuade Mr. Johnson." "Oh, I'm sure," returned Miss Ledrook with considerable vivacity, "if you can't persuade him—" Miss Ledrook said no more, but intimated by a dexterous playfulness that if Miss Snevellicci couldn't persuade him, nobody could. "Mr. and Mrs. Lillivick have taken lodgings in our house, and share our sitting-room for the present," said Miss Snevellicci. "Won't that induce you?" "Surely," returned Nicholas, "I can require no possible inducement beyond your invitation." "Oh no, I dare say," rejoined Miss Snevellicci, and Miss Ledrook said, "Upon my word." Upon which Miss Snevellicci said that Miss Ledrook was a giddy thing, and Miss Ledrook said that Miss Snevellicci needn't colour up quite so much, and Miss Snevellicci beat Miss Ledrook, and Miss Ledrook and Miss Ledrook beat Miss Snevellicci. "Come," said Miss Ledrook, "it's high time we were there, or we shall have poor Mrs. Snevellicci thinking that you have run away with her daughter, Mr. Johnson, and then we should have a pretty to-do." "My dear Led," remonstrated Miss Snevellicci, "how you do talk." Miss Ledrook made no answer, but taking Smike's arm in hers, left her friend and Nicholas to follow at their pleasure, which it pleased them, or rather pleased Nicholas, who had no great fancy for a tete under the circumstances, to do at once. There were not wanting matters of conversation when they reached the street, for it turned out that Miss Snevellicci had a small basket to carry home, and Miss Ledrook a small bandbox, both containing such minor articles of theatrical costume as the lady performers usually carried to and fro every evening. Nicholas would insist upon carrying the basket, and Miss Snevellicci would insist upon carrying it herself, which gave rise to a struggle in which Nicholas captured the basket and the bandbox likewise. Then Nicholas said that he wondered what could possibly be inside the basket, and attempted to peep in, whereat Miss Snevellicci screamed and declared that if she thought he had seen, she was sure she should faint away. This declaration was followed by a similar attempt on the bandbox, and similar demonstrations on the part of Miss Ledrook, and then both ladies vowed that they wouldn't move a step further until Nicholas had promised that he wouldn't offer to peep again. At last Nicholas pledged himself to betray no further curiosity, and they walked on, both ladies giggling very much, and declaring that they never had seen such a wicked creature in all their born days, never. Lightening the way with such pleasantry as this, they arrived at the tailor's house in no time. And here they made quite a little party, there being present besides Mr. Lillivick and Mrs. Lillivick, not only Miss Snevellicci's mamma, but her papa also. And an uncommonly fine man Miss Snevellicci's papa was, with a hook nose, and a white forehead, and curly black hair, and high cheekbones, and altogether quite a handsome face, only a little pimply as though with drinking. He had a very broad chest, had Miss Snevellicci's papa, and he wore a threadbare blue dress coat buttoned with gilt buttons tight across it, and he no sooner saw Nicholas come into the room than he whipped the two forefingers of his right hand in between the two center buttons, and sticking his other arm gracefully at him. Such was, and in such an attitude sat Miss Snevellicci's papa, who had been in the profession ever since he had first played the 10-year-old imps in the Christmas pantomimes, who could sing a little, dance a little, fence a little, act a little, and do everything a little, but not much, who had been sometimes in the ballet and sometimes in the chorus at every theatre in London, who was always selected in virtue of his figure to play the military visitors and the speechless nobleman, who always wore a smart dress and came on arm in arm with a smart lady in short petticoats, and always did it too with such an air that people in the pit had been several times known to cry out "Bravo!" under the impression that he was somebody. Such was Miss Snevellicci's papa, upon whom some envious persons cast the imputation that he occasionally beat Miss Snevellicci's mamma, who was still a dancer, with a neat little figure and some remains of good looks, and who now sat as she danced, being rather too old for the full glare of the footlights in the background. To these good people Nicholas was presented with much formality. The introduction being completed, Miss Snevellicci's papa, who was scented with rum and water, said that he was delighted to make the acquaintance of a gentleman so highly talented, and furthermore remarked that there hadn't been such a hit made not since the first appearance of his friend, Mr. Glavormley, at the Coburg. "You have seen him, sir?" said Miss Snevellicci's papa. "No, really, I never did," replied Nicholas. "You never saw my friend Glavormley, sir?" said Miss Snevellicci's papa. "Then you have never seen acting yet." "If he had lived—" "Oh, he is dead, is he?" interrupted Nicholas. "He is," said Mr. Snevellicci. "But he isn't in Westminster Abbey, more's the shame. He was well, no matter. He is gone to that bourne from whence no traveller returns. I hope he is appreciated there." So saying, Miss Snevellicci's papa rubbed the tip of his nose with a very yellow silk handkerchief, and gave the company to understand that these recollections overcame him. "Well, Mr. Lillyvick," said Nicholas, "and how are you?" "Quite well, sir," replied the collector. "There is nothing like the married state, sir, depend upon it." "Indeed!" said Nicholas, laughing. "Ah, nothing like it, sir," replied Mr. Lillyvick solemnly. "How do you think," whispered the collector, drawing him aside, "how do you think she looks tonight?" "As handsome as ever," replied Nicholas, glancing at the late Miss Petowker. "Why, there's air about her, sir," whispered the collector, "that I never saw in anybody. Look at her now. She moves to put the kettle on. There! Isn't it fascination, sir?" "You're a lucky man," said Nicholas. "Ha, ha, ha," rejoined the collector. "No? Do you think I am, though, eh? Perhaps I may be, perhaps I may be. I say, I couldn't have done much better if I had been a young man, could I? You couldn't have done much better yourself, could you? Could you?" With such inquiries, and many more such, Mr. Lillyvick jerked his elbow into Nicholas's side, and chuckled till his face became quite purple in the attempt to keep down his satisfaction. By this time the cloth had been laid under the joint superintendence of all the ladies upon two tables put together, one being high and narrow, and the other low and broad. There were oysters at the top, sausages at the bottom, a pair of snuffers in the center, and baked potatoes wherever it was most convenient to put them. Two additional chairs were brought in from the bedroom. Miss Snevellicci sat at the head of the table, and Mr. Lillyvick at the foot, and Nicholas had not only the honor of sitting next Miss Snevellicci, but of having Miss Snevellicci's mamma on his right hand, and Miss Snevellicci's papa over the way. In short, he was the hero of the feast, and when the table was cleared and something warm introduced, Miss Snevellicci's papa got up and proposed his health in a speech containing such affecting allusions to his coming departure that Miss Snevellicci wept, and was compelled to retire into the bedroom. "Hush, don't take any notice of it," said Miss Ledrook, peeping in from the bedroom. "Say, when she comes back, that she exerts herself too much." Miss Ledrook eked out this speech with so many mysterious nods and frowns before she shut the door again that a profound silence came upon all the company, during which Miss Snevellicci's papa looked very big indeed, several sizes larger than life, at everybody in turn, but particularly at Nicholas, and kept on perpetually emptying his tumbler and filling it again until the ladies returned. In a cluster, with Miss Snevellicci among them. "You needn't alarm yourself a bit, Mr. Snevellicci," said Mrs. Lillyvick. "She is only a little weak and nervous. She has been so ever since the morning." "Oh," said Mr. Snevellicci, "that's all, is it?" "Oh, yes, that's all." "Don't make a fuss about it," cried all the ladies together. Now this was not exactly the kind of reply suited to Mr. Snevellicci's importance as a man and a father, so he picked out the unfortunate Mrs. Snevellicci, and asked her what the devil she meant by talking to him in that way. "Dear me, my dear," said Mrs. Snevellicci. "Don't call me your dear ma'am," said Mr. Snevellicci, "if you please." "Pray, pa, don't," interposed Miss Snevellicci. "Don't what, my child? Talk in that way. Why not?" said Mr. Snevellicci. "I hope you don't suppose there's anybody here who is to prevent my talking as I like." "Nobody wants to, pa," rejoined his daughter. "Nobody would if they did want to," said Mr. Snevellicci. "I am not ashamed of myself. Snevellicci is my name. I'm to be found in Broad Court, Bow Street, when I'm in town. If I'm not at home, let any man ask for me at the stage door. They know me at the stage door, I suppose. Most men have seen my portrait at the cigar shop round the corner. I've been mentioned in the newspapers before now, haven't I? Talk. I'll tell you what, if I found out that any man had been tampering with the affections of my daughter, I wouldn't talk. I'd astonish him without talking. That's my way." So saying, Mr. Snevellicci struck the palm of his left hand 3 smart blows with his clenched fist, pulled a phantom nose with his right thumb and forefinger, and swallowed another glassful at a draught. "That's my way," repeated Mr. Snevellicci. "Most public characters have their failings, and the truth is that Mr. Snevellicci was a little addicted to drinking, or, if the whole truth must be told, that he was scarcely ever sober. He knew in his cups 3 distinct stages of intoxication: the dignified, the quarrelsome, the amorous. When professionally engaged, he never got beyond the dignified. In private circles he went through all 3, passing from one to another with a rapidity of transition often rather perplexing to those who had not the honor of his acquaintance. Thus Mr. Snevellicci had no sooner swallowed another glassful than he smiled. Upon all present in happy forgetfulness of having exhibited symptoms of pugnacity, and proposed, the ladies, bless their hearts, in a most vivacious manner. "I love 'em," said Mr. Snevellicci, looking round the table. "I love 'em, everyone." "Not everyone," reasoned Mr. Lillyvick mildly. "Yes, everyone," repeated Mr. Snevellicci. "That would include the married ladies, you know," said Mr. Lillyvick. "I love them too, sir," said Mr. Snevellicci. The collector looked into the surrounding faces with an aspect of grave astonishment, seeming to say, "This is a nice man," and appeared a little surprised that Mrs. Lillyvick's manner yielded no evidences of horror and indignation. "One good turn deserves another," said Mr. Snevellicci. "I love them, and they love me." And as if this avowal were not made in sufficient disregard and defiance of all moral obligations, what did Mr. Snevellicci do? He winked openly and undisguisedly, winked with his right eye upon Henrietta Lillyvick. The collector fell back in his chair in the intensity of his astonishment. If anybody had winked at her as Henrietta Petowker, it would have been indecorous in the last degree. But as Mrs. Lillyvick, while he thought of it in a cold perspiration and wondered whether it was possible that he could be dreaming, Mr. Snevellicci repeated the wink, and drinking to Mrs. Lillyvick in dumb show, actually blew her a kiss. Mr. Lillyvick left his chair, walked straight up to the other end of the table, and fell upon him, literally fell upon him instantaneously. Mr. Lillyvick was no lightweight, and consequently when he fell upon Mr. Snevellicci fell under the table. Mr. Lillyvick followed him, and the ladies screamed. "What is the matter with the men? Are they mad?" cried Nicholas, diving under the table, dragging up the collector by main force, and thrusting him, all doubled up, into a chair, as if he had been a stuffed figure. "What do you mean to do? What do you want to do? What is the matter with you?" While Nicholas raised up the collector, Smike had performed the same office for Mr. Snevellicci, who now regarded his late adversary in tipsy amazement. "Look here, sir," replied Mr. Lillyvick, pointing to his astonished wife. "Here is purity and elegance combined, whose feelings have been violated, sir." "Lor, what nonsense he talks!" exclaimed Mrs. Lillyvick in answer to the inquiring look of Nicholas. "Nobody has said anything to me." "Said Henrietta!" cried the collector. "Didn't I see him?" Mr. Lillyvick couldn't bring himself to utter the word, but he counterfeited the motion of the eye. "Well," cried Mrs. Lillyvick, "do you suppose nobody is ever to look at me? A pretty thing to be married indeed if that was law." "You didn't mind it?" cried the collector. "Mind it," repeated Mrs. Lillyvick contemptuously. "You ought to go down on your knees and beg everybody's pardon, that you ought." "Pardon, my dear," said the dismayed collector. "Yes, and mine first," replied Mrs. Lillyvick. "Do you suppose I ain't the best judge of what's proper and what's improper?" "To be sure," cried all the ladies. "Do you suppose W.E. shouldn't be the first to speak if there was anything that ought to be taken notice of?" "Do you suppose they don't know, sir?" said Miss Snevellicci's papa, pulling up. His collar, and muttering something about a punching of heads, and being only withheld by considerations of age. With which Miss Snevellicci's papa looked steadily and sternly at Mr. Lillyvick for some seconds, and then rising deliberately from his chair, kissed the ladies all round, beginning with Mrs. Lillyvick. The unhappy collector looked piteously at his wife, as if to see whether there was any one trait of Miss Petowker left in Mrs. Lillyvick, and finding too surely that there was not, begged pardon of all the company with great humility, and sat down such a crestfallen, dispirited, disenchanted man, that despite all his selfishness and dotage, he was quite an object of compassion. Miss Snevellicci's papa being greatly exalted by this triumph, an incontestable proof of his popularity with the fair sex, quickly grew convivial, not to say uproarious, volunteering more than one song of no inconsiderable length, and Barry, regaling the social circle between whiles with recollections of divers splendid women who had been supposed to entertain a passion for himself, several of whom he toasted by name, taking occasion to remark at the same time that if he had been a little more alive to his own interest, he might have been rolling at that moment in his chariot and four. These reminiscences appeared to awaken no very torturing pangs in the breast of Mrs. Snevellicci, who was sufficiently occupied in descanting to Nicholas upon the manifold accomplishments and merits of her daughter. Nor was the young lady herself at all behindhand in displaying her choicest allurements. But these, heightened as they were by the artifices of Miss Ledrook, had no effect whatever in increasing the attentions of Nicholas, who, with the precedent of Miss Squeers still fresh in his memory, steadily resisted every fascination and placed so strict a guard upon his behavior that when he had taken his leave the ladies were unanimous in pronouncing him quite a monster of insensibility. Next day the posters appeared in due course, and the public were informed, in all the colors of the rainbow, and in letters afflicted with every possible variation of spinal deformity, how that Mr. Johnson would have the honor of making his last appearance that evening, and how that an early application for places was requested, in consequence of the extraordinary overflow attendant on his performances, it being a remarkable fact in theatrical history, but one long since established beyond dispute, that it is a Hotelblüten Deverberd. Nicholas was somewhat at a loss, on entering the theatre at night, to account for the unusual perturbation and excitement visible in the countenances of all the company, but he was not long in doubt as to the cause, for before he could make any inquiry respecting it, Mr. Crummles approached, and in an agitated tone of voice informed him that there was a London manager in the boxes. "It's the phenomenon, depend upon it, sir," said Crummles, dragging Nicholas to the little hole in the curtain that he might look through at the London manager. "I have not the smallest doubt it's the fame of the phenomenon that's the man. Him in the great coat and no shirt collar. She shall have £10 a week, Johnson. She shall not appear on the London boards for a farthing less. They shan't engage her either, unless they engage Mrs. Crummles. £20 a week for the pair, or I'll tell you what, I'll throw in myself and the 2 boys, and they shall have the family for 30. I can't say fairer than that. They must take us all, if none of us will go without the others. That's the way some of the London people do. And it always answers. £30 a week, it's too cheap, Johnson. It's stir cheap." Nicholas replied that it certainly was, and Mr. Vincent Crummles, taking several huge pinches of snuff to compose his feelings, hurried away to tell Mrs. Crummles that he had quite settled the only terms that could be accepted, and had resolved not to abate one single farthing. When everybody was dressed and the curtain went up, the excitement occasioned by the presence of the London manager increased 1,000-fold. Everybody happened to know that the London manager had come down specially to witness his or her own performance, and all were in a flutter of anxiety and expectation. Some of those who were not on in the first scene hurried to the wings, and there stretched their necks to have a peep at him. Others stole up into the 2 little private boxes over the stage doors, and from that position reconnoitered the London manager. Once the London manager was seen to smile. He smiled at the comic countryman's pretending to catch a bluebottle, while Mrs. Crummles was making her greatest effect. "Very good, my fine fellow," said Mr. Crummles, shaking his fist at the comic countryman when he came off. "You leave this company next Saturday night." In the same way, everybody who was on the stage beheld no audience but one individual. Everybody played to the London manager. When Mr. Linville, in a sudden burst of passion, called the Emperor a miscreant, and then biting his glove, said, "But I must dissemble," instead of looking gloomily at the boards, and so waiting for his cue, as is proper in such cases, he kept his eye fixed upon the London manager. When Miss Bravassa sang her song at her lover, who according to custom stood ready to shake hands with her between the verses, they looked, not at each other, but at the London manager. Mr. Crummles died point blank at him, and when the 2 guards came in to take the body off after a very hard death, it was seen to open its eyes and glance at the London manager. At length the London manager was discovered to be asleep, and shortly after that he woke up and went away, whereupon all the company fell foul of the unhappy comic countryman, declaring that his buffoonery was the sole cause, and Mr. Crummles said that he had put up with it a long time, but that he really couldn't stand it any longer, and therefore would feel obliged by his looking out for another engagement. All this was the occasion of much amusement to Nicholas, whose only feeling upon the subject was one of sincere satisfaction that the great man went away before he appeared. He went through his part in the two last pieces as briskly as he could, and having been received with unbounded favor and unprecedented applause, so said the bills for next day, which had been printed an hour or two before he took Smike's arm and walked home to bed. With the post next morning came a letter from Newman Noggs, very inky, very short, very dirty, very small, and very mysterious, urging Nicholas to return to London instantly, not to lose an instant, to be there that night if possible. "I will," said Nicholas. "Heaven knows I have remained here for the best, and sorely against my own will, but even now I may have dallied too long. What can have happened? Smike, my good fellow, here take my purse, put our things together, and pay what little debts we owe quick, and we shall be in time for the morning coach. I will only tell them that we are going and will return to you immediately." So saying, he took his hat, and hurrying away to the lodgings of Mr. Crummles, applied his hand to the knocker with such hearty good will that he awakened that gentleman, who was still in bed, and caused Mr. Bulph the pilot to take his morning's pipe very nearly out of his mouth in the extremity of his surprise. The door being opened, Nicholas ran upstairs without any ceremony, and bursting into the darkened sitting-room on the one-pair front, found that the two Master Crummleses had sprung out of the sofa bedstead and were putting on their clothes with great rapidity, under the impression that it was the middle of the night and the next house was on fire. Before he could undeceive them, Mr. Crummles came down in a flannel gown and nightcap, and to him Nicholas briefly explained that circumstances had occurred which rendered it necessary for him to repair to London immediately. "So good-bye," said Nicholas. "Good-bye, good-bye." He was half-way downstairs before Mr. Crummles had sufficiently recovered his surprise to gasp out something about the posters. "I can't help it," replied Nicholas. "Set whatever I may have earned this week against them, or if that will not repay you, say at once what will. Quick, quick." "We'll cry quits about that," returned Crummles. "But can't we have one last night more?" "Not an hour, not a minute," replied Nicholas impatiently. "Won't you stop to say something to Mrs. Crummles?" asked the manager, following him down to the door. "I couldn't stop if it were to prolong my life a score of years," rejoined Nicholas. "Here, take my hand, and with it my hearty thanks." "Oh, that I should have been fooling here." Accompanying these words with an impatient stamp upon the ground, he tore himself from the manager's detaining grasp, and darting rapidly down the street, was out of sight in an instant. Dear me," said Mr. Crummles, looking wistfully towards the point at which he had just disappeared. "If he only acted like that, what a deal of money he'd draw. He should have kept upon this circuit, he'd have been very useful to me. But he don't know what's good for him. He is an impetuous youth. Young men are rash, very rash." Mr. Crummles, being in a moralizing mood, might possibly have moralized for some minutes longer if he had not mechanically put his hand towards his waistcoat pocket, where he was accustomed to keep his snuff. The absence of any pocket at all in the usual direction suddenly recalled to his recollection the fact that he had no waistcoat on, and this leading him to a contemplation of the extreme scantiness of his attire, he shut the door abruptly and retired upstairs with great precipitation. Smike had made good speed, while Nicholas was absent, and with his help everything was soon ready for their departure. They scarcely stopped to take a morsel of breakfast, and in less than half an hour arrived at the coach office, quite out of breath with the haste they had made to reach it in time. There were yet a few minutes to spare, so, having secured the places, Nicholas hurried into a slop-seller's hard by, and bought Smike a great coat. It would have been rather large for a substantial yeoman, but the shopman averring and with considerable truth that it was a most uncommon fit, Nicholas would have purchased it in his impatience if it had been twice the size. As they hurried up to the coach, which was now in the open street and all ready for starting, Nicholas was not a little astonished to find himself suddenly clutched in a close and violent embrace which nearly took him off his legs. Nor was his amazement at all lessened by hearing the voice of Mr. Crummles exclaim, "It is he, my friend, my friend!" "Bless my heart!" cried Nicholas, struggling in the manager's arms. "What are you about?" The manager made no reply, but strained him to his breast again, exclaiming as he did so, "Farewell, my noble, my lion-hearted boy." In fact, Mr. Crummles, who could never lose any opportunity for professional display, had turned out for the express purpose of taking a public farewell of Nicholas, and to render it the more imposing, he was now, to that young gentleman's most profound annoyance, inflicting upon him a rapid succession of stage embraces, which, as everybody knows, are performed by the embracer's laying his or her chin on the shoulder of the object of affection, and looking over it. This Mr. Crummles did in the highest style of melodrama, pouring forth at the same time all the most dismal forms of farewell he could think of, out of the stock pieces. Nor was this all, for the elder Master Crummles was going through a similar ceremony with Smike, while Master Percy Crummles, with a very little second-hand camlet cloak, worn theatrically over his left shoulder, stood by in the attitude of an attendant officer waiting to convey the two victims to the scaffold. The lookers-on laughed very heartily, and as it was as well to put a good face upon the matter, Nicholas laughed too when he had succeeded in disengaging himself, and rescuing the astonished Smike, climbed up to the coach roof after him, and kissed his hand in honor of the absent Mrs. Crummles as they rolled away. Chapter 31. Of Ralph Nickleby and Newman Noggs, and some wise precautions, the success or failure of which will appear in the sequel. In blissful unconsciousness that his nephew was hastening at the utmost speed of 4 good horses towards his sphere of action, and that every passing minute diminished the distance between them, Ralph Nickleby sat that morning occupied in his customary avocations, and yet unable to prevent his thoughts wandering from time to time back to the interview which had taken place between himself and his niece on the previous day. At such intervals, after a few moments of abstraction, Ralph would mutter some peevish interjection, and apply himself with renewed steadiness of purpose to the ledger before him. But again and again the same train of thought came back, despite all his efforts to prevent it, confusing him in his calculations, and utterly distracting his attention from the figures over which he bent. At length Ralph laid down his pen, and threw himself back in his chair as though he had made up his mind to allow the obtrusive current of reflection to take its own course, and, by giving it full scope, to rid himself of it effectually. "I am not a man to be moved by a pretty face," muttered Ralph sternly. "There is a grinning skull beneath it, and men like me who look and work below the surface see that, and not its delicate covering. And yet I almost like the girl, or should if she had been less proudly and squeamishly brought up. If the boy were drowned or hanged, and the mother dead, this house should be her home. I wish they were, with all my soul." Notwithstanding the deadly hatred which Ralph felt towards Nicholas, and the bitter contempt with which he sneered at poor Mrs. Nickleby, notwithstanding the baseness with which he had behaved, and was then behaving, and would behave again if his interest prompted him, towards Kate herself, still there was, strange though it may seem, something humanizing and even gentle in his thoughts at that moment. He thought of what his home might be if Kate were there. He placed her in the empty chair, looked upon her, heard her speak. He felt again upon his arm the gentle pressure of the trembling hand. He strewed his costly rooms with 100 silent tokens of feminine presence and occupation. He came back again to the cold fireside and the silent dreary splendor, and in that one glimpse of a better nature, born as it was in selfish thoughts, the rich man felt himself friendless, childless, and alone. Gold, for the instant, lost its luster in his eyes, for there were countless treasures of the heart which it could never purchase. A very slight circumstance was sufficient to banish such reflections from the mind of such a man. As Ralph looked vacantly out across the yard towards the window of the other office, he became suddenly aware of the earnest observation of Newman Noggs, who, with his red nose almost touching the glass, feigned to be mending a pen with a rusty fragment of a knife, but was in reality staring at his employer with a countenance of the closest and most eager scrutiny. Ralph exchanged his dreamy posture for his accustomed business attitude. The face of Newman disappeared, and the train of thought took to flight all simultaneously and in an instant. After a few minutes, Ralph rang his bell. Newman answered the summons, and Ralph raised his eyes stealthily to his face, as if he almost feared to read there a knowledge of his recent thoughts. There was not the smallest speculation, however, in the countenance of Newman Noggs. If it be possible to imagine a man, with two eyes in his head and both wide open, looking in no direction whatever, and seeing nothing, Newman appeared to be that man, while Ralph Nickleby regarded him. "How now?" growled Ralph. "Oh!" said Newman, throwing some intelligence into his eyes all at once and dropping them on his master. "I thought you rang." With which laconic remark Newman turned round and hobbled away. "Stop," said Ralph. Newman stopped, not at all disconcerted. "I did ring." "I knew you did." "Then why do you offer to go if you know that?" "I thought you rang to say you didn't ring," replied Newman. "You often do. How dare you pry and peer and stare at me, sirrah?" demanded Ralph. "Stare!" cried Newman. "At you!" which was all the explanation Newman deigned to offer. "Be careful, sir," said Ralph, looking steadily at him. "Let me have no drunken fooling here. Do you see this parcel?" "It's big enough," rejoined Newman. "Carry it into the city, to Cross, in Broad Street, and leave it there quick. Do you hear?" Newman gave a dogged kind of nod to express an affirmative reply, and, leaving the room for a few seconds, returned with his hat. Having made various ineffective attempts to fit the parcel, which was some 2 feet square, into the crown thereof, Newman took it under his arm, and after putting on his fingerless gloves with great precision and nicety, keeping his eyes fixed upon Mr. Ralph Nickleby all the time, he adjusted his hat upon his head with as much care, real or pretended, as if it were a brand new one of the most expensive quality, and at last departed on his errand. He executed his commission with great promptitude and dispatch, only calling at one public house for half a minute, and even that might be said to be in his way, for he went in at one door and came out at the other. But as he returned and had got so far homewards as the Strand, Newman began to loiter with the uncertain air of a man who has not quite made up his mind whether to halt or go straight forwards. After a very short consideration, the former inclination prevailed, and making towards the point he had in his mind, Newman knocked a modest double knock, or rather a nervous single one, at Miss Nickleby's door. It was opened by a strange servant, on whom the odd figure of the visitor did not appear to make the most favorable impression possible. inasmuch as she no sooner saw him than she very nearly closed it, and placing herself in the narrow gap, inquired what he wanted. But Newman, merely uttering the monosyllable "Noggs," as if it were some cabalistic word, at sound of which bolts would fly. Back and doors open, pushed briskly past and gained the door of Miss Nickleby's sitting room before the astonished servant could offer any opposition. "Walk in, if you please," said Miss Nickleby in reply to the sound of Newman's knuckles, and in he walked accordingly. "Bless us!" cried Miss Nickleby, starting as Newman bolted in. "What did you want, sir?" "You have forgotten me," said Newman with an inclination of the head. "I wonder at that." That nobody should remember me who knew me in other days is natural enough, but there are few people who, seeing me once, forget me now. He glanced as he spoke at his shabby clothes and paralytic limb and slightly shook his head. "I did forget you, I declare," said Miss Nickleby, rising to receive Newman, who, met her halfway, "and I am ashamed of myself for doing so, for you are a kind, good creature, Mr. Noggs. Sit down and tell me all about Miss Nickleby, poor dear thing. I haven't seen her for this many a week." "How's that?" asked Newman. "Why, the truth is, Mr. Noggs," said Miss Nickleby, "that I have been out on a visit, the first visit I have made for 15 years. "That is a long time," said Newman sadly. "So it is a very long time to look back upon in years, though, somehow or other, thank heaven, the solitary days roll away peacefully and happily enough," replied the miniature painter. "I have a brother, Mr. Noggs, the only relation I have, and all that time I never saw him once. Not that we ever quarreled, but he was apprenticed down in the country, and he got married there, and new ties, and affections springing up about him, he forgot a poor little woman like me, as it was very reasonable he should, you know. Don't suppose that I complain about that, because I always said to myself, it is very natural. Poor dear John is making his way in the world, and has a wife to tell his cares and troubles to, and children now to play about him, so God bless him and them, and send we may all meet together one day where we shall part no more. But what do you think, Mr. Noggs," said the miniature painter, brightening up and clapping her hands, "of that very saint till he found me out? What do you think of his coming here and sitting down in that very chair and crying like a child, because he was so glad to see me? What do you think of his insisting on taking me down all the way into the country to his own house, quite a sumptuous place, Mr. Noggs, with a large garden, and I don't know how many fields and pigs and pies and the mode, and pressing me to stop there all my life, yes, all my life, and so did his wife, and so did the children, and there were 4 of them, and one, the eldest girl of all, they had named her after me 8 good years before. They had indeed. I never was so happy. In all my life I never was." The worthy soul hid her face in her handkerchief, and sobbed aloud, for it was the first opportunity she had had of unburdening her heart, and it would have its way. "But bless my life," said Miss Nickleby, wiping her eyes after a short pause, and cramming her handkerchief into her pocket with great bustle and dispatch, "what a foolish creature I must seem to you, Mr. Noggs. I shouldn't have said anything about it, only I wanted to explain to you how it was I hadn't seen Miss Nickleby." "Have you seen the old lady?" asked Newman. "You mean Mrs. Nickleby," said Miss Nickleby. "Then I tell you what, Mr. Noggs, if you want to keep in the good books in that quarter, you had better not. Call her the old lady any more, for I suspect she wouldn't be best pleased to hear you. Yes, I went there the night before last, but she was quite on the high ropes about something, and was so grand and mysterious that I couldn't make anything of her. So, to tell you the truth, I took it into my head to be grand too, and came away in state. I thought she would have come round again before this, but she hasn't been here. "About Miss Nickleby," said Newman. "Why, she was here twice while I was away," returned Miss Nickleby. "I was afraid she mightn't like to had me calling on her among those great folks in what's-its-name place, so I thought I'd wait a day or two, and if I didn't see her, write." "Ah!" exclaimed Newman, cracking his fingers. "However, I want to hear all the news about them from you," said Miss Nickleby. "How is the old rough and tough monster of Golden Square?" "Well, of course, such people always are." "I don't mean how is he in health, but how is he going on? How is he behaving himself?" "Damn him!" cried Newman, dashing his cherished hat on the floor, "like a false hound." "Gracious, Mr. Noggs, you quite terrify me," exclaimed Miss Nickleby, turning pale. "I should have spoiled his features yesterday afternoon if I could have afforded it," said Newman, moving restlessly about, and shaking his fist at a portrait of Mr. Canning over the mantelpiece. "I was very near it. I was obliged to put my hands in my pockets and keep 'em there very tight. I shall do it some day in that little back parlor, I know I shall. I should have done it before now, if I hadn't been." "Afraid of making bad worse, I shall double lock myself in with him, and have it out before I die. I'm quite certain of it." "I shall scream if you don't compose yourself, Mr. Noggs," said Miss Nickleby. "I'm sure I shan't be able to help it." "Never mind," rejoined Newman, darting violently to and fro. "He's coming up tonight, I wrote to tell him. He little thinks I know. He little thinks I care." "Cunning scoundrel! He don't think that. Not he, not he." "Never mind, I'll thwart him. I, Newman Noggs. Ho, ho, the rascal." Lashing himself up to an extravagant pitch of fury, Newman Noggs jerked himself about the room with the most eccentric motion ever beheld in a human being, now sparring at the little miniatures on the wall, and now giving himself violent thumps on the head, as if to heighten the delusion, until he sank down in his former seat quite breathless and exhausted. "There," said Newman, picking up his hat, "that's done me good. Now I'm better, and I'll tell you all about it." It took some little time to reassure Miss Nickleby, who had been almost frightened out of her senses by this remarkable demonstration. But that done, Newman faithfully related all that had passed in the interview between Kate and her uncle, prefacing his narrative with a statement of his previous suspicions on the subject, and his reasons for forming them, and concluding with a communication of the step he had taken in secretly writing to Nicholas. Though little Miss Nickleby's indignation was not so singularly displayed as Newman's, it was scarcely inferior in violence and intensity. Indeed, if Ralph Nickleby had happened to make his appearance in the room at that moment, there is some doubt whether he would not have found Miss Nickleby a more dangerous opponent than even Newman Noggs himself. "God forgive me for saying so," said Miss Nickleby as a wind-up to all her expressions of anger, "but I really feel as if I could stick this into him with pleasure." It was not a very awful weapon that Miss Nickleby held, it being in fact nothing more nor less than a black lead pencil, but discovering her mistake, the little portrait painter exchanged it for a mother-of-pearl fruit knife, wherewith, in proof of her desperate thoughts, she made a lunge as she spoke, which would have scarcely disturbed the crumb of a half-quartern loaf. "She won't stop where she is after tonight," said Newman. "That's a comfort." "Stop!" cried Miss Nickleby. "She should have left there weeks ago." "If we had known of this," rejoined Newman. "But we didn't. Nobody could properly interfere but her mother or brother. The mother's weak, poor thing weak. The dear young man will be here tonight." "Art alive!" cried Miss Nickleby. "He will do something desperate, Mr. Noggs, if you tell him all at once." Newman left off rubbing his hands and assumed a thoughtful look. "Depend upon it," said Miss La Creevy earnestly. "If you are not very careful in breaking out the truth to him, he will do some violence upon his uncle, or one of these men that will bring some terrible calamity upon his own head, and grief and sorrow to us all." "I never thought of that," rejoined Newman, his countenance falling more and more. "I came to ask you to receive his sister in case he brought her here, but this is a matter of much greater importance," interrupted Miss La Creevy, "that you might have been sure of before you came. But the end of this nobody can foresee unless you are very guarded and careful." "What can I do?" cried Newman, scratching his head with an air of great vexation and perplexity. "If he was to talk of pistoling 'em all, I should be obliged to say, 'Certainly serve him right.'" Miss La Creevy could not suppress a small shriek on hearing this, and instantly set about extorting a solemn pledge from Newman that he would use his utmost endeavors to pacify the wrath of Nicholas, which, after some demur, was conceded. They then consulted together on the safest and surest mode of communicating to him the circumstances which had rendered his presence necessary. "He must have time to cool before he can possibly do anything," said Miss La Creevy. "That is of the greatest consequence. He must not be told until late at night." "But he'll be in town between 6 and 7 this evening," replied Newman. "I can't keep it from him when he asks me." "Then you must go out, Mr. Noggs," said Miss La Creevy. "You can easily have been kept away by business, and must not return till nearly midnight." "Then he will come straight here," retorted Newman. "So I suppose," observed Miss La Creevy, "but he won't find me at home, for I'll go straight to the city the instant you leave me, make up matters with Mrs. Nickleby, and take her away to the theatre, so that he may not even know where his sister lives." Upon further discussion, this appeared the safest and most feasible mode of proceeding that could possibly be adopted. Therefore it was finally determined that matters should be so arranged, and Newman, after listening to many supplementary cautions and entreaties, took his leave of Miss La Creevy and trudged back to Golden Square, ruminating as he went upon a vast number of possibilities and impossibilities which crowded upon his brain and arose out of the conversation that had just terminated. Chapter 32, relating chiefly to some remarkable conversation and some remarkable proceedings to which it gives rise. "London at last!" cried Nicholas, throwing back his greatcoat and rousing Smike from a long nap. "It seemed to me as though we should never reach it." "And yet you came along at a tidy pace too," observed the coachman, looking over his shoulder at Nicholas with no very pleasant expression of countenance. "Aye, I know that," was the reply. "But I have been very anxious to be at my journey's end, and that makes the way seem long." "Well," remarked the coachman, "if the way seemed long with such cattle as you sat behind, you must have been most uncommon anxious." And so saying, he let out his whiplash and touched up a little boy on the calves of his legs by way of emphasis. They rattled on through the noisy, bustling, crowded street of London, now displaying long double rows of brightly burning lamps, dotted here and there with the chemist's glaring lights, and illuminated besides with the brilliant flood that streamed from the windows of the shops, where sparkling jewelry, silks and velvets of the richest colors, the most inviting delicacies, and most sumptuous articles of luxurious ornament, succeeded each other in rich and glittering profusion. Streams of people, apparently without end, poured on and on, jostling each other in the crowd, and hurrying forward, scarcely seeming to notice the riches that surrounded them on every side, while vehicles of all shapes and makes, mingled up together in one moving mass, like running water, lent their ceaseless roar to swell the noise and tumult. As they dashed by the quickly changing and ever-varying objects, it was curious to observe in what a strange procession they passed before the eye. emporiums of splendid dresses, the materials brought from every quarter of the world, tempting stores of everything to stimulate and pamper the sated appetite and give new relish to the oft-repeated feast, vessels of burnished gold and silver, wrought into every exquisite form of vase, and dish, and goblet, guns, swords, pistols, and patent engines of destruction, screws and irons for the crooked, clothes for the newly born, drugs for the sick, coffins for the dead, and churchyards for the buried, all these jumbled each with the other and flocking side by side, seemed to flit by a motley dance, like the fantastic groups of the old Dutch painter, and with the same stern moral for the unheeding, restless crowd. Nor were there wanting objects in the crowd itself to give new point and purpose to the shifting scene. The rags of the squalid ballad singer fluttered in the rich light that showed the goldsmith's treasures. Pale and pinched-up faces hovered about the windows where was tempting food. Hungry eyes wandered over the profusion guarded by one thin sheet of brittle glass, an iron wall to them. Half-naked shivering figures stopped to gaze at Chinese shawls and golden stuffs of India. There was a christening party at the largest coffin maker's, and a funeral hatchment had stopped some great improvements in the bravest mansion. Life and death went hand in hand, wealth and poverty stood side by side, repletion and starvation laid them down together. But it was London, and the old country lady inside, who had put her head out of the coach window a mile or two this side Kingston, and cried out to the driver that she was sure he must have passed it and forgotten to set her down, was satisfied at last. Nicholas engaged beds for himself and Smike at the inn where the coach stopped, and repaired, without the delay of another moment, to the lodgings of Newman Noggs, for his anxiety and impatience had increased with every succeeding minute, and were almost beyond control. There was a fire in Newman's garret, and a candle had been left burning. The floor was cleanly swept. The room was as comfortably arranged as such a room could be, and meat and drink were placed in order upon the table. Everything bespoke the affectionate care and attention of Newman Noggs. But Newman himself was not there. "Do you know what time he will be home?" inquired Nicholas, tapping at the door of Newman's front neighbor. "Ah, Mr. Johnson," said Crowle, presenting himself. "Welcome, sir. How well you're looking." "I never could have believed, pardon me," interposed Nicholas. "My question I am extremely anxious to know." "Why, he has a troublesome affair of business," replied Crowle, "and will not be home before 12 o'clock. He was very unwilling to go, I can tell you, but there was no help for it. However, he left word that you were to make yourself comfortable till he came back, and that I was to entertain you, which I shall be." "Very glad to do." In proof of his extreme readiness to exert himself for the general entertainment, Mr. Croll drew a chair to the table as he spoke, and helping himself plentifully to the cold meat, invited Nicholas and Smike to follow his example. Disappointed and uneasy, Nicholas could touch no food, so after he had seen Smike comfortably established at the table, he walked out, despite a great many dissuasions uttered by Mr. Crowle with his mouth full, and left Smike to detain Newman in case he returned first. As Miss La Creevy had anticipated, Nicholas betook himself straight to her house. Finding her from home, he debated within himself for some time whether he should go to his mother's residence, and so compromise her with Ralph Nickleby. Fully persuaded, however, that Newman would not have solicited him to return unless there was some strong reason which required his presence at home, he resolved to go there, and hastened eastwards with all speed. Mrs. Nickleby would not be at home, the girl said, until past 12, or later. She believed Miss Nickleby was well, but she didn't live at home now, nor did she come home except very seldom. She couldn't say where she was stopping, but it was not at Madame Montalini's. She was sure of that. With his heart beating violently, and apprehending he knew not what disaster, Nicholas returned to where he had left Smike. Newman had not been home. He wouldn't be till 12 o'clock. There was no chance of it. Was there no possibility of sending to fetch him, if it were only for an instant, or forwarding to him one line of writing to which he might return a verbal reply? That was quite impracticable. He was not at Golden Square, and probably had been sent to execute some commission at a distance. Nicholas tried to remain quietly where he was, but he felt so nervous and excited that he could not sit still. He seemed to be losing time unless he was moving. It was an absurd fancy, he knew, but he was wholly unable to resist it. So he took up his hat and rambled out again. He strolled westward this time, pacing the long streets with hurried footsteps, and agitated by 1,000 misgivings and apprehensions which he could not overcome. He passed into Hyde Park, now silent and deserted, and increased his rate of walking, as if in the hope of leaving his thoughts behind. They crowded upon him more thickly, however. Now there were no passing objects to attract his attention, and the one idea was always uppermost, that some stroke of ill fortune must have occurred so calamitous in its nature that all were fearful of disclosing it to him. The old question arose again and again, what could it be? Nicholas walked till he was weary, but was not one bit the wiser, and indeed he came out of the park at last a great deal more confused and perplexed than when he went in. He had taken scarcely anything to eat or drink since early in the morning, and felt quite worn out and exhausted. As he returned languidly towards the point from which he had started, along one of the thoroughfares which lie between Park Lane and Bond Street, he passed a handsome hotel, before which he stopped mechanically. An expensive place, I dare say, thought Nicholas, but a pint of wine and a biscuit are no great debauch wherever they are had, and yet I don't know. He walked on a few steps, but looking wistfully down the long vista of gas lamps before him, and thinking how long it would take to reach the end of it, and being besides in that kind of mood in which a man is most disposed to yield to his first impulse, and being, besides, strongly attracted to the hotel, in part by curiosity, and in part by some odd mixture of feelings which he would have been troubled to define, Nicholas turned back again, and walked into the coffee-room. It was very handsomely furnished. The walls were ornamented with the choicest specimens of French paper, enriched with a gilded cornice of elegant design. The floor was covered with a rich carpet, and 2 superb mirrors, one above the chimney-piece and one at the opposite end of the room reaching from floor to ceiling, multiplied the other beauties and added new ones of their own to enhance the general effect. There was a rather noisy party of 4 gentlemen in a box by the fireplace, and only 2 other persons present, both elderly gentlemen, and both alone. Observing all this in the first comprehensive glance with which a stranger surveys a place that is new to him, Nicholas sat himself down in the box next to the noisy party, with his back towards them, and postponing his order for a pint of claret until such time as the waiter and one of the elderly gentlemen should have settled the disputed question relative to the price of an item in the bill of fare, took up a newspaper and began to read. He had not read 20 lines, and was in truth himself dozing when he was startled by the mention of his sister's name. Little Kate Nickleby were the words that caught his ear. He raised his head in amazement, and as he did so, saw by the reflection in the opposite glass that 2 of the party behind him had risen and were standing before the fire. It must have come from one of them, thought Nicholas. He waited to hear more with a countenance of some indignation, for the tone of speech had been anything but respectful, and the appearance of the individual whom he presumed to have been the speaker was coarse and swaggering. This person, so Nicholas observed in the same glance at the mirror which had enabled him to see his face, was standing with his back to the fire, conversing with a younger man, who stood with his back to the company, wore his hat and was adjusting his shirt collar by the aid of the glass. They spoke in whispers, now and then bursting into a loud laugh, but Nicholas could catch no repetition of the words, nor anything sounding at all like the words which had attracted his attention. At length the two resumed their seats, and more wine being ordered, the party grew louder in their mirth. Still there was no reference made to anybody with whom he was acquainted, and Nicholas became persuaded that his excited fancy had either imagined the sounds altogether, or converted some other words into the name which had been so much in his thoughts. It is remarkable, too, thought Nicholas. If it had been Kate or Kate Nickleby, I should not have been so much surprised, but little Kate Nickleby. The wine coming at the moment prevented his finishing the sentence. He swallowed a glassful and took up the paper again. At that instant, little Kate Nickleby, cried the voice behind him. I was right, muttered Nicholas as the paper fell from his hand, and it was the man I supposed. As there was a proper objection to drinking her in heel taps, said the voice, we'll give her the first glass in the new magnum, little Kate Nickleby. Little Kate Nickleby, cried the other three, and the glasses were set down empty. Keenly alive to the tone and manner of this slight and careless mention of his sister's name in a public place, Nicholas fired at once, but he kept himself quiet by a great effort, and did not even turn his head. The jade, said the same voice which had spoken before. She's a true Nickleby, a worthy imitator of her old Uncle Ralph. She hangs back to be more sought after, so does he. Nothing to be got out of Ralph unless you follow him. Up, and then the money comes doubly welcome, and the bargain doubly hard, for you're impatient and he isn't. Oh, infernal cunning! Infernal cunning, echoed two voices. Nicholas was in a perfect agony as the two elderly gentlemen opposite rose one after the other and went away, lest they should be the means of his losing one word of what was said. But the conversation was suspended as they withdrew, and resumed with even greater freedom when they had left the room. I am afraid, said the younger gentleman, that the old woman has grown jalouse and locked her up. Upon my soul it looks like it. If they quarrel and little Nickleby goes home to her mother, so much the better, said the first. I can do anything with the old lady. She'll believe anything I tell her. Egad, that's true, returned the other voice. Ha 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 ha. Poor divil. The laugh was taken up by the two voices which always came in together, and became general, at Mrs. Nickleby's expense. Nicholas turned burning hot with rage, but he commanded himself for the moment, and waited to hear more. What he heard need not be repeated here. Suffice it that as the wine went round he heard enough to acquaint him with the characters and designs of those whose conversation he overhead, to possess him with the full extent of Ralph's villainy, and the real reason of his own presence being required in London. He heard all this and more. He heard his sister's sufferings derided, and her virtuous conduct jeered at and brutally misconstrued. He heard her name bandied from mouth to mouth, and herself made the subject of coarse and insolent wagers, free speech, and licentious jesting. The man who had spoken first led the conversation, and indeed almost engrossed it, being only stimulated from time to time by some slight observation from one or other of his companions. To him then Nicholas addressed himself when he was sufficiently composed to stand before the party and force the words from his parched and scorching throat. "Let me have a word with you, sir," said Nicholas. "With me, sir?" retorted Sir Mulberry Hawk, eyeing him in disdainful surprise. "I said with you," replied Nicholas, speaking with great difficulty, for his passion choked him. "A mysterious stranger, upon my soul." exclaimed Sir Mulberry, raising his wine-glass to his lips and looking round upon his friends. "Will you step apart with me for a few minutes, or do you refuse?" said Nicholas sternly. Sir Mulberry merely paused in the act of drinking and bade him either name his business or leave the table. Nicholas drew a card from his pocket and threw it before him. "There, sir," said Nicholas, "my business you will guess." A momentary expression of astonishment, not unmixed with some confusion, appeared in the face of Sir Mulberry as he read the name, but he subdued it in an instant, and tossing the card to Lord Verisopht, who sat opposite, drew a toothpick from a glass before him, and very leisurely applied it to his mouth. "Your name and address?" said Nicholas, turning paler as his passion kindled. "I shall give you neither," replied Sir Mulberry. "If there is a gentleman in this party," said Nicholas, looking round and scarcely able to make his white lips form the words, "he will acquaint me with the name and residence of this man." There was a dead silence. "I am the brother of the young lady who has been the subject of conversation here," said Nicholas. "I denounce this person as a liar and impeach him as a coward. If he has a friend here, he will save him the disgrace of the paltry attempt to conceal his name, an utterly useless one, for I will find it out, nor leave him until I have." Sir Mulberry looked at him contemptuously and, addressing his companions, said, "Let the fellow talk. I have nothing serious to say to boys of his station, and his pretty sister shall save him a broken head if he talks till midnight." "You are a base and spiritless scoundrel," said Nicholas, "and shall be proclaimed so to the world. I will know you. I will follow you home if you walk the streets till morning." Sir Mulberry's hand involuntarily closed upon the decanter, and he seemed for an instant about to launch it at the head of his challenger. But he only filled his glass and laughed in derision. Nicholas sat himself down, directly opposite to the party, and, summoning the waiter, paid his bill. "Do you know that person's name?" he inquired of the man in an audible voice, pointing out Sir Mulberry as he put the question. Sir Mulberry laughed again, and the two voices which had always spoken together echoed the laugh, but rather feebly. "That gentleman, sir?" replied the waiter, who, no doubt, knew his cue, and answered with just as little respect and just as much impertinence as he could safely show, "No, sir, I do not, sir." "Hear you, sir," cried Sir Mulberry as the man was retiring. "Do you know that person's name? Name, sir? No, sir. Then you'll find it there," said Sir Mulberry, throwing Nicholas's card towards him. "And when you have made yourself master of it, put that piece of pasteboard in the fire, do you hear me?" The man grinned, and looking doubtfully at Nicholas, compromised the matter by sticking the card in the chimney-glass. Having done this, he retired. Nicholas folded his arms and, biting his lip, sat perfectly quiet, sufficiently. Expressing by his manner, however, a firm determination to carry his threat of following Sir Mulberry home into steady execution. It was evident from the tone in which the younger member of the party appeared to remonstrate with his friend that he objected to this course of proceeding and urged him to comply with the request which Nicholas had made. Sir Mulberry, however, who was not quite sober, and who was in a sullen and dogged state of obstinacy, soon silenced the representations of his weak young friend, and further seemed as if to save himself from a repetition of them to insist on being left alone. However this might have been, the young gentleman and the two who had always spoken together actually rose to go after a short interval, and presently retired, leaving their friend alone with Nicholas. It will be very readily supposed that to one in the condition of Nicholas, the minutes appeared to move with leaden wings indeed, and that their progress did. Not seem the more rapid from the monotonous ticking of a French clock, or the shrill sound of its little bell which tolled the quarters. But there he sat, and in his old seat on the opposite side of the room reclined Sir Mulberry Hawk, with his legs upon the cushion, and his handkerchief thrown negligently over his knees, finishing his magnum of claret with the utmost coolness and indifference. Thus they remained in perfect silence for upwards of an hour. Nicholas would have thought for 3 hours at least, but that the little bell had only gone 4 times. Twice or thrice he looked angrily and impatiently round, but there was Sir Mulberry in the same attitude, putting his glass to his lips from time to time, and looking vacantly at the wall, as if he were wholly ignorant of the presence of any living person. At length he yawned, stretched himself, and rose, walked coolly to the glass, and having surveyed himself therein, turned round and honoured Nicholas with a long and contemptuous stare. Nicholas stared again with right good will. Sir Mulberry shrugged his shoulders, smiled slightly, rang the bell, and ordered the waiter to help him on with his greatcoat. The man did so, and held the door open. "Don't wait," said Sir Mulberry, and they were alone again. Sir Mulberry took several turns up and down the room, whistling carelessly all the time, stopped to finish the last glass of claret which he had poured out a few minutes before, walked again, put on his hat, adjusted it by the glass, drew on his gloves, and at last walked slowly out. Nicholas, who had been fuming and chafing until he was nearly wild, darted from his seat and followed him so closely that before the door had swung upon its hinges, after Sir Mulberry's passing out, they stood side by side in the street together. There was a private cabriolet in waiting. The groom opened the apron and jumped out to the horse's head. "Will you make yourself known to me?" asked Nicholas in a suppressed voice. "No," replied the other fiercely, and confirming the refusal with an oath. "No." "If you trust to your horse's speed, you will find yourself mistaken," said Nicholas. "I will accompany you. By heaven I will, if I hang on to the footboard." "You shall be horsewhipped if you do," returned Sir Mulberry. "You are a villain," said Nicholas. "You are an errand boy, for aught I know," said Sir Mulberry Hawk. "I am the son of a country gentleman," returned Nicholas, "your equal in birth and education, and your superior, I trust, in everything besides. I tell you again, Miss Nickleby is my sister. Will you or will you not answer for your unmanly and brutal conduct? To a proper champion, yes. To you, no," returned Sir Mulberry, taking the reins in his hand. "Stand out of the way, dog. William, let go her head." "You had better not," cried Nicholas, springing on the step as Sir Mulberry jumped in and catching at the reins. "He has no command over the horse, mind. You shall not go. You shall not, I swear, till you have told me who you are." The groom hesitated, for the mare, who was a high-spirited animal and thoroughbred, plunged so violently that he could scarcely hold her. "Leave go, I tell you," thundered his master. The man obeyed. The animal reared and plunged as though it would dash the carriage into 1,000 pieces. But Nicholas, blind to all sense of danger and conscious of nothing but his fury, still maintained his place and his hold upon the reins. "Will you unclasp your hand? Will you tell me who you are? No, no." In less time than the quickest tongue could tell it, these words were exchanged, and Sir Mulberry, shortening his whip, applied it furiously to the head and shoulders of Nicholas. It was broken in the struggle. Nicholas gained the heavy handle, and with it laid open one side of his antagonist's face from the eye to the lip. He saw the gash, knew that the mare had darted off at a wild mad gallop. 100 lights danced in his eyes, and he felt himself flung violently upon the ground. He was giddy and sick, but staggered to his feet directly, roused by the loud shouts of the men who were tearing up the street and screaming to those ahead to clear the way. He was conscious of a torrent of people rushing quickly. By looking up, could discern the cabriolet whirled along the foot pavement with frightful rapidity, then heard a loud cry, the smashing of some heavy body and the breaking of glass, and then the crowd closed in the distance, and he could see or hear no more. The general attention had been entirely directed from himself to the person in the carriage, and he was quite alone. Rightly judging that under such circumstances it would be madness to follow, he turned down a by-street in search of the nearest coach-stand, finding after a minute or two that he was reeling like a drunken man, and aware for the first time of a stream of blood that was trickling down his face and breast. Chapter 33, in which Mr. Ralph Nickleby is relieved, by a very expeditious process, from all commerce with his relations. Smike and Newman Noggs, who in his impatience had returned home long before the time agreed upon, sat before the fire, listening anxiously to every footstep on the stairs, and the slightest sound that stirred within the house, for the approach of Nicholas. Time had worn on, and it was growing late. He had promised to be back in an hour, and his prolonged absence began to excite considerable alarm in the minds of both, as was abundantly testified by the blank looks they cast upon each other at every new disappointment. At length a coach was heard to stop, and Newman ran out to light Nicholas up the stairs. Beholding him in the trim described at the conclusion of the last chapter, he stood aghast in wonder and consternation. "Don't be alarmed," said Nicholas, hurrying him back into the room. "There is no harm done, beyond what a basin of water can repair." "No harm!" cried Newman, passing his hands hastily over the back and arms of Nicholas, as if to assure himself that he had broken no bones. "What have you been doing?" "I know all," interrupted Nicholas. "I have heard a part and guessed the rest. But before I remove one jot of these stains, I must hear the whole from you. You see I am collected. My resolution is taken. Now, my good friend, speak out, for the time for any palliation or concealment is past, and nothing will avail Ralph Nickleby now. Your dress is torn in several places, you walk lame, and I am sure you are suffering pain," said Newman. "Let me see to your hurts first." "I have no hurts to see to, beyond a little soreness and stiffness that will soon pass off," said Nicholas, seating himself with some difficulty. "But if I had fractured every limb, and still preserved my senses, you should not bandage one till you had told me what I have the right to know." "Come," said Nicholas, giving his hand to Noggs. "You had a sister of your own, you told me once, who died before you fell into misfortune. Now think of her and tell me, Newman." "Yes, I will," said Noggs. "I'll tell you the whole truth." Newman did so. Nicholas nodded his head from time to time, as it corroborated the particulars he had already gleaned, but he fixed his eyes upon the fire, and did not look round once. His recital ended, Newman insisted upon his young friend's stripping off his coat and allowing whatever injuries he had received to be properly tended. Nicholas, after some opposition, at length consented, and while some pretty severe bruises on his arms and shoulders were being rubbed with oil and vinegar, and various other efficacious remedies which Newman borrowed from the different lodgers, related in what manner they had been received. The recital made a strong impression on the warm imagination of Newman, for when Nicholas came to the violent part of the quarrel. He rubbed so hard as to occasion him the most exquisite pain, which he would not have exhibited, however, for the world, it being perfectly clear that, for the moment, Newman was operating on Sir Mulberry Hawk, and had quite lost sight of his real patient. This martyrdom over, Nicholas arranged with Newman that while he was otherwise occupied next morning, arrangements should be made for his mother's immediately quitting her present residence, and also for dispatching Miss Nickleby to break the intelligence to her. He then wrapped himself in Smike's greatcoat, and repaired to the inn where they were to pass the night, and where, after writing a few lines to Ralph, the delivery of which was to be entrusted to Newman next day, he endeavored to obtain the repose of which he stood so much in need. Drunken men, they say, may roll down precipices and be quite unconscious of any serious personal inconvenience when their reason returns. The remark may possibly apply to injuries received in other kinds of violent excitement. Certain it is that although Nicholas experienced some pain on first awakening next morning, he sprung out of bed as the clock struck 7 with very little difficulty, and was soon as much on the alert as if nothing had occurred. Merely looking into Smike's room and telling him that Newman Noggs would call for him very shortly, Nicholas descended into the street, and calling a hackney coach, bade the man drive to Mrs. Wititterly's according to the direction which Newman had given him on the previous night. It wanted 7:45 when they reached Cadogan Place. Nicholas began to fear that no one might be stirring at that early hour, when he was relieved by the sight of a female servant employed in cleaning the doorsteps. By this functionary he was referred to the doubtful page, who appeared with dishevelled hair and a very warm and glossy face, as of a page who had just got out of bed. By this young gentleman he was informed that Miss Nickleby was then taking her morning's walk in the gardens before the house. On the question being propounded whether he could go and find her, the page desponded and thought not. But being stimulated with a shilling, the page grew sanguine and thought he could. "Say to Miss Nickleby that her brother is here, and in great haste to see her," said Nicholas. The plated buttons disappeared with an alacrity most unusual to them, and Nicholas paced the room in a state of feverish agitation which made the delay even of a minute insupportable. He soon heard a light footstep which he well knew, and before he could advance to meet her, Kate had fallen on his neck and burst into tears. "My darling girl," said Nicholas as he embraced her, "how pale you are! I have been so unhappy here, dear brother," sobbed poor Kate, "so very, very miserable. Do not leave me here, dear Nicholas, or I shall die of a broken heart." "I will leave you nowhere," answered Nicholas. "Never again, Kate," he cried, moved in spite of himself, as he folded her to his heart. "Tell me that I acted for the best. Tell me that we parted because I feared to bring misfortune on your head, that it was a trial to me no less than to yourself, and that if I did wrong, it was in ignorance of the world and unknowingly." "Why should I tell you what we know so well?" returned Kate soothingly. "Nicholas, dear Nicholas, how can you give way thus?" "It is such bitter reproach to me to know what you have undergone," returned her brother. "To see you so much altered, and yet so kind and patient, God," cried Nicholas, clenching his fist and suddenly changing his tone and manner. "It sets my whole blood on fire again. You must leave here with me directly. You should not have slept here last night, but that I knew all this too late. To whom can I speak before we drive away?" This question was most opportunely put, for at that instant Mr. Wititterly walked in, and to him Kate introduced her brother, who at once announced his purpose and the impossibility of deferring it. "The quarter's notice," said Mr. Wititterly with the gravity of a man on the right side, "is not yet half expired." "Therefore," interposed Nicholas, "the quarter's salary must be lost, sir. You will excuse this extreme haste, but circumstances require that I should immediately remove my sister, and I have not a moment's time to lose. Whatever she brought here, I will send for, if you will allow me, in the course of the day." Mr. Whitterly bowed, but offered no opposition to Kate's immediate departure, with which, indeed, he was rather gratified than otherwise, Sir Tumley Snutham having given it as his opinion that she rather disagreed with Mrs. Whitterly's constitution. "With regard to the trifle of salary that is due," said Mr. Whitterly, "I will—" Here he was interrupted by a violent fit of coughing. "I will owe it to Miss Nickleby." Mr. Whitterly, it should be observed, was accustomed to owe small accounts, and to leave them owing. All men have some little pleasant way of their own, and this was Mr. Whitterly's. "If you please," said Nicholas. And once more, offering a hurried apology for so sudden a departure, he hurried Kate into the vehicle, and bade the man drive with all speed into the city. To the city they went accordingly, with all the speed the hackney coach could make, and as the horses happened to live at Whitechapel, and to be in the habit of taking their breakfast there, when they breakfasted at all, they performed the journey with greater expedition than could reasonably have been expected. Nicholas sent Kate upstairs a few minutes before him, that his unlooked-for appearance might not alarm his mother, and when the way had been paved, presented himself with much duty and affection. Newman had not been idle, for there was a little cart at the door, and the effects were hurrying out already. Now, Mrs. Nickleby was not the sort of person to be told anything in a hurry, or rather to comprehend anything of peculiar delicacy or importance on a short notice. Wherefore, although the good lady had been subjected to a full hour's preparation by little Miss La Creevy, and was now addressed in most lucid terms, both by Nicholas and his sister, she was in a state of singular bewilderment and confusion, and could by no means be made to comprehend the necessity of such hurried proceedings. "Why don't you ask your uncle, my dear Nicholas, what he can possibly mean by it?" said Mrs. Nickleby. "My dear mother," returned Nicholas, "the time for talking has gone by. There is but one step to take, and that is to cast him off with the scorn and indignation he deserves. Your own honor and good name demand that, after the discovery of his vile proceedings, you should not be beholden to him 1 hour, even for the shelter of these bare walls." "To be sure," said Mrs. Nickleby, crying bitterly, "he is a brute, a monster, and the walls are very bare, and want painting too, and I have had this ceiling whitewashed at the expense of 18 pence, which is a very distressing thing, considering that it is so much gone into your uncle's pocket. I never could have believed it, never. Nor I, nor anybody else," said Nicholas. "Lord bless my life!" exclaimed Mrs. Nickleby. "To think that Sir Mulberry Hawk should be such an abandoned wretch as Miss La Creevy says he is, Nicholas, my dear, when I was congratulating myself every day on his being an admirer of our dear Kate's, and thinking what a thing it would be for the family if he was to become connected with us, and use his interest to get you some profitable government place. There are very good places to be got about the court, I know. For a friend of ours, Miss Cropley, at Exeter, my dear Kate, you recollect, he had one, and I know that it was the chief part of his duty to wear silk stockings, and a bag wig like a black watch pocket, and to think that it should come to this, after all, oh dear, dear, it's enough to kill one, that it is." With which expressions of sorrow, Mrs. Nickleby gave fresh vent to her grief, and wept piteously. As Nicholas and his sister were by this time compelled to superintend the removal of the few articles of furniture, Miss La Creevy devoted herself to the consolation of the matron, and observed with great kindness of manner that she must really make an effort and cheer up. "Oh, I dare say, Miss Nickleby," returned Mrs. Nickleby with a petulance not unnatural in her unhappy circumstances. "It's very easy to say cheer up, but if you had as many occasions to cheer up as I have had in there," said Mrs. Nickleby, stopping short. "Think of Mr. Pike and Mr. Pluck, two of the most perfect gentlemen that ever lived. What am I to say to them? What can I say to them? What can I say to them? Why, if I was to say to them, 'I'm told your friend Sir Mulberry is a base wretch,' they'd laugh at me." "They will laugh no more at us, I take it," said Nicholas, advancing. "Come." "Mother, there is a coach at the door, and until Monday, at all events, we will return to our old quarters, where everything is ready and a hearty welcome into the bargain," added Miss Nickleby. "Now, let me go with you downstairs." But Mrs. Nickleby was not to be so easily moved, for first she insisted on going upstairs to see that nothing had been left, and then on going downstairs to see that everything had been taken away. And when she was getting into the coach, she had a vision of a forgotten coffee pot on the back kitchen hob, and after she was shut in, a dismal recollection of a green umbrella behind some unknown door. At last Nicholas, in a condition of absolute despair, ordered the coachman to drive away, and in the unexpected jerk of a sudden starting, Mrs. Nickleby lost a shilling among the straw, which fortunately confined her attention to the coach until it was too late to remember anything else. Having seen everything safely out, discharged the servant, and locked the door, Nicholas jumped into a cabriolet and drove to a by-place near Golden Square, where he had appointed to meet Noggs. And so quickly had everything been done that it was barely 9:30 when he reached the place of meeting. "Here is the letter for Ralph," said Nicholas, "and here the key. When you come to me this evening, not a word of last night. Ill news travels fast, and they will know it soon enough. Have you heard if he was much hurt?" Newman shook his head. "I will ascertain that myself without loss of time," said Nicholas. "You had better take some rest," returned Newman. "You are fevered and ill." Nicholas waved his hand carelessly, and concealing the indisposition he really felt, now that the excitement which had sustained him was over, took a hurried farewell of Newman Noggs, and left him. Newman was not 3 minutes' walk from Golden Square, but in the course of that 3 minutes he took the letter out of his hat and put it in again 20 times at least. First the front, then the back, then the sides, then the superscription, then the seal, were objects of Newman's admiration. Then he held it at arm's length as if to take in the whole at one delicious survey, and then he rubbed his hands in a perfect ecstasy with his commission. He reached the office, hung his hat on its accustomed peg, laid the letter and key upon the desk, and waited impatiently until Ralph Nickleby should appear. After a few minutes, the well-known creaking of his boots was heard on the stairs, and then the bell rung. "Has the post come in?" "No. Any other letters?" "One." Newman eyed him closely, and laid it on the desk. "What's this?" asked Ralph, taking up the key. "Left with a letter. A boy brought them 1/4 ago, or less." Ralph glanced at the direction, opened the letter, and read as follows: "You are known to me now. There are no reproaches I could heap upon your head, which would carry with them 1,000th part of the groveling shame that this assurance will awaken even in your breast. Your brother's widow and her orphan child spurn the shelter of your roof, and shun you with disgust and loathing. Your kindred renounce you, for they know no shame but the ties of blood which bind them in name with you. You are an old man, and I leave you to the grave. May every recollection of your life cling to your false heart, and cast their darkness on your deathbed." Ralph Nickleby read this letter twice, and frowning heavily, fell into a fit of musing. The paper fluttered from his hand and dropped upon the floor, but he clasped his fingers as if he held it still. Suddenly, he started from his seat and, thrusting it all crumpled into his pocket, turned furiously to Newman Noggs, as though to ask him why he lingered. But Newman stood unmoved, with his back towards him, following up, with the worn and blackened stump of an old pen, some figures in an interest table which was pasted against the wall, and apparently quite abstracted from every other object. Chapter 34, wherein Mr. Ralph Nickleby is visited by persons with whom the reader has been already made acquainted. What a demnition long time you have kept me ringing at this confounded old cracked tea-kettle of a bell, every tinkle of which is enough to throw a strong man into blue convulsions upon my life and soul. Oh, damn it, said Mr. Mantalini to Newman Noggs, scraping his boots as he spoke on Ralph Nickleby's scraper. I didn't hear the bell more than once, replied Newman. Then you are most immensely and outrageously deaf, said Mr. Mantalini, as deaf as a demnition post. Mr. Mantalini had got by this time into the passage, and was making his way to the door of Ralph's office with very little ceremony, when Newman interposed his body, and hinting that Mr. Nickleby was unwilling to be disturbed, inquired whether the client's business was of a pressing nature. It is most damnably particular, said Mr. Mantalini. It is to melt some scraps of dirty paper into bright, shining, chinking, tinkling, demmed mint sauce. Newman uttered a significant grunt, and taking Mr. Mantalini's proffered card, limped with it into his master's office. As he thrust his head in at the door, he saw that Ralph had resumed the thoughtful posture into which he had fallen after perusing his nephew's letter, and that he seemed to have been reading it again as he once more held it open in his hand. The glance was but momentary, for Ralph, being disturbed, turned to demand the cause of the interruption. As Newman stated it, the cause himself swaggered into the room, and grasping Ralph's horny hand with uncommon affection, vowed that he had never seen him looking so well in all his life. There is quite a bloom upon your damp countenance, said Mr. Mantalini, seating himself unbidden, and arranging his hair and whiskers. You look quite juvenile and jolly, dim it. We are alone, returned Ralph tartly. What do you want with me? Good, cried Mr. Mantalini, displaying his teeth. What did I want? Yes. Ha ha ha! Very good. What did I want? Ha ha! Oh, damn! What do you want, man? Demanded Ralph sternly. Demnition discount, returned Mr. Mantalini with a grin, and shaking his head waggishly. Money is scarce, said Ralph. Demmed scarce, or I shouldn't want it, interrupted Mr. Mantalini. The times are bad, and one scarcely knows whom to trust, continued Ralph. I don't want to do business just now. In fact, I would rather not. But as you are a friend, how many bills have you there? 2, returned Mr. Mantalini. What is the gross amount? Dem trifling 5 and 70. And the dates? 2 months and 4. I'll do them for you, mind, for you. I wouldn't for many people for £25, said Ralph deliberately. Oh, dim it, cried Mr. Mantalini, whose face lengthened considerably at this handsome proposal. Why, that leaves you 50, retorted Ralph. What would you have? Let me see the names. You are so damned hard, Nickleby, remonstrated Mr. Mantalini. Let me see the names, replied Ralph, impatiently extending his hand for the bills. Well, they are not sure, but they are safe enough. Do you consent to the terms, and will you take the money? I don't want you to do so. I would rather you didn't. Demit, Nickleby, can't you? Began Mr. Mantalini. No, replied Ralph, interrupting him. I can't. Will you take the money down, mind, No delay, no going into the city and pretending to negotiate with some other party who has no existence and never had. Is it a bargain or is it not? Ralph pushed some papers from him as he spoke and carelessly rattled his cash box. As though by mere accident, the sound was too much for Mr. Mantalini. He closed the bargain directly it reached his ears, and Ralph told the money out upon the table. He had scarcely done so, and Mr. Mantalini had not yet gathered it all up, when a ring was heard at the bell, and immediately afterwards Newman ushered in no less a person than Madame Mantalini, at sight of whom Mr. Mantalini evinced considerable discomposure, and swept the cash into his pocket with remarkable alacrity. "Oh, you are here," said Madame Mantalini, tossing her head. "Yes, my life and soul, I am," replied her husband, dropping on his knees, and pouncing with kitten-like playfulness upon a stray sovereign. "I am here, my soul's delight upon Tom Tiddler's ground, picking up the diminution gold and silver." "I am ashamed of you," said Madame Mantalini, with much indignation. "Ashamed of Emmy, my joy? It knows it is talking demmed charming sweetness, but naughty fibs," returned Mr. Mantalini. "It knows it is not ashamed of its own populorum tibi. Whatever were the circumstances which had led to such a result, it certainly appeared as though the populorum tibi had rather miscalculated, for the non-say." Madame Mantalini only looked scornful in reply, and, turning to Ralph, begged him to excuse her intrusion. "Which is entirely attributable," said Madame, "to the gross misconduct and most improper behavior of Mr. Mantalini. Of me, my essential juice of pineapple." "Of you," returned his wife. "But I will not allow it. I will not submit to be." "Ruined by the extravagance and profligacy of any man. I call Mr. Nickleby to witness the course I intend to pursue with you." "Pray, don't call me to witness anything, ma'am," said Ralph. "Settle it between yourselves. Settle it between yourselves." "No, but I must beg you as a favor," said Madame Mantalini, "to hear me give him notice of what it is my fixed intention to do." "My fixed intention, sir," repeated Madame Mantalini, darting an angry look at her husband. "Will she call me sir?" cried Mantalini. "Me, who dote upon her with the demdest ardor. She, who coils her fascinations round me like a pure angelic rattlesnake. It will be all up with my feelings. She will throw me into a dim state." "Don't talk of feelings, sir," rejoined Madame Mantalini, seating herself, and turning her back upon him. "You don't consider mine. I do not consider yours, my soul," exclaimed Mr. Mantalini. "No," replied his wife. And notwithstanding various blandishments on the part of Mr. Mantalini, Madame Mantalini still said no, and said it too with such determined and resolute ill temper that Mr. Mantalini was clearly taken aback. "His extravagance, Mr. Nickleby," said Madame Mantalini, addressing herself to Ralph, who leant against his easy-chair with his hands behind him, and regarded the amiable couple with a smile of the supremest and most unmitigated contempt. "His extravagance is beyond all bounds." "I should scarcely have supposed it," answered Ralph sarcastically. "I assure you, Mr. Nickleby, however, that it is," returned Madame Mantalini. "It makes me miserable. I am under constant apprehensions and in constant difficulty. And even this," said Madame Mantalini, wiping her eyes, "is not the worst. He took some papers of value out of my desk this morning without asking my permission." Mr. Mantalini groaned slightly and buttoned his trousers pocket. "I am obliged," continued Madame Mantalini, "since our late misfortunes, to pay Miss Nagg a great deal of money for having her name in the business, and I really cannot afford to encourage him in all his wastefulness. As I have no doubt that he came straight here, Mr. Nickleby, to convert the papers I have spoken of into money, and as you have assisted us very often before, and are very much connected with us in this kind of matters, I wish you to know the determination at which his conduct has compelled me to arrive. Mr. Montellini groaned once more from behind his wife's bonnet, and fitting a sovereign into one of his eyes, winked with the other at Ralph. Having achieved this performance with great dexterity, he whipped the coin into his pocket and groaned again with increased penitence. "I have made up my mind," said Madame Montellini, as tokens of impatience manifested themselves in Ralph's countenance, "to allowance him. To do that, my joy?" inquired Mr. Montellini, who did not seem to have caught the words. "To put him," said Madame Montellini, looking at Ralph, and prudently abstaining from the slightest glance at her husband, lest his many graces should induce her to falter in her resolution, "to put him upon a fixed allowance, and I say that if he has £120 a year for his clothes and pocket money, he may consider himself a very fortunate man." Mr. Montellini waited, with much decorum, to hear the amount of the proposed stipend, but when it reached his ears, he cast his hat and cane upon the floor, and drawing out his pocket handkerchief, gave vent to his feelings in a dismal moan. "Damnation!" cried Mr. Montellini, suddenly skipping out of his chair, and as suddenly skipping into it again, to the great discomposure of his lady's nerves. "But no, it is a demmed horrid dream. It is not reality. No." Comforting himself with this assurance, Mr. Montellini closed his eyes and waited patiently till such time as he should wake up. "A very judicious arrangement," observed Ralph with a sneer, "if your husband will keep within it, ma'am, as no doubt he will." "Demit!" exclaimed Mr. Montellini, opening his eyes at the sound of Ralph's voice. "It is a horrid reality. She is sitting there before me. There is the graceful outline of her form. It cannot be mistaken. There is nothing like it. The two countesses had no outlines at all, and the dowager's was a denned outline. Why is she so excruciatingly beautiful that I cannot be angry with her even now?" "You have brought it upon yourself, Alfred," returned Madame Montellini still reproachfully, but in a softened tone. "I am a demmed villain," cried Mr. Montellini, smiting himself on the head. "I will fill my pockets with change for a sovereign and halfpence and drown myself in the Thames. But I will not be angry with her, even then, for I will put a note in the twopenny post as I go along, to tell her where the body is. She will be a lovely widow. I shall be a body. Some handsome women will cry. She will laugh damnably." "Alfred, you cruel, cruel creature," said Madame Montellini, sobbing at the dreadful picture. "She calls me cruel, me who, for her sake, will become a damp, moist, unpleasant body," exclaimed Mr. Montellini. "You know it almost breaks my heart, even to hear you talk of such a thing," replied Madame Montellini. "Can I live to be mistrusted?" cried her husband. "Have I cut my heart into a demmed extraordinary number of little pieces, and given them all away, one after another, to the same little engrossing demnition captivator, and can I live to be suspected by her? Damn it, no, I can't. Ask Mr. Nickleby whether the sum I have mentioned is not a proper one," reasoned Madame Montellini. "I don't want any sum," replied her disconsolate husband. "I shall require no dim allowance. I will be a body." On this repetition of Mr. Montellini's fatal threat, Madame Montellini wrung her hands and implored the interference of Ralph Nickleby, and after a great quantity of tears and talking, and several attempts on the part of Mr. Mantalini to reach the door, preparatory to straightway committing violence upon himself, that gentleman was prevailed upon, with difficulty, to promise that he wouldn't be a body. This great point attained, Madame Mantalini argued the question of the allowance, and Mr. Mantalini did the same, taking occasion to show that he could live with uncommon satisfaction upon bread and water, and go clad in rags, but that he could not support existence with the additional burden of being mistrusted by the object of his most devoted and disinterested affection. This brought fresh tears into Madame Mantalini's eyes, which, having just begun to open to some few the demerits of Mr. Mantalini, were only open a very little way, and could be easily closed again. The result was, that without quite giving up the allowance question, Madame Mantalini postponed its further consideration, and Ralph saw clearly enough that Mr. Mantalini had gained a fresh lease of his easy life, and that, for some time longer at all events, his degradation and downfall were postponed. But it will come soon enough, thought Ralph. All love baw. That I should use the cant of boys and girls is fleeting enough, though that which has its sole root in the admiration of a whiskered face like that of yonder baboon, perhaps lasts the longest, as it originates in the greater blindness and is fed by vanity. Meantime, the fools bring grist to my mill, so let them live out their day, and the longer it is, the better. These agreeable reflections occurred to Ralph Nickleby, as sundry small caresses and endearments, supposed to be unseen, were exchanged between the objects of his thoughts. "If you have nothing more to say, my dear, to Mr. Nickleby," said Madame Mantalini, we will take our leaves. I am sure we have detained him much too long already." Mr. Mantalini answered in the first instance by tapping Madame Mantalini several times on the nose, and then by remarking in words that he had nothing more to say. "Demit! I have, though," he added almost immediately, drawing Ralph into a corner. "Here's an affair about your friend Sir Mowbray. Such a demmed extraordinary out-of-the-way kind of thing as never was, eh?" "What do you mean?" asked Ralph. "Don't you know, Dimmitt?" asked Mr. Mantalini. "I see by the paper that he was thrown from his cabriolet last night, and severely injured, and that his life is in some danger," answered Ralph with great composure. "But I see nothing extraordinary in that. Accidents are not miraculous events when men live hard and drive after dinner." "Whew!" cried Mr. Mantalini in a long, shrill whistle. "Then don't you know how it was?" "Not unless it was as I have just supposed," replied Ralph, shrugging his shoulders carelessly, as if to give his questioner to understand that he had no curiosity upon the subject. "Demit, you amaze me!" cried Mantalini. Ralph shrugged his shoulders again, as if it were no great feat to amaze Mr. Mantalini, and cast a wistful glance at the face of Newman Noggs, which had several times appeared behind a couple of panes of glass in the room door, it being a part of Newman's duty, when unimportant people called, to make various feints of supposing that the bell had rung for him to show them out, by way of a gentle hint to such visitors that it was time to go. "Don't you know," said Mr. Mantalini, taking Ralph by the button, "that it wasn't an accident at all, but a demmed, furious, manslaughtering attack made upon him by your nephew?" "What?" snarled Ralph, clenching his fists and turning a livid white. "Dimit, Nickleby, you're as great a tiger as he is," said Mantalini, alarmed at these demonstrations. "Go on," cried Ralph. "Tell me what you mean. What is this story? Who told you? Speak," growled Ralph. "Do you hear me?" "Gad, Nickleby," said Mr. Mantalini, retreating towards his wife, "what a demmed nibble fierce old evil genius you are! You're enough to frighten the life, and soul out of her little delicious wits, flying all at once into such a blazing, ravaging, raging passion as never was. Demn it! Pshaw! Rejoined Ralph, forcing a smile. It is but manner. It is a dimmed, uncomfortable, private madhouse sort of a manner, said Mr. Mantalini, picking up his cane. Ralph affected to smile, and once more inquired from whom Mr. Mantalini had derived his information. From Pike, and a damned, fine, pleasant, gentlemanly dog it is, replied Mantalini. Demnition pleasant, and a tip-top sawyer. And what said he? Asked Ralph, knitting his brows. That it happened this way, that your nephew met him at a coffee-house, fell upon him with the most damnable ferocity, followed him to his cab, swore he would ride home with him if he rode upon the horse's back or hooped himself onto the horse's tail, smashed his countenance, which is a demmed fine countenance in its natural state, frightened the horse, pitched out Sir Mulberry and himself, and was killed, interposed Ralph with gleaming eyes. Was he? Is he dead? Mantalini shook his head. Said Ralph, turning away. Then he has done nothing. Stay, he added, looking round again. He broke a leg or an arm, or put a shoulder out, or fractured his collarbone, or ground a rib or two. His neck was saved for the halter, but he got some painful and slow-healing injury for his trouble. Did he? You must have heard that at least. No, rejoined Mantalini, shaking his head again. Unless he was dashed into such little pieces that they blew away, he wasn't hurt, for he went off as quiet and comfortable as demnition, said Mr. Mantalini, rather at a loss for a simile. And what, said Ralph, hesitating a little, what was the cause of quarrel? You are the domest, knowing hand, replied Mr. Mantalini in an admiring tone, the cunningest, rummest, superlativest old fox. Oh, dim! To pretend now not to know that it was the little bright-eyed niece, the softest, sweetest, prettiest Alfred, interposed Madame Mantalini. She is always right, rejoined Mr. Mantalini soothingly, and when she says it is time to go, it is time, and go she shall, and when she walks along the streets with her own tulip, the women shall say with envy she has got a dim fine husband. And the men shall say with rapture, he has got a dem fine wife, and they shall both be right and neither wrong, upon my life and soul, oh demn it. With which remarks, and many more, no less intellectual, and to the purpose, Mr. Mantalini kissed the fingers of his gloves to Ralph Nickleby, and drawing his lady's arm through his, led her mincingly away. So, muttered Ralph, dropping into his chair, this devil is loose again, and thwarting me, as he was born to do, at every turn. He told me once there should be a day of reckoning between us, sooner or later. I'll make him a true prophet, for it shall surely come. Are you at home? Asked Newman, suddenly popping in his head. No, replied Ralph with equal abruptness. Newman withdrew his head, but thrust it in again. You're quite sure you're not at home, are you? Said Newman. What does the idiot mean? Cried Ralph testily. He has been waiting nearly ever since they first came in, and may have heard your voice. That's all, said Newman, rubbing his hands. Who has? Demanded Ralph, wrought by the intelligence he had just heard, and his clerk's provoking coolness to an intense pitch of irritation. the necessity of a reply was superseded by the unlooked-for entrance of a third party, the individual in question, who, bringing his one eye, for he had but only to bear on Ralph Nickleby, made a great many shambling bows, and sat himself down in an armchair, with his hands on his knees, and his short black trousers drawn up so high in the legs by the exertion of seating himself, that they scarcely reached below the tops of his Wellington boots. "Why, this is a surprise," said Ralph, bending his gaze upon the visitor, and half smiling as he scrutinized him attentively. "I should know your face, Mr. Squeers." "Ah!" replied that worthy, "and you'd have knowed it better, sir, if it hadn't been for all that I've been a-going through. Just lift that little boy off the tall stool in the back office, and tell him to come in here, will you, my man?" said Squeers, addressing himself to Newman. "Oh, he's lifted hisself off. My son, sir, little Wackford. What do you think of him, sir, for a specimen of the Dotheboys Hall feeding? Ain't he fit to bust out of his clothes, and start the seams, and make the very buttons fly off with his fatness? Here's flesh," cried Squeers, turning the boy about, and indenting the plumpest parts of his figure with divers pokes and punches, to the great discomposure of his son and heir. "Here's firmness, here's solidness. Why, you can hardly get up enough of him between your finger and thumb to pinch him anywheres." In however good condition Master Squeers might have been, he certainly did not present this remarkable compactness of person. For on his father's closing his finger and thumb in illustration of his remark, he uttered a sharp cry, and rubbed the place in the most natural manner possible. "Well," remarked Squeers, a little disconcerted, "I had him there, but that's because we breakfasted early this morning, and he hasn't had his lunch yet. Why, you couldn't shut a bit of him in a door when he's had his dinner. Look at them tears, sir," said Squeers with a triumphant air, as Master Wackford wiped his eyes with the cuff of his jacket. "There's oiliness." "He looks well, indeed," returned Ralph, who, for some purposes of his own, seemed desirous to conciliate the schoolmaster. "But how is Mrs. Squeers, and how are you?" "Mrs. Squeers, sir," replied the proprietor of Dotheboys, "is as she always is. Mother to them lads, and a blessing, and a comfort, and a joy to all them as knows her. One of our boys gorging hisself with victuals, and then turning in. That's their way. Got a abscess on him last week. To see how she operated upon him with a penknife. Oh, lor!" said Squeers, heaving a sigh, and nodding his head a great many times. "What a member of society that woman is!" Mr. Squeers indulged in a retrospective look for some quarter of a minute, as if this allusion to his lady's excellences had naturally led his mind to the peaceful village of Dotheboys, near Greta Bridge in Yorkshire, and then looked at Ralph, as if waiting for him to say something. "Have you quite recovered that scoundrel's attack?" asked Ralph. "I've only just done it, if I've done it now," replied Squeers. "I was one blessed bruise, sir," said Squeers, touching first the roots of his hair, and then the toes of his boots, "from here to there. Vinegar and brown paper, vinegar and brown." Paper from morning to night. I suppose there was a matter of half a ream of brown paper stuck upon me, from first to last, as I laid all of a heap in our kitchen, plastered all over. You might have thought I was a large brown paper parcel, chock full of nothing but groans. "Did I groan loud, Wackford, or did I groan soft?" asked Mr. Squeers, appealing to his son. "Loud," replied Wackford. "Was the boys sorry to see me in such a dreadful condition, Wackford, or was they glad?" asked Mr. Squeers in a sentimental manner. "Glee, eh?" cried Squeers, turning sharp round. "Sorry," rejoined his son. "Oh," said Squeers, catching him a smart box on the ear. "Then take your hands out of your pockets, and don't stammer when you're asked a question. Hold your noise, sir, in a gentleman's office, or I'll run away from my family and never come back any more, and then what would become of all them precious and forlorn lads as would be let loose on the world without their best friend at their elbows?" "Were you obliged to have medical attendance?" inquired Ralph. "Aye, was I," rejoined Squeers, "and a precious bill the medical attendant brought in too, but I paid it though." Ralph elevated his eyebrows in a manner which might be expressive of either sympathy or astonishment, just as the beholder was pleased to take it. "Yes, I paid it, every farthing," replied Squeers, who seemed to know the man he had to deal with too well to suppose that any blinking of the question would induce him to subscribe towards the expenses. "I wasn't out of pocket by it after all, either." "No," said Ralph. "Not a halfpenny," replied Squeers. "The fact is, we have only one extra with our boys, and that is for doctors when required, and not then, unless we're sure of our customers. Do you see?" "I understand," said Ralph. "Very good," rejoined Squeers. "Then, after my bill was run up, we picked out 5 little boys' sons of small tradesmen, as was sure pay that had never had the scarlet fever. And we sent one to a cottage where they'd got it, and he took it, and then we put the 4 others to sleep with him, and they took it. And then the doctor came and attended them once all round, and we divided my total among M, and added it on to their little bills, and the parents paid it. Ha, ha, ha!" "And a good plan, too," said Ralph, eyeing the schoolmaster stealthily. "I believe you," rejoined Squeers. "We always do it. Why, when Mrs. Squeers was brought to bed with little Wackford here, we ran the whooping cough through 6 boys, and charged her expenses among 'em, monthly nurse included." "Ha! Ah! Ha! Ah!" Ralph never laughed, but on this occasion he produced the nearest approach to it that he could, and waiting until Mr. Squeers had enjoyed the professional joke to his heart's content, inquired what had brought him to town. "Some bothering law business," replied Squeers, scratching his head, "connected with an action for what they call neglect of a boy. I don't know what they would have. He had as good grazing, that boy had, as there is about us." Ralph looked as if he did not quite understand the observation. "Grazing," said Squeers, raising his voice, under the impression that as Ralph failed to comprehend him, he must be deaf. "When a boy gets weak and ill and don't relish his meals, we give him a change of diet, turn him out or so every day into a neighbor's turnip field, or sometimes, if it's a delicate case, a turnip field and a piece of carrots alternately, and let him eat as many as he likes. There ain't better land in the country than this, perwerse lad grazed on, and yet he goes and catches cold and indigestion and what not, and then his friends a lawsuit against M.E. Now, you'd hardly suppose," added Squeers, moving in his chair with the impatience of an ill-used man, "that people's ingratitude would carry them quite as far as that, would you?" "A hard case indeed," observed Ralph. "You don't say more than the truth when you say that," replied Squeers. "I don't." "Suppose there's a man going as possesses the fondness for youth that I do. There's youth to the amount of £800 a year at Dotheboys Hall at this present time. I'd take £1,600 worth if I could get 'em, and be as fond of every individual £20 among 'em as nothing should equal it." "Are you stopping at your old quarters?" asked Ralph. "Yes, we are at the Saracen," replied Squeers, "and as it don't want very long to the end of the half year, we shall continue to stop there till I've collected the money. And some new boys too, I hope. I've brought little Wackford up on purpose to show to parents and guardians. I shall put him in the advertisement this time. Look at that boy himself, a pupil. Why, he's a miracle of high feeding, that boy is. I should like to have a word with you, said Ralph, who had both spoken and listened mechanically for some time, and seemed to have been thinking. As many words as you like, sir, rejoined Squeers. Wackford, you go and play in the back office, and don't move about too much, or you'll get thin, and that won't do. You haven't got such a thing as twopence, Mr. Nickleby, have you? Said Squeers, rattling a bunch of keys in his coat pocket and muttering something about its being all silver. I think I have, said Ralph, very slowly, and producing, after much rummaging in an old drawer, a penny, a halfpenny, and 2 farthings. Thank ye, said Squeers, bestowing it upon his son. Here, you go and buy a tart. Mr. Nickleby's man will show you where, and mind you buy a rich one. Pastry, added Squeers, closing the door on Master Wackford, makes his flesh shine a good deal, and parents thinks that a healthy sign. With this explanation, and a peculiarly knowing look to eke it out, Mr. Squeers moved his chair so as to bring himself opposite to Ralph Nickleby at no great distance off, and having planted it to his entire satisfaction, sat down. Attend to me, said Ralph, bending forward a little. Squeers nodded. I am not to suppose, said Ralph, that you are dolt enough to forgive or forget very readily the violence that was committed upon you, or the exposure which accompanied it. Devil a bit, replied Squeers tartly. Or to lose an opportunity of repaying it with interest if you could get one, said Ralph. Show me one, and try, rejoined Squeers. Some such object it was that induced you to call on me, said Ralph, raising his. Eyes to the schoolmaster's face. And no, I don't know that, replied Squeers. I thought that if it was in your power to make me, besides the trifled money you sent, any compensation— Ah, cried Ralph, interrupting him. You needn't go on. After a long pause, during which Ralph appeared absorbed in contemplation, he again broke silence by asking, Who is this boy that he took with him? Squeers stated his name. Was he young or old, healthy or sickly, tractable or rebellious? Speak out, man, retorted Ralph. Why, he wasn't young, answered Squeers. That is, not young for a boy, you. No. That is, he was not a boy at all, I suppose, interrupted Ralph. Well, returned Squeers briskly, as if he felt relieved by the suggestion, he might have been nigh 20. He wouldn't seem so old, though, to them, as didn't know him. For he was a little wanting here, touching his forehead. Nobody at home, you know, if you knocked ever so often. And you did knock pretty often, I dare say, muttered Ralph. Pretty well, returned Squeers with a grin. When you wrote to acknowledge the receipt of this trifle of money, as you call it, said Ralph, you told me his friends had deserted him long ago, and that you had not the faintest clue or trace to tell you who he was. Is that the truth? It is, worse luck, replied Squeers, becoming more and more easy and familiar in his manner as Ralph pursued his inquiries with the less reserve. It's 14 years ago, by the entry in my book, since a strange man brought him to my place one autumn night and left him there, paying £5 for his first quarter in advance. He might have been 5 or 6 year old at that time, not more. What more do you know about him? Demanded Ralph. Devilish little, I'm sorry to say, replied Squeers. The money was paid for some 6 or 8 year, and then it stopped. He had given an address in London, had this chap, but when it came to the point, of course, nobody knowed anything about him. So I kept the lad out of charity. suggested Ralph dryly. Charity, to be sure, returned Squeers, rubbing his knees. And when he begins to be useful in a certain sort of way, this young scoundrel of a Nickleby comes and carries him off. But the most vexatious and aggravating part of the whole affair is, said Squeers, dropping his voice and drawing his chair still closer to Ralph, that some questions have been asked about him at last, not of me, but in a roundabout kind of way, of people in our village, so that just when I might have had all arrears paid up, perhaps, and perhaps, who knows, such things have happened in our business before a present besides, for putting him out to a farmer, or sending him to sea, so that he might never turn up to disgrace his parents, supposing him to be a natural boy, as many of our boys are damn, if that villain of a Nickleby don't collar him in open day, and commit as good as highway robbery upon my pocket. We will both cry quits with him before long, said Ralph, laying his hand on the arm of the Yorkshire schoolmaster. Quits, echoed Squeers. Ah, and I should like to leave a small balance in his favor, to be settled when he can. I only wish Mrs. Squeers could catch hold of him. Bless her heart. She'd murder him, Mr. Nickleby she would, as soon as eat her dinner. We will talk of this again, said Ralph. I must have time to think of it. To wound him through his own affections and fancies. If I could strike him through this boy, strike him how you like, sir, interrupted Squeers. Only hit him hard enough, that's all. And with that, I'll say good morning. Here, just chuck that little boy's hat off that corner peg and lift him off the stool, will you? Bawling these requests to Newman Nods, Mr. Squeers betook himself to the little back office and fitted on his child's hat with parental anxiety, while Newman, with his pen behind his ear, sat, stiff and immovable, on his stool. Regarding the father and son by turns with a broad stare. He's a fine boy, ain't he? Said Squeers, throwing his head a little on one side and falling back to the desk, the better to estimate the proportions of little Wackford. Very, said Newman. Pretty well swelled out, ain't he? Pursued Squeers. He has the fatness of 20 boys, he has. Ha! Replied Newman, suddenly thrusting his space into that of Squeers. He has. The fatness of 20. More, he's got it all. God help that others. Ha! Ha! O Lord! Having uttered these fragmentary observations, Newman dropped upon his desk and began to write with most marvelous rapidity. Why, what does the man mean? Cried Squeers, coloring. Is he drunk? Newman made no reply. Is he mad? Said Squeers. But still Newman betrayed no consciousness of any presence save his own. So Mr. Squeers comforted himself by saying that he was both drunk and mad, and with this parting observation he led his hopeful son away. In exact proportion as Ralph Nickleby became conscious of a struggling and lingering regard for Kate, had his detestation of Nicholas augmented. It might be that to atone for the weakness of inclining to any one person, he held it necessary to hate some other more intensely than before, but such had been the course of his feelings. And now, to be defied and spurned, to be held up to her in the worst and most repulsive colors, to know that she was taught to hate and despise him, to feel that there was infection in his touch and taint in his companionship, to know all this, and to know that the mover of it all was that same boyish poor relation who had twitted him in their very first interview, and openly bearded and braved him since, wrought his quiet and stealthy malignity to such a pitch that there was scarcely anything he would not have hazarded to gratify it if he could have seen his way to some immediate retaliation. But, fortunately for Nicholas, Ralph Nickleby did not, and although he cast about all that day, and kept a corner of his brain working on the one anxious subject through all the round of schemes and business that came with it, night found him at last, still harping on the same theme, and still pursuing the same unprofitable reflections. "Well, my brother was such as he," said Ralph. "The first comparisons were drawn between us always in my disfavor. He was open, liberal, gallant, gay. I.A. crafty hunks of cold and stagnant blood, with no passion but love of saving, and no spirit beyond a thirst for gain. I recollected it well when I first saw this whipster, but I remember it better now." He had been occupied in tearing Nicholas's letter into atoms, and as he spoke he scattered it in a tiny shower about him. "Recollections like these," pursued Ralph with a bitter smile, "flock upon me when I resign myself to them in crowds and from countless quarters. As a portion of the world affect to despise the power of money, I must try and show them what it is." And being, by this time, in a pleasant frame of mind for slumber, Ralph Nickleby went to bed. Chapter 35. Smike becomes known to Mrs. Nickleby and Kate. Nicholas also meets with new acquaintances. Brighter days seem to dawn upon the family. Having established his mother and sister in the apartments of the kind-hearted miniature painter, and ascertained that Sir Mulberry Hawk was in no danger of losing his life, Nicholas turned his thoughts to poor Smike, who, after breakfasting with Newman Noggs, had remained, in a disconsolate state, at that worthy creature's lodgings, waiting with much anxiety for further intelligence of his protector. "As he will be one of our own little household, wherever we live, or whatever fortune is in reserve for us," thought Nicholas, "I must present the poor fellow in due form. They will be kind to him for his own sake, and if not on that account solely to the full extent I could wish, they will stretch a point, I am sure, for mine." Nicholas said they, but his misgivings were confined to one person. He was sure of Kate, but he knew his mother's peculiarities, and was not quite so certain. That Smike would find favor in the eyes of Mrs. Nickleby. However, thought Nicholas as he departed on his benevolent errand, she cannot fail to become attached to him when she knows what a devoted creature he is, and as she must quickly make the discovery, his probation will be a short one. "I was afraid," said Smike, overjoyed to see his friend again, "that you had fallen into some fresh trouble. The time seemed so long at last that I almost feared you were lost." "Lost," replied Nicholas gaily. "You will not be rid of me so easily, I promise you. I shall rise to the surface many thousand times yet, and the harder the thrust that pushes me down, the more quickly I shall rebound, Smike. But come, my errand here is to take you home." "Home," faltered Smike, drawing timidly back. "Aye," rejoined Nicholas, taking his arm, "why not?" "I had such hopes once," said Smike. Day and night, for many years. I longed for home till I was weary, and pined away with grief. But now—" "And what now?" asked Nicholas, looking kindly in his face. "What now, old friend?" "I could not part from you to go to any home on earth," replied Smike, pressing his hand. "Except one. I shall never be an old man, and if your hand placed me in the grave, and I could think, before I died, that you would come and look upon it sometimes with one of your kind smiles, and in the summer weather, when everything was alive, not dead, like me, I could go to that home almost without a tear." "Why do you talk thus, poor boy, if your life is a happy one with me?" said Nicholas. "Because I should change, not those about me. and if they forgot me, I should never know it," replied Smike. "In the churchyard we are all alike, but here there are none like me. I am a poor creature, but I know that." "You are a foolish, silly creature," said Nicholas cheerfully. "If that is what you mean, I grant you that. Why, here's a dismal face for ladies' company. My pretty sister, too, whom you have so often asked me about, is this your Yorkshire gallantry? For shame! For shame!" Smike brightened up and smiled. "When I talk of home," pursued Nicholas, "I talk of mine, which is yours, of course. If it were defined by any particular four walls and a roof, God knows I should be sufficiently puzzled to say whereabouts it lay. But that is not what I mean. When I speak of home, I speak of the place where in default of a better those I love are gathered together, and if that place were a gypsy's tent or a barn, I should call it by the same good name notwithstanding. And now, for what is my present home, which, however alarming your expectations may be, will neither terrify you by its extent nor its magnificence." So saying, Nicholas took his companion by the arm, and saying a great deal more to the same purpose, and pointing out various things to amuse and interest him as they went along, led the way to Miss Nickleby's house. "And this, Kate," said Nicholas, entering the room where his sister sat alone, "is the faithful friend and affectionate fellow-traveller whom I prepared you to receive." Poor Smike was bashful and awkward and frightened enough at first, but Kate advanced towards him so kindly, and said in such a sweet voice how anxious she had been to see him after all her brother had told her, and how much she had to thank him for having comforted Nicholas so greatly in their very trying reverses, that he began to be very doubtful whether he should shed tears or not, and became still more flurried. However, he managed to say, in a broken voice, that Nicholas was his only friend, and that he would lay down his life to help him. And Kate, although she was so kind and considerate, seemed to be so wholly unconscious of his distress and embarrassment that he recovered almost immediately and felt quite at home. Then Miss Nickleby came in, and to her Smike had to be presented also. And Miss Nickleby was very kind too, and wonderfully talkative, not to Smike, for that would have made him uneasy at first, but to Nicholas and his sister. Then, after a time, she would speak to Smike himself now and then, asking him whether he was a judge of likenesses, and whether he thought that picture in the corner was like herself, and whether he didn't think it would have looked better if she had made herself 10 years younger, and whether he didn't think, as a matter of general observation, that young ladies look better not only in pictures, but out of them too, than old ones, with many more small jokes and facetious remarks, which were delivered with such good humor and merriment that Smike thought within himself she was the nicest lady he had ever seen, even nicer than Mrs. Grudden of Mr. Vincent Crumble's theatre, and she was nigh a lady at ale. At length the door opened again, and a lady in mourning came in, and Nicholas, kissing the lady in mourning affectionately, and calling her his mother, led her towards the chair from which Smike had risen when she entered the room. "You are always kind-hearted and anxious to help the oppressed, my dear mother," said Nicholas, "so you will be favourably disposed towards him, I know." "I am sure, my dear Nicholas," replied Mrs. Nickleby, looking very hard at her new friend, and bending to him with something more of majesty than the occasion seemed to require, "I am sure any friend of yours has, as indeed he naturally ought to have and must have, of course, you know, a great claim upon me, and of course it is a very great pleasure to me to be interested in anybody you take an interest in. There can be no doubt about that, none at all." "Not the least in the world," said Mrs. Nickleby. At the same time, I must say, Nicholas, my dear, as I used to say to your poor dear papa, when he would bring gentlemen home to dinner, and there was nothing in the house, that if he had come the day before yesterday, no, I don't mean the day before yesterday, no, I should have said perhaps the year before last, we should have been better able to entertain him. With which remarks, Mrs. Nickleby turned to her daughter and inquired in an audible whisper whether the gentleman was going to stop all night. Because if he is, Kate, my dear, said Mrs. Nickleby, I don't see that it's possible for him to sleep anywhere, and that's the truth. Kate stepped gracefully forward, and without any show of annoyance or irritation, breathed a few words into her mother's ear. La, Kate, my dear, said Mrs. Nickleby, shrinking back, how you do tickle one. Of course I understand that, my love, without your telling me, and I said the same to Nicholas, and I am very much pleased. You didn't tell me, Nicholas, my dear, added Mrs. Nickleby, turning round with an air of less reserve than she had before assumed, what your friend's name is. His name, mother, replied Nicholas, is Smike. The effect of this communication was by no means anticipated, but the name was no sooner pronounced than Mrs. Nickleby dropped upon a chair and burst into a fit of crying. "What is the matter?" exclaimed Nicholas, running to support her. "It's so like Pike," cried Mrs. Nickleby, "so exactly like Pike. Oh, don't speak to me. I shall be better presently." And after exhibiting every symptom of slow suffocation in all its stages, and drinking about a teaspoonful of water from a full tumbler and spilling the remainder, Mrs. Nickleby was better, and remarked with a feeble smile that she was very foolish, she knew. "It's a weakness in our family," said Mrs. Nickleby, "so of course I can't be blamed for it. Your grandmamma, Kate, was exactly the same, precisely. The least excitement, the slightest surprise, she fainted away directly. I have heard her say often and often that when she was a young lady and before she was married, she was turning a corner into Oxford Street one day, when she ran against her own hairdresser, who, it seems, was escaping from a bear. The mere suddenness of the encounter made her faint away directly. Wait, though, added Mrs. Nickleby, pausing to consider. Let me be sure I'm right. Was it her hairdresser who had escaped from a bear, or was it a bear who had escaped from her hairdresser's? I declare I can't remember just now, but the hairdresser was a very handsome man, I know, and quite a gentleman in his manners, so that it has nothing to do with the point of the story. Mrs. Nickleby, having fallen imperceptibly into one of her retrospective moods, improved in temper from that moment and glided, by an easy change of the conversation occasionally, into various other anecdotes, no less remarkable for their strict application to the subject in hand. "Mr. Smike is from Yorkshire, Nicholas, my dear," said Mrs. Nickleby after dinner, and when she had been silent for some time. "Certainly, mother," replied Nicholas. "I see you have not forgotten his melancholy history." "Oh dear no," cried Mrs. Nickleby. "Ah, melancholy, indeed. You don't happen, Mr. Smike, ever to have dined with the Grimbles of Grimble Hall, somewhere in the North Riding, do you?" said the good lady, addressing herself to him. "A very proud man, Sir Thomas Grimble, with 6 grown-up and most lovely daughters, and the finest park in the county." "My dear mother," reasoned Nicholas, "do you suppose that the unfortunate outcast of a Yorkshire school was likely to receive many cards of invitation from the nobility and gentry in the neighbourhood?" "Really, my dear, I don't know why it should be so very extraordinary," said Mrs. Nickleby. "I know that when I was at school, I always went at least twice every half year to the Hawkinses at Taunton Vale, and they are much richer than the Grimbles, and connected with them in marriage, so you see it's not so very unlikely, after all." Having put down Nicholas in this triumphant manner, Mrs. Nickleby was suddenly seized with the forgetfulness of Smike's real name and an irresistible tendency to call him Mr. Slammons, which circumstance she attributed to the remarkable similarity of the two names in point of sound, both beginning with an S, and moreover being spelt with an M. But whatever doubt there might be on this point, there was none as to his being a most excellent listener, which circumstance had considerable influence in placing them on the very best terms, and inducing Mrs. Nickleby to express the highest opinion of his general deportment and disposition. Thus the little circle remained on the most amicable and agreeable footing until the Monday morning, when Nicholas withdrew himself from it for a short time, seriously to reflect upon the state of his affairs, and to determine, if he could, upon some course of life which would enable him to support those who were so entirely dependent upon his exertions. Mr. Crummles occurred to him more than once, but although Kate was acquainted with the whole history of his connection with that gentleman, his mother was not, and he foresaw 1,000 fretful objections, on her part, to his seeking a livelihood upon the stage. There were graver reasons, too, against his returning to that mode of life, independently of those arising out of its spare and precarious earnings, and his own internal conviction that he could never hope to aspire to any great distinction, even as a provincial actor. How could he carry his sister from town to town and place to place, and debar her from any other associates than those with whom he would be compelled, almost without distinction, to mingle? "It won't do," said Nicholas, shaking his head. "I must try something else." It was much easier to make this resolution than to carry it into effect. With no greater experience of the world than he had acquired for himself in his short trials, with a sufficient share of headlong rashness and precipitation qualities not altogether unnatural at his time of life, with a very slender stock of money and a still more scanty stock of friends, what could he do? "Egad," said Nicholas, "I'll try that register office again." He smiled at himself as he walked away with a quick step, for, an instant before, he had been internally blaming his own precipitation. He did not laugh himself out of the intention, however, for on he went, picturing to himself, as he approached the place, all kinds of splendid possibilities, and impossibilities too, for that matter, and thinking himself, perhaps with good reason, very fortunate. To be endowed with so buoyant and sanguine a temperament. The office looked just the same as when he had left it last, and, indeed, with one or two exceptions, there seemed to be the very same placards in the window that he had seen before. There were the same unimpeachable masters and mistresses in want of virtuous servants, and the same virtuous servants in want of unimpeachable masters and mistresses, and the same magnificent estates for the investment of capital, and the same enormous quantities of capital, and the same enormous quantities of capital to be invested in estates, and, in short, the same opportunities of all sorts for people who wanted to make their fortunes. And a most extraordinary proof it was of the national prosperity that people had not been found to avail themselves of such advantages long ago. As Nicholas stopped to look in at the window, an old gentleman happened to stop too, and Nicholas, carrying his eye along the window panes from left to right in search of some capital text placard which should be applicable to his own case, caught sight of this old gentleman's figure, and instinctively withdrew his eyes from the window to observe the same more closely. He was a sturdy old fellow in a broad-skirted blue coat, made pretty large, to fit easily, and with no particular waist. His bulky legs clothed in drab breeches and high gaiters, and his head protected by a low-crowned, broad-brimmed white hat, such as a wealthy grazier might wear. He wore his coat buttoned, and his dimpled double chin rested in the folds of a white neckerchief. Not one of your stiff starched apoplectic cravats, but a good, easy, old-fashioned white neckcloth that a man might go to bed in and be none the worse for. But what principally attracted the attention of Nicholas was the old gentleman's eye. Never was such a clear, twinkling, honest, merry, happy eye as that. And there he stood, looking a little upward with one hand thrust into the breast of his coat, and the other playing with his old-fashioned gold watch chain, his head thrown a little on one side, and his hat a little more on one side than his head, but that was evidently accident, not his ordinary way of wearing it, with such a pleasant smile playing about his mouth, and such a comical expression of mingled slyness, simplicity, kind-heartedness, and good humor, lighting up his jolly old face, that Nicholas would have been content to have stood there and looked at him, and to have forgotten meanwhile that there was such a thing as a soured mind or a crabbed countenance to be met with in the whole wide world. But even a very remote approach to this gratification was not to be made, for although he seemed quite unconscious of having been the subject of observation, he looked casually at Nicholas, and the latter, fearful of giving offense, resumed his scrutiny of the window instantly. Still the old gentleman stood there, glancing from placard to placard, and Nicholas could not forbear raising his eyes to his face again, grafted upon the quaintness and oddity of his appearance was something so indescribably engaging, and bespeaking so much worth, and there were so many little lights hovering about the corners of his mouth and eyes, that it was not a mere amusement, but a positive pleasure and delight to look at him. This being the case, it is no wonder that the old man caught Nicholas in the fact more than once. At such times Nicholas colored and looked embarrassed, for the truth is that he had begun to wonder whether the stranger could, by any possibility, be looking for a clerk or secretary, and thinking this, he felt as if the old gentleman must know it. Long as all this takes to tell, it was not more than a couple of minutes in passing. As the stranger was moving away, Nicholas caught his eye again and, in the awkwardness of the moment, stammered out an apology. "No offense, oh, no offense," said the old man. This was said in such a hearty tone, and the voice was so exactly what it should have been from such a speaker, and there was such a cordiality in the manner, that Nicholas was emboldened to speak again. "A great many opportunities here, sir," he said, half smiling as he motioned towards the window. "A great many people willing and anxious to be employed have seriously thought so very often, I dare say," replied the old man. "Poor fellows, poor fellows." He moved away as he said this, but seeing that Nicholas was about to speak, good-naturedly slackened his pace, as if he were unwilling to cut him short. After a little of that hesitation which may be sometimes observed between two people in the street who have exchanged a nod, and are both uncertain whether they shall turn back and speak or not, Nicholas found himself at the old man's side. "You were about to speak, young gentleman. What were you going to say?" "Merely that I almost hoped I mean to say. Thought you had some object in consulting those advertisements," said Nicholas. "Aye, aye! What object now? What object?" returned the old man, looking slyly at Nicholas. "Did you think I wanted a situation now? Eh? Did you think I did?" Nicholas shook his head. "Ha, ha, ha!" laughed the old gentleman, rubbing his hands and wrists as if he were washing them. "A very natural thought, at all events, after seeing me gazing at those bills. I thought the same of you at first. Upon my word I did." "If you had thought so at last, too, sir, you would not have been far from the truth," rejoined Nicholas. "Ah!" cried the old man, surveying him from head to foot. "What, dear me, no, no. Well-behaved young gentleman reduced to such a necessity. No, no, no." Nicholas bowed, and bidding him good morning, turned upon his heel. "Stay," said the old man, beckoning him into a by-street where they could converse with less interruption. "What I mean, hey? Merely that your kind face and manner, both so unlike any I have ever seen, tempted me into an avowal, which to any other stranger in this wilderness of London I should not have dreamt of making," returned Nicholas. "Wilderness. Yes, it is, it is. Good, it is a wilderness," said the old man with much animation. "It was a wilderness to me once. I came here barefoot. I have never forgotten it. Thank God." And he raised his hat from his head and looked very grave. "What's the matter? What is it? How did it all come about?" said the old man, laying his hand on the shoulder of Nicholas and walking him up the street. "You're, eh?" laying his finger on the sleeve of his black coat. "Who's it for, eh?" "My father," replied Nicholas. "Ah!" said the old gentleman quickly. "Bad thing for a young man to lose his father. Widowed mother, perhaps?" Nicholas sighed. "Brothers and sisters, too, eh?" "One sister," rejoined Nicholas. "Poor thing, poor thing." "You are a scholar, too, I dare say," said the old man, looking wistfully into the face of the young one. "I have been tolerably well educated," said Nicholas. "Fine thing," said the old gentleman. "Education a great thing, a very great thing. I never had any. I admire it the more in others. A very fine thing." "Yes, yes. Tell me more of your history. Let me hear it all." No impertinent curiosity. No, no, no. There was something so earnest and guileless in the way in which all this was said, and such a complete disregard of all conventional restraints and coldnesses, that Nicholas could not resist it. Among men who have any sound in sterling qualities, there is nothing so contagious as pure openness of heart. Nicholas took the infection instantly, and ran over the main points of his little history without reserve, merely suppressing names, and touching as lightly as possible upon his uncle's treatment of Kate. The old man listened with great attention, and when he had concluded, drew his arm eagerly through his own. "Don't say another word." "Not another word," said he. "Come along with me. We mustn't lose a minute." So saying, the old gentleman dragged him back into Oxford Street, and hailing an omnibus on its way to the city, pushed Nicholas in before him and followed himself. As he appeared in a most extraordinary condition of restless excitement, and whenever Nicholas offered to speak, immediately interposed with, "Don't say another word, my dear sir, on any account not another word," the young man thought it better to attempt no further interruption. Into the city they journeyed accordingly, without interchanging any conversation, and the farther they went, the more Nicholas wondered what the end of the adventure could possibly be. The old gentleman got out with great alacrity when they reached the bank, and once more taking Nicholas by the arm, hurried him along Threadneedle. Street, and through some lanes and passages on the right, until they, at length, emerged in a quiet, shady little square. Into the oldest and cleanest-looking house of business in the square he led the way. The only inscription on the doorpost was Cheeryble Brothers. But from a hasty glance at the directions of some packages which were lying about, Nicholas supposed that the brothers Cheeryble were German merchants, passing through a warehouse which presented every indication of a thriving business. Mr. Cheeryble, for such Nicholas supposed him to be, from the respect which had been shown him by the warehousemen and porters, whom they passed him into a little partitioned-off counting-house, like a large glass case, in which counting-house there sat as free from dust and blemish as if he had been fixed into the glass case before the top was put on, and had never come out since a fat, elderly, large-faced clerk, with Subert Cocklefley. "Is my brother in his room, Tim?" said Mr. Cheeryble, with no less kindness of manner than he had shown to Nicholas. "Yes, he is, sir," replied the fat clerk, turning his spectacle glasses towards his principal and his eyes towards Nicholas, "but Mr. Trimmers is with him." "Aye! And what has he come about, Tim?" said Mr. Cheeryble. "He is getting up a subscription for the widow and family of a man who was killed in the East India Docks this morning, sir," rejoined Tim. "Smashed, sir, by a cask of sugar." "He is a good creature," said Mr. Cheeryble, with great earnestness. "He is a kind soul. I am very much obliged to Trimmers. Trimmers is one of the best friends we have. He makes 1,000 cases known to us that we should never discover of ourselves. I am very much obliged to Trimmers," saying which, Mr. Trime Cheeryble rubbed his hands with infinite delight, and Mr. Trimmers, happening to pass the door that instant on his way out, shot out after him and caught him by the hand. "I owe you 1,000 thanks, Trimmers, 10,000 thanks." "I take it very friendly of you, very friendly indeed," said Mr. Cheeryble, dragging him into a corner to get out of hearing. "How many children are there? And what has my brother Ned given Trimmers?" "There are 6 children," replied the gentleman, "and your brother has given us 20 pounds. My brother Ned is a good fellow, and you're a good fellow too, Trimmers," said the old man, shaking him by both hands with trembling eagerness. "Put me down for another 20, or stop a minute, we mustn't look ostentatious. Put me down 10 pound, and Tim Linkinwater 10 pound. A. Check for 20 pound for Mr. Trimmers, Tim. God bless you, Trimmers, and come and dine with us some day this week. You'll always find a knife and fork, and we shall be delighted. Now, my dear sir, check from Mr. Linkinwater, Tim. Smashed by a cask of sugar, and 6 poor children. Oh dear, dear, dear." Talking on in this strain, as fast as he could, to prevent any friendly remonstrances from the collector of the subscription on the large amount of his donation, Mr. Cheeryble led Nicholas, equally astonished and affected by what he had seen and heard in this short space, to the half-open door of another room. "Brother Ned," said Mr. Cheeryble, tapping with his knuckles and stooping to listen, "are you busy, my dear brother, or can you spare time for a word or two with me?" "Brother Charles, my dear fellow," replied a voice from the inside, so like in its tones to that which had just spoken, that Nicholas started and almost thought it was the same. "Don't ask me such a question, but come in directly." They went in, without further parley. What was the amazement of Nicholas when his conductor advanced and exchanged a warm greeting with another old gentleman, the very type and model of himself, the same face, the same figure, the same coat, waistcoat, and neckcloth, the same breeches and gaiters, nay, there was the very same white hat hanging against the wall. As they shook each other by the hand, the face of each lighted up by beaming looks of affection which would have been most delightful to behold in infants, and which, in men so old, was inexpressibly touching. Nicholas could observe that the last old gentleman was something stouter than his brother. This, and a slight additional shade of clumsiness in his gait and stature, formed the only perceptible difference between them. Nobody could have doubted their being twin brothers. "Brother Ned," said Nicholas's friend, closing the room door, "here is a young friend of mine whom we must assist. We must make proper inquiries into his statements. in justice to him as well as to ourselves. And if they are confirmed, as I feel assured they will be, we must assist him, brother Ned. It is enough, my dear brother, that you say we should, returned the other. When you say that, no further inquiries are needed. He shall be assisted. What are his necessities, and what does he require? Where is Tim Linkinwater? Let us have him here. Both the brothers, it may be here remarked, had a very emphatic and earnest delivery. Both had lost nearly the same teeth, which imparted the same peculiarity to their speech, and both spoke as if, besides possessing the utmost serenity of mind that the kindliest and most unsuspecting nature could bestow, they had, in collecting the plums from Fortune's choicest pudding, retained a few for present use, and kept them in their mouths. "Where is Tim Linkinwater?" said brother Ned. "Stop, stop, stop," said brother Charles, taking the other aside. "I've a plan, my dear brother. I've a plan. Tim is getting old, and Tim has been a faithful servant, brother Ned, and I don't think pensioning Tim's mother and sister and buying a little tomb for the family when his poor brother died was a sufficient recompense for his faithful services." "No, no, no," replied the other. "Certainly not. Not half enough, not half." "If we could lighten Tim's duties," said the old gentleman, "and prevail upon him to go into the country now and then and sleep in the fresh air, besides, 2 or 3 times a week, which he could, if he began business an hour later in the morning, old Tim Linkinwater would grow young again in time, and he's 3 good years our senior now. Old Tim Linkinwater young again. Brother Ned, eh? Why, I recollect old Tim Linkinwater quite a little boy, don't you? Ha 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 ha! Poor Tim, poor Tim!" And the fine old fellows laughed pleasantly together, each with a tear of regard for old Tim Linkinwater standing in his eye. "But hear this first, brother Ned," said the old man hastily, placing 2 chairs, one on each side of Nicholas. "I'll tell it you myself, brother Ned, because the young gentleman is modest and is a scholar, Ned, and I shouldn't feel it right that he should tell us his story over and over again as if he was a beggar, or as if we doubted him." "No, no, no, no," returned the other, nodding his head gravely. "Very right, my dear brother, very right." "He will tell me I'm wrong if I make a mistake," said Nicholas's friend. "But whether I do or not, you'll be very much affected, brother Ned, remembering the time when we were 2 friendless lads, and earned our first shilling in this great city." The twins pressed each other's hands in silence, and in his own homely manner, brother Charles related the particulars he had heard from Nicholas. The conversation which ensued was a long one, and when it was over, a secret conference of almost equal duration took place between brother Ned and Tim Linkinwater in another room. It is no disparagement to Nicholas to say that before he had been closeted with the 2 brothers 10 minutes, he could only wave his hand at every fresh expression of kindness and sympathy, and sob like a little child. At length brother Ned and Tim Linkinwater came back together, when Tim, instantly walked up to Nicholas and whispered in his ear in a very brief sentence, for Tim was ordinarily a man of few words, that he had taken down the address in the Strand and would call upon him that evening at 8. Having done which, Tim wiped his spectacles and put them on, preparatory to hearing what more the brothers Cheeryble had got to say. "Tim," said brother Charles, "you understand that we have an intention of taking this young gentleman into the counting-house?" Brother Ned remarked that Tim was aware of that intention, and quite approved of it, and Tim having nodded and said he did, drew himself up and looked particularly fat and very important, after which there was a profound silence. "I'm not coming an hour later in the morning, you know," said Tim, breaking out all at once and looking very resolute. "I'm not going to sleep in the fresh air." No, nor I'm not going into the country either. A pretty thing at this time of day, certainly. Fuh! Damn your obstinacy, Tim Linkinwater, said Brother Charles, looking at him without the faintest spark of anger, and with a countenance radiant with attachment to the old clerk. Damn your obstinacy, Tim Linkinwater. What do you mean, sir? It's 44 years, said Tim, making a calculation in the air with his pen, and drawing an imaginary line before he cast it up. 44 year next May, since I first kept the books of Cheeryble, brothers. I've opened the safe every morning all that time, Sundays excepted, as the clock struck 9, and gone over the house every night at 10:30, except on foreign post nights, and then 20 minutes before 12 to see the doors fastened and the fires out. I've never slept out of the back attic one single night. There's the same mignonette box in the middle of the window, and the same 4 flower pots, 2 on each side, that I brought with me when I first came. There ain't, I've said it again and again, and I'll maintain it, there ain't such a square as this in the world. I now there an ain't, said Tim, with sudden energy, and looking sternly about him. Not one. Or business or pleasure, in summer time or winter, I don't care which, there's nothing like it. There's not such a spring in England as the pump under the archway. There's not such a view in England as the view out of my window. I've seen it every morning before I shaved, and I ought to know something about it. I have slept in that room, added Tim, sinking his voice a little, for 44 year, and if it wasn't inconvenient and didn't interfere with business, I should request leave to die there. Damn you, Tim Linkinwater, how dare you talk about dying? Roared the twins by one impulse, and blowing their old noses violently. That's what I've got to say, Mr. Edwin and Mr. Charles, said Tim, squaring his shoulders again. This isn't the first time you've talked about superannuating me, but if you please, we'll make it the last and drop the subject forevermore. With these words, Tim Linkinwater stalked out and shut himself up in his glass case, with the air of a man who had had his say and was thoroughly resolved not to be put down. The brothers interchanged looks and coughed some half-dozen times without speaking. He must be done something with, Brother Ned, said the other warmly. We must disregard his old scruples. They can't be tolerated or borne. He must be made a partner, Brother Ned, and if he won't submit to it peaceably, we must have recourse to violence. Quite right, replied Brother Ned, nodding his head as a man thoroughly determined. Quite right, my dear brother. If he won't listen to reason, we must do it against his will, and show him that we are determined to exert our authority. We must quarrel with him, Brother Charles. We must. We certainly must have a quarrel with Tim Linkinwater, said the other. But in the meantime, my dear brother, we are keeping our young friend, and the poor lady and her daughter will be anxious for his return. So let us say good-bye for the present, and there take care of that box, my dear sir. And no, not a word now, but be careful of the crossings, and with any disjointed and unconnected words which would prevent Nicholas from pouring forth his thanks, the brothers hurried him out, shaking hands with him all the way, and affecting very unsuccessfully they were poor hands at deception, to be wholly unconscious of the feelings that completely mastered him. Nicholas's heart was too full to allow of his turning into the street until he had recovered some composure. When he at last glided out of the dark doorway corner in which he had been compelled to halt, he caught a glimpse of the twins stealthily peeping in at one corner of the glass case, evidently undecided whether they should follow up their late attack without delay, or for the present postpone laying further siege to the inflexible Tim Linkinwater. to recount all the delight and wonder which the circumstances just detailed awakened at Miss La Creevy's, and all the things that were done, said, thought, expected, hoped, and prophesied in consequence, is beside the present course and purpose of these adventures. It is sufficient to state, in brief, that Mr. Timothy Linkinwater arrived punctual to his appointment, that, oddity as he was, and jealous as he was bound to be, of the proper exercise of his employer's most comprehensive liberality, he reported strongly and warmly in favor of Nicholas, and that, next day, he was appointed to the vacant stool in the counting-house of Cheery Blow, Brothers, with a present salary of £120 a year. And I think, my dear brother, said Nicholas's first friend, that if we were to let them that little cottage at Bow, which is empty, at something under the usual rent now? Brother Ned, for nothing at all, said Brother Ned. We are rich, and should be ashamed to touch the rent under such circumstances as these. Where is Tim Linkinwater? For nothing at all, my dear brother, for nothing at all. Perhaps it would be better to say something, Brother Ned, suggested the other mildly. It would help to preserve habits of frugality, you know, and remove any painful sense of overwhelming obligations. We might say £15, or £20, and if it was punctually paid, make it up to them in some other way. And I might secretly advance a small loan towards a little furniture, and you might secretly advance another small loan, Brother Ned. And if we find them doing well as we shall, there's no fear, no fear. We can change the loans into gifts. Carefully, Brother Ned, and by degrees, and without pressing upon them too much. What do you say now, brother? Brother Ned gave his hand upon it, and not only said it should be done, but had it done too. And in one short week, Nicholas took possession of the stool, and Mrs. Nickleby and Kate took possession of the house, and all was hope, bustle, and light-heartedness. There surely never was such a week of discoveries and surprises as the first week of that cottage. Every night when Nicholas came home, something new had been found out. One day it was a grapevine, and another day it was a boiler, and another day it was the key of the front parlor closet at the bottom of the water butt, and so on through 100 items. And sandwich wiggertin didn't faktisisdempsis at a twainted to say either the Turner the New Orbit demity getens, but besintanat if artiking wensond, or Morton stole the stistag to pro qual lusial assist every 5. Alone could give. In short, the poor Nicklebys were social and happy, while the rich Nickleby was alone and miserable. Chapter 36. Private and Confidential, relating to family matters, showing how Mr. Kenwigs underwent violent agitation, and how Mrs. Kenwigs was as well as could be expected. It might have been 7 o'clock in the evening, and it was growing dark in the narrow streets near Golden Square, when Mr. Kenwigs sent out for a pair of the cheapest white kid gloves, those at 14p, and selecting the strongest, which happened to be the right-hand one, walked downstairs with an air of pomp and much excitement, and proceeded to muffle the knob of the street door-knocker therein. Having executed this task with great nicety, Mr. Kenwigs pulled the door to after him, and just stepped across the road to try the effect from the opposite side of the street. Satisfied that nothing could possibly look better in its way, Mr. Kenwigs then stepped back again, and calling through the keyhole to Morlena to open the door, vanished into the house, and was seen no longer. Now, considered as an abstract circumstance, there was no more obvious cause or reason why Mr. Kenwigs should take the trouble of muffling this particular knocker than there would have been for his muffling the knocker any. Nobleman or gentleman resident 10 miles off, because for the greater convenience of the numerous lodgers, the street door always stood wide open and the knocker was never used at all. The first floor, the second floor, and the third floor had each a bell of its own. As to the attics, no one ever called on them. If anybody wanted the parlors, they were close at hand, and all he had to do was to walk straight into them, while the kitchen had a separate entrance down the area steps. As a question of mere necessity and usefulness, therefore, this muffling of the knocker was thoroughly incomprehensible. But knockers may be muffled for other purposes than those of mere utilitarianism, as, in the present instance, was clearly shown. There are certain polite forms and ceremonies which must be observed in civilized life, or mankind relapse into their original barbarism. No genteel lady was ever yet confined, indeed. No genteel confinement can possibly take place without the accompanying symbol of a muffled knocker. Mrs. Kenwigs was a lady of some pretensions to gentility. Mrs. Kenwigs was confined, and therefore Mr. Kenwigs tied up the silent knocker on the premises in a white kid glove. "I'm not quite certain neither," said Mr. Kenwigs, arranging his shirt collar and walking slowly upstairs, "whether, as it's a boy, I won't have it in the papers." Pondering upon the advisability of this step and the sensation it was likely to create in the neighborhood, Mr. Kenwigs betook himself to the sitting room, where various extremely diminutive articles of clothing were airing on a horse before the fire, and Mr. Lumby, the doctor, was dandling the baby, that is, the old baby, not the new one. "It's a fine boy, Mr. Kenwigs," said Mr. Lumby, the doctor. "You consider him a fine boy, do you, sir?" returned Mr. Kenwigs. "It's the finest boy I ever saw in all my life," said the doctor. "I never saw such a baby." It is a pleasant thing to reflect upon, and furnishes a complete answer to those who contend for the gradual degeneration of the human species, that every baby born into the world is a finer one than the last. "I never saw such a baby," said Mr. Lumby the doctor. "Morlina was a fine baby," remarked Mr. Kenwigs, as if this were rather an attack, by implication, upon the family. "They were all fine babies," said Mr. Lumby, and Mr. Lumby went on nursing the baby with a thoughtful look. Whether he was considering under what head he could best charge the nursing in the bill was best known to himself. During this short conversation, Miss Morlina, as the eldest of the family, and natural representative of her mother during her indisposition, had been hustling and slapping the three younger Miss Kenwigses without intermission, which considerate and affectionate conduct brought tears into the eyes of Mr. Kenwigs, and caused him to declare that, in understanding and behavior, that child was a woman. "She will be a treasure to the man she marries, sir," said Mr. Kenwigs, half aside. "I think she'll marry above her station, Mr. Lumby." "I shouldn't wonder at all," replied the doctor. "You never see her dance, sir, did you?" asked Mr. Kenwigs. The doctor shook his head. "Aye," said Mr. Kenwigs, as though he pitied him from his heart. "Then you don't know what she's capable of." All this time there had been a great whisking in and out of the other room. The door had been opened and shut very softly about 20 times a minute, for it was necessary to keep Mrs. Kenwigs quiet, and the baby had been exhibited to a score or two of deputations from a select body of female friends who had assembled in the passage and about the street door to discuss the event in all its bearings. Indeed, the excitement extended itself over the whole street, and groups of ladies might be seen standing at the doors, some in the interesting condition in which Mrs. Kenwigs had last appeared in public, relating their experiences of similar occurrences. Some few acquired great credit from having prophesied, the day before yesterday, exactly when it would come to pass. Others, again, related, How that they guessed what it was. Directly they saw Mr. Kenwigs turn pale and run up the street as hard as ever he could go. Some said one thing and some another, but all talked together, and all agreed upon 2 points. First, that it was very meritorious and highly praiseworthy in Mrs. Kenwigs to do as she had done. And secondly, that there never was such a skillful and scientific doctor as that Dr. Lumby. In the midst of this general hubbub, Dr. Lumby sat in the first-floor front, as before related, nursing the deposed baby and talking to Mr. Kenwigs. He was a stout, bluff-looking gentleman, with no shirt-collar to speak of, and a beard that had been growing since yesterday morning. For Dr. Lumby was popular, and the neighborhood was prolific, and there had been no less than 3 other knockers, muffled one after the other within the last 48 hours. "Well, Mr. Kenwigs," said Dr. Lumby, "this makes 6. You'll have a fine family in time, sir." "I think 6 is almost enough, sir," returned Mr. Kenwigs. "Pooh, pooh, pooh," said the doctor. "Nonsense, not half enough." With this the doctor laughed, but he didn't laugh half as much as a married friend of Mrs. Kenwigs's, who had just come in from the sick chamber to report progress and take a small sip of brandy and water, and who seemed to consider it one of the best jokes ever launched upon society. "They're not altogether dependent upon good fortune, neither," said Mr. Kenwigs, taking his second daughter on his knee. "They have expectations." "Oh, indeed," said Mr. Lumby, the doctor. "And very good ones, too, I believe, haven't they?" asked the married lady. "Why, ma'am," said Mr. Kenwigs, "it's not exactly for me to say what they may be, or what they may not be. It's not for me to boast of any family with which I have the honor to be connected. At the same time, Mrs. Kenwigs's is, I should say," said Mr. Kenwigs abruptly, and raising his voice as he spoke, "that my children might come into a matter of £100 apiece, perhaps more, but certainly that." "And a very pretty little fortune," said the married lady. "There are some relations of Mrs. Kenwigs's," said Mr. Kenwigs, taking a pinch of snuff from the doctor's box and then sneezing very hard, for he wasn't used to it, "that might leave their £100 apiece to 10 people, and yet not go begging when they had done it." "Ah, I know who you mean," observed the married lady, nodding her head. "I made mention of no names, and I wish to make mention of no names," said Mr. Kenwigs, with a portentous look. "Many of my friends have met a relation of Mrs. Kenwigs's in this very room, as would do honor to any company. That's all." "I've met him," said the married lady, with a glance towards Dr. Lumby. "It's naturally very gratifying to my feelings as a father to see such a man as that, a kissing and taking notice of my children," pursued Mr. Kenwigs. "It's naturally very gratifying to my feelings as a man to know that man. It will be naturally very gratifying to my feelings as a husband to make that man acquainted with this event." Having delivered his sentiments in this form of words, Mr. Kenwigs arranged his second daughter's flaxen tail, and bade her be a good girl, and mind what her sister Morlena said. "That girl grows more like her mother every day," said Mr. Lumby, suddenly stricken with an enthusiastic admiration of Morlena. "There," rejoined the married lady, "what I always say, what I always did say." "She's the very picter of her." Having thus directed the general attention to the young lady in question, the married lady embraced the opportunity of taking another sip of the brandy and water, and a pretty long sip too. "Yes, there is a likeness," said Mr. Kenwigs after some reflection. "But such a woman as Mrs. Kenwigs was, afore she was married, Good gracious, such a woman! Mr. Lumby shook his head with great solemnity, as though to imply that he supposed she must have been rather a dazzler. Talk of fairies, cried Mr. Kenwigs, I never see anybody so light to be alive, never. Such manners, too, so playful and yet so severally proper. As for her figure, it isn't generally known, said Mr. Kenwigs, dropping his voice, but her figure was such, at that time, that the sign of the Britannia, over in the Holloway Road, was painted from it. But only see what it is now, urged the married lady. Does she look like the mother of six? Quite ridiculous, cried the doctor. She looks a deal more like her own daughter, said the married lady. So she does, assented Mr. Lumby, a great deal more. Mr. Kenwigs was about to make some further observations, most probably in confirmation of this opinion, when another married lady, who had looked in to keep up Mrs. Kenwigs's spirits and help to clear off anything in the eating and drinking way that might be going about, put in her head to announce that she had just been down to answer the bell, and that there was a gentleman at the door who wanted to see Mr. Kenwigs most particular. Shadowy visions of his distinguished relation flitted through the brain of Mr. Kenwigs, as this message was delivered, and under their influence he dispatched Morlena to show the gentleman up straightway. Why, I do declare, said Mr. Kenwigs, standing opposite the door so as to get the earliest glimpse of the visitor as he came upstairs, it's Mr. Johnson. How do you find yourself, sir? Nicholas shook hands, kissed his old pupils all round, entrusted a large parcel of toys to the guardianship of Morlena, bowed to the doctor and the married ladies, and inquired after Mrs. Kenwigs in a tone of interest which went to the very heart and soul of the nurse who had come in to warm some mysterious compound in a little saucepan over the fire. I ought to make 100 apologies to you for calling it such a season, said Nicholas. But I was not aware of it until I had rung the bell, and my time is so fully occupied now that I feared it might be some days before I could possibly come again. No time like the present, sir, said Mr. Kenwigs. The situation of Mrs. Kenwigs, sir, is no obstacle to a little conversation between you and me, I hope. You are very good, said Nicholas. At this juncture, proclamation was made by another married lady that the baby had begun to eat like anything, whereupon the two married ladies already mentioned rushed tumultuously into the bedroom to behold him in the act. The fact is, resumed Nicholas, that before I left the country, where I had been for some time past, I undertook to deliver a message to you. Aye, said Mr. Kenwigs. And I have been, added Nicholas, already in town for some days, without having had an opportunity of doing so. It's no matter, sir, said Mr. Kenwigs. I dare say it's none the worse for keeping cold. Message from the country, said Mr. Kenwigs, ruminating. That's curious. I don't know anybody in the country. Miss Petowker, suggested Nicholas. Oh, from her, is it? Said Mr. Kenwigs. Oh dear, yes. Ah, Mrs. Kenwigs will be glad to hear from her. Henrietta Petowker, eh? How odd things come about now, that you should have met her in the country. Well, hearing this mention of their old friend's name, the four Miss Kenwigses gathered round Nicholas, open-eyed and mouthed, to hear more. Mr. Kenwigs looked a little curious too, but quite comfortable and unsuspecting. The message relates to family matters, said Nicholas, hesitating. Oh, never mind, said Kenwigs, glancing at Mr. Lumby, who, having rashly taken charge of little Lillyvick, found nobody disposed to relieve him of his precious burden. All friends here. Nicholas hemmed once or twice, and seemed to have some difficulty in proceeding. At Portsmouth, Henrietta Petowker is, observed Mr. Kenwigs. Yes, said Nicholas, Mr. Lillyvick is there. Mr. Kenwigs turned pale, but he recovered and said that was an odd coincidence also. "The message is from him," said Nicholas. Mr. Kenwigs appeared to revive. He knew that his niece was in a delicate state, and had, no doubt, sent word that they were to forward full particulars. "Yes, that was very kind of him. So like him, too. He desired me to give his kindest love," said Nicholas. "Very much obliged to him, I'm sure." "Your great-uncle Lillivick, my dears," interposed Mr. Kenwigs, condescendingly explaining it to the children. "His kindest love," resumed Nicholas, "and to say that he had no time to write, but that he was married to Miss Petowker." Mr. Kenwigs started from his seat with a petrified stare, caught his second daughter by her flaxen tail, and covered his face with his pocket-handkerchief. Morlena fell, all stiff and rigid, into the baby's chair, as she had seen her mother fall when she fainted away, and the two remaining little Kenwigses shrieked in affright. "My children, my defrauded, swindled infants!" cried Mr. Kenwigs, pulling so hard in his vehemence at the flaxen tail of his second daughter, that he lifted her up on tiptoe, and kept her, for some seconds, in that attitude. "Villain, ass, traitor, drat the man!" cried the nurse, looking angrily around. "What does he mean by making that noise here?" "Silence, woman!" said Mr. Kenwigs fiercely. "I won't be silent," returned the nurse. "Be silent yourself, you wretch. Have you no regard for your baby?" "No," returned Mr. Kenwigs. "More shame for you," retorted the nurse. "Ugh, you unnatural monster!" "Let him die," cried Mr. Kenwigs, in the torrent of his wrath. "Let him die. He has no expectations, no property to come into." "We want no babies here," said Mr. Kenwigs recklessly. Take 'em away to the fondling." With these awful remarks, Mr. Kenwigs sat himself down in a chair and defied the nurse, who made the best of her way into the adjoining room, and returned with a stream of matrons, declaring that Mr. Kenwigs had spoken blasphemy against his family, and must be raving mad. Appearances were certainly not in Mr. Kenwigs's favor, for the exertion of speaking with so much vehemence, and yet in such a tone as should prevent his lamentations reaching the ears of Mrs. Kenwigs, had made him very black in the face. Besides which, the excitement of the occasion, and an unwonted indulgence in various strong cordials to celebrate it, had swollen and dilated his features to a most unusual extent. But Nicholas and the doctor, who had been passive at first, doubting very much whether Mr. Kenwigs could be in earnest interfering to explain the immediate cause of his condition, the indignation of the matrons was changed to pity, and they implored him, with much feeling, to go quietly to bed. "The attention," said Mr. Kenwigs, looking around with a plaintive air, "the attention that I've shown to that man, the hyseters he has eat, and the pints of ale he has drank, in this house." "It's very trying and very hard to bear, we know," said one of the married ladies. "But think of your dear darling wife." "Oh, yes, and what she's been a-undergoing of only this day," cried a great many voices. "There's a good man do." "The presents that have been made to him," said Mr. Kenwigs, reverting to his calamity, "the pipes, the snuff-boxes, a pair of India-rubber galoshes that cost 6 and 6. "Ah, it won't bear thinking of, indeed," cried the matrons generally. "But it'll all come home to him, never fear." Mr. Kenwigs looked darkly upon the ladies, as if he would prefer its all coming home to him, as there was nothing to be got by it. But he said nothing, and resting his head upon his hand, subsided into a kind of doze. Then The matrons again expatiated on the expediency of taking the good gentleman to bed, observing that he would be better tomorrow, and that they knew what was the wear and tear of some men's minds when their wives were taken as Mrs. Kenwig's had been that day, and that it did him great credit, and there was nothing to be ashamed of in it. Far from it, they liked to see it, they did, for it showed a good heart. And one lady observed, as a case bearing upon the present, that her husband was often quite light-headed from anxiety on similar occasions, and that once, when her little Johnny was born, it was nearly a week before he came to himself again, during the whole of which time he did nothing but cry, "Is it a boy? Is it a boy?" in a manner which went to the hearts of all his hearers. At length Morlena, who quite forgot she had fainted when she found she was not noticed, announced that a chamber was ready for her afflicted parent, and Mr. Kenwigs, having partially smothered his 4 daughters in the closeness of his embrace, accepted the doctor's arm on one side and the support of Nicholas on the other, and was conducted upstairs to a bedroom which been secured for the occasion. Having seen him sound asleep, and heard him snore most satisfactorily, and having further presided over the distribution of the toys, to the perfect contentment of all the little Kenwigses, Nicholas took his leave. The matrons dropped off one by one, with the exception of 6 or 8 particular friends who had determined to stop all night. The lights in the houses gradually disappeared. The last bulletin was issued that Mrs. Kenwigs was as well as could be expected, and the whole family were left to their repose. The end. Thank you for listening to this story. I hope you enjoyed the journey, the characters, and the world they carried with them. If you enjoyed this audiobook, please subscribe to the channel and leave a comment below. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows more timeless books to be shared with listeners around the world. Until next time, thank you for listening.